down, of course, to that maximum grid of 36 for the medal race for the final tomorrow. So drivers will be looking to get a good start here, progress forward, keep themselves ideally in the first half of the field to A, make the cut for Sunday in the intermediate classification, and then secondly, make the cut, having made the cut, be as high up the grid as possible for the final, the medal race later on in the competition. And I'd say most importantly as well for the minis, enjoy it. Enjoy it here at a very different event. It's not the same as another karting race. The fact that you've got all these different disciplines going on across the city and the region of Valencia, including here at the Esport circuit. It's great to see the smiles on the faces of the sprint minis, who are some of, if not the youngest competitors across the whole FIA Motorsport games. They are ready to go.
They certainly are. Final few corners then, and well, you've got drivers with hands up in the back who are probably thinking, why are we going so slow so early? The red line is there. That's technically where they should be starting their formation, like 2x2 rolling start, but it is quite late on, so they do it quite early. Now, right, okay, so they're going through the chicane. Now, I don't think they were supposed to do that because the barriers were open. They were supposed to go straight over, and I think, yes, we are going to go round again because, as you can see, when they exit out of that final corner, they're already halfway down the tram lines and past the acceleration line, so that's why they should stay in there. So, again, they'll go round again, false start, but like you say, beginnings of, I think, what's going to be a pretty dramatic little race because these karts on a track this large, slipstream and towing is a huge benefit.
I think one of the biggest topics of discussion in a jovial way, looking forward to these races, is how many karts wide are we going to be into turn one? It's a long run, ladies and gentlemen, down to turn one, and yeah, I think we're going to see some really exciting races. If there's going to be a class where the width of the circuit, you know, up to 15 meters or so in width at some points round this track, and yeah, it's going to be the minis that are going to be delivering a lot of excitement here this weekend. Second formation lap then. Reminder of the grid. Bergman for the United States of America on pole position in kart 139. Rivandev Pritam for India alongside on that front row in kart 119. Xavier Lazaro on row number 2 for Portugal in kart 132, and then 110 alongside on that second row of the grid for El Salvador. It's Manuel Calendi. Drivers coming through the last corner of the formation lap. They'll hopefully head into the tram lines and we can get this race underway.
Yeah, I think they are calling them in. Yes, you can see there. One of our officials here at the circuit, I believe that's Noelia standing there on the track, just directing the drivers into the tram lines. No, go straight on. There we go. We've got it straight through into those tram lines. Are we racing? Yes, we are. We are green and racing for the first time ever in FIA Motorsport games in Sprint Mini, down in towards turn one, and it's a brilliant start for that inside row, and America's Joshua Bergman still leads the way as they exit out of the first sector. Still moments there. There's a bit of drama in the background there. One driver not getting through, didn't quite see the kart number as it panned through, but we will try and get an update, and I think it was Malta's Ayrton Tonner, unfortunately, who is already out of this first race of the weekend.
Shame there for Ayrton Tonner, but again, there's a good amount of opportunities to race through. It's just not going to be the start that the driver from Malta would have desired. So, at the front of the field, it's Joshua Bergman for the United States of America. Portugal have had a good start there as well, with Xavier Lazaro onto the pit straight, and through the chicane they go. This is going to be where it's going to get interesting now. This is the long run down towards turn number 1. How does Bergman defend this? It's so wide down there into turn 1. He's defended it with some pretty good top-end speed into turn 1. There's a good battle there as well between Francisco Rojas for Mexico and El Salvador's Manuel Calendi. So that's Mexico and El Salvador fighting over 4th place. Who's made good progress on that first lap? I can tell you that Gigi Mabagishvili for Georgia has gained 4 places, is up to P12. Your biggest mover out there Mozambique. Eduardo Campos started 19th, is now P14.
Again, good improvements there throughout the field here as we watch this slipstream, the toe here, Portugal versus the United States of America. Bergman and Lazaro line astern here, and you can see this is a carbon copy of mini racing from around the world. It is line astern, it is slipstream, it is push each other along. 8 wheels works better than 4, and we're seeing this right now. I don't think we're going to see a change from these two in the early stage of this race. We might have to wait, but well, Xavier Lazaro sees a warning flag, so does need to be careful though in this race.
Yeah, we'll have that on the mind there in kart number 132. Lazaro is the fastest driver though, 63.267, and Nahil El Gahoudi there in 3rd place for Morocco. A driver who's got a lot of experience across continental karting, has raced at a very high level in mini categories. It's definitely a driver that we're going to be keeping an eye on across the course of the weekend. Morocco's history in the FIA Motorsport Games, looking to grow, looking to get a medal for the first time, if possible. Still early stages of this one, coming up to the end of lap number 3. Bergman a little bit wide there, and you sometimes see this in sprint mini racing. Lazaro, there's the racing driver in the kart there going, I want to be first, but I agree with you, Anthony, that tactically the better thing is just to sit there in 2nd place. There is a move for 4th place. That is Kalendi down the inside of Rojas, El Salvador up 1 position.
Yeah, past Mexico there. So Francisco Rojas down into P5 now. And another thing that these drivers have to take into consideration, as unfortunately that is Alabadli of Qatar going no further. Well, he's got going again, but he's right at the back of the field now, and I would say pretty much out of contention in this first race. It was a huge shame. The thing what we're seeing there from Bergman and Lazaro is momentum. Momentum is key in the mini category because, like you say, these engines are in the XS configuration, which means they're slightly restricted. They only rev up to 12,000 versus the Mini 60 engine that can rev up to around 14,000. So again, maintaining the speed through the corner, that's the vital part of this, and that's why you're seeing them use all the track and a little bit more to try and limit how much they're turning, scrubbing speed, everything like that. It's such a different style of racing from the seniors and the juniors, because the seniors and the juniors, they have the power to get out of these sticky situations. The minis don't, so it's all down to momentum.
And they've got to take care of their equipment as well, of course, across the course of the weekend. You know, this is only the first race. There's no good going too hard and causing yourself problems for heats 2 and 3. You've got to ease your way into this and pick up points when you can, just like that. Beautiful move down the inside by Yuvandev Pritam for India with the red and white helmet design there. Whoa, big slide and just about caught. That was Pedro Santa Rosa for Brazil in kart 104. Bit of a wild moment. Again, that just shows you get off the racing line here. It's not a totally rubbered in track at the moment. The grip can be at a bit of a premium. End of the 5th lap. Bergman's still leading this one from Lazaro. They've worked beautifully together here in this heat so far, Anthony. Building that lead now. 1 minute 3.1s for both of them last time around. They've got now a 1.8 second advantage over Nahil El Gahoudi. And that's no detriment to Nahil El Gahoudi. As you said, 8 wheels better than 4.
Yeah, he's on his own.
To work the way. Very good work from Nahil El Gahoudi, but he hasn't got any help out there. We will most likely start to see these two fights as we're heading towards the last lap.
Yeah, the idea is that they open up what essentially we like to call it a battle buffer. A battle buffer. So they're opening up a 2-second gap here. So that means on the last lap, maybe the last couple of laps, they will go and they will start battling away. And when they do, when the minis start going for it, trust me, it's brilliant racing because, like you say, they can go so side by side around most of the lap, but still no change between these two at the end of lap number 6. We'll be going on to that final lap this time around. This is where you start to see the defensive driving. So now Bergman's going to hold the inside line here. Lazaro switches to the outside. He will carry the speed through the corner. Can he get the switch over at the first part of the lap? He's going to line it up, and he has got the switch over. Xavier Lazaro down the inside, gets through, and it is Portugal now leading from the United States of America on the final lap. But here comes Bergman back. Bergman's going to fight back on this one. He's got the toe down the back straight. Can he carry the speed? I don't think he can, as he tries to now go for the switchback. But this is brilliant stuff from the Minis.
This is proper racing here for the first heat of these FIA Motorsport games for Sprint Mini. Bergman, it's going to be tricky to find a way through in this part of the course, but if he can work Lazaro off the main racing line, he could have a chance into the final chicane. Are they going to draw alongside? Still a couple of corners to go, and then a bit of a run to the line, to the checkered flag. Can Portugal and Lazaro hold on for the first win in Sprint Mini? On the line, yes they can. Lazaro wins by 0.035 of a second. The USA finished P2 with Joshua Bergman. Morocco complete the top three with Nahil El Gahoudi. Good racing there. Fair racing as well, Anthony, between Lazaro and Bergman. We want to see more of that in Sprint Mini.
Oh, yes, indeed. Right on that final lap of the race. As close you could be, but again, it just shows the circuit really plays into the Mini's hands here. Yes, okay, they are going to be the slowest karts that we see here this weekend. Well, actually, yeah, I think they will be. But again, still mighty quick out there, because these drivers, like you say, they can just carry so much speed through those corners. Brilliant to see. Let's take you through the full results in that one then. Portugal claiming their first win of the weekend in the karting category with the likes of Xavier Lazaro. Joshua Bergman for the United States of America third. Morocco seeing Nahil El Gahoudi, and El Salvador's Manuel Talenda finishing in P4. Rivan Pritham for India finishing in P5. Francisco Rojas of Mexico finishing in P6. Michael Vino from Indonesia finishing in 7th place from Pedro Santa Rosa from Brazil in P8. That half spin, meaning he didn't lose out on any positions, finishing where he started in P8. Costa Rica's Rafael Cañas finishing in 9th place, and Turkey's Kan Özler as well, finishing inside the top 10. The highlights from this one, there was the first initial, we've gone the wrong way, let's go round again. Easily done, of course, first time out on the circuit in a race situation, and sometimes it can get just that little bit confusing. Back into the tram line, second time's a charm. Great start from the inside row here, and look, all of them diving straight to the inside, not the 8 wide that we were expecting.
Very, very well poised there by Bergman, because Bergman could have done that too much. There's still a puddle on driver's right that he was able to almost thread the invisible needle to not go too far to the right-hand side, but still defend the line, make sure that no one's going to get underneath through that first corner. Good battle this. This was between El Salvador and Mexico. Manuel Calendi going through there on the way to finishing P4. Good driving as well after a difficult start for Rivan Pritham there. That was the half spin, well held by Pedro Santa Rosa. Santa Rosa would come home in 8th place. There's another look at the reverse angle of it. This was the key moment, though. We always knew it was coming. Beautiful positioning from Xavier Lazaro for Portugal, getting down the inside and able to hold on for the remainder of the final lap. A good win to start the weekend.
Yeah, indeed. And that overtake actually started at turn number 1. It finished at turn 3, and that just shows you've got to really think about it. It wasn't all plain sailing, though, because Joshua Bergman started to fight back down that back straight. They've got a long one there, 255-meter run up in towards turns 9 and 10. But it was a photo finish on the line. 0.03 of a second separated the top 2 there. Lazaro from Bergman, Portugal from the United States of America. But that is not it for the Minis, because the second group is coming up in a few moments' time. But between now and then, let's head back down to Parc Fermé. And Nicole Sutherland, it's back over to you.
Thank you, Anthony. Down then in Parc Fermé with that winner from Portugal, Xavi. Xavi, what a battle between you and Joshua Bergman. Can you tell me a little bit about it?
Yeah, I was always pushing him. And then I said, like, to me, I'm going to pass him on the last lap. He put himself on the inside. I was on the outside. and I passed him. He did the error, but that's normal. And then the whole lap, I was like fighting with him. It was so funny, and I like a lot.
And as soon as you came into Parc Fermé, you came over the weighbridge. Your teammates from Portugal came over to congratulate you. Are you getting a lot of support from them this weekend?
Yeah, I'm a lot surprised because my team, it's not so good, but we do our best, and I'm supporting.
Well, what you've just showed then, Xavi, your best is absolutely fantastic. Looking forward to seeing what else you get up to this week. Congratulations. We'll head back up then ahead of our second mini race. What a weekend so far.
Minis, though, ready to go for Groups A and C, their qualifying heat. Second for all of these drivers, last one of the day, and the pace being controlled by Joshua Bergman for Team USA. We'll be heading into the tram lines. Sen Lindemann alongside for the Netherlands. Xavier Lazaro and Alexandre Points on row number 2. The long run towards turn number 1, the minis. We've had different ways of starting these races so far. Oh, is there a problem for Lazaro? Are we good for a race start? No, we're going to go round again. Well, good news in a way for the Portuguese driver.
Yeah, Xavier Lazaro there, not sure what happened, but I think he was just trying to hold the pace, and then the pack behind are kind of all bunched up and then just got spat out of the pack there. I've got to say, when these minis start the race, because the track is so wide, there's such small karts, and you see it long run like that, it's quite incredible, isn't it, the sight?
It looks like someone's had a bit of a Photoshop moment.
It does. It looks like they've shrunk a field of seniors down a little bit on track. Field will get another chance to go round again then. That puts them in a little bit of a dark spot here because, again, they're using a little bit more of that tyre. Like you say, it's a relatively decent tyre. Driver's enjoying it right now. We were talking to them earlier on about it, and you know, they're saying, hey, it gets to grip quickly, gets up to temperature quickly, just got to take it steady and just get those starts nailed down. But like you say, all bunched up nice and early on this time around. I think hopefully we'll be going this time around, but again, it is a tense time for the minis because, again, 2 different groups. Some drivers here are on the cusp of maybe not making it to that essentially A final tomorrow.
Yeah, indeed. They'll just be wanting a nice, calm start without any issues for this one. And also the fact of it being a very long circuit, that it means naturally the formation lap's going to take a little bit longer than perhaps at other circuits. There'll be 7 laps again for Sprint Mini. And there, Joshua Bergman getting a bit of heat into the tyres. Last possible opportunity will lead the field round towards the red line. At that point, they're not allowed to change position. I think we're looking a bit better here for the next attempt at this race start.
Certainly are. Back on the start-finish straight this time around. Hopefully no dramas for the field as they get themselves sorted out. So much space available to them as they very slowly and cautiously enter those tram lines. Revs start to raise. They bolt. We go green. We race in Sprint Mini down in towards turn number 1. Brilliant start for the inside row again. And Joshua Bergman holds on to the inside. But drama in the background and drivers out of the race. Lithuania, one of them. They get restarted. I think Poland is another. And I think it was as well Dominik Wojcik, one of them, also out of contention in this one. Certainly a shaky start at the back of the field, but at the front here, Bergman looking very, very strong here. And he's got the close company of Lazaro right behind him.
Yeah, that can sometimes be a secondary effect of a race that takes a little bit of a while to get going. All that nervous energy is released into turn number 1, but everyone's back running at least, and 7 laps to decide who's going to be taking the maximum points of 50 points forwards to tomorrow's 3rd set of heats. Bergman's going to lead as we go through the chicane at the end of the 1st lap. Good start for Lazaro as well. They resumed their battle from the 1st round of heats. Nahil El Gahoudi. Nahil El Gahoudi a lot closer this time as Lazaro is going to go down the inside of Bergman. Beautiful move from Team Portugal. Lazaro takes the lead.
Nahil El Gahoudi had to back out of that one pretty sharpish, as unfortunately Taif Al Abadi is out of this race. The driver from Qatar has ended up in the gravel trap at the exit all by himself. Carried too much speed. That's what we talk about, momentum and the gravel and the frustration. Oh, that's a heartbreaking one, that.
So easy to do. So easy to do. Maybe just went into the corner with a little bit too much speed, bit of understeer, and that gravel trap is ready to catch the unwary. Back at the front of the order then, and it is the 132 of Xavier Lazaro for Portugal, who's leading this race. Gone for the move early this time, waited in the first heat and made the move on the last lap. This time around it was on lap number 2. And I'm interested to see how Nahil El Gahoudi plays this next few laps as well, because this time around he's got a bit of help in that the slipstream is going to be punched ahead of him. He had raced a brilliant run last time around to hold on to 3rd place. There was a big gaggle of karts behind him. He kept himself out of that pack. This is an opportunity now for the driver racing for Morocco to see what he can do in a wheel-to-wheel contest.
No, exactly that. And this time around, these two in the front, they were exactly the same situation as well last time. Switched around this time. Bergman chasing, but they've got the company of a 3rd driver. They didn't have that last time out. It was just the 2 of them. So we didn't really get to see that sort of defensive and attacking style at the same time. We do this time around, and Nahil El Gahoudi doing a brilliant job there. Sen Lindemann still there as well in P4 as part of that next group of drivers. Has the likes of Francisco Rojas and Ayrton Tona from Malta and Mexico just there as well. So they're having a very, very close race. In fact, there's actually 4 of them just behind in a close position. Turkey as well there with the likes of Usla just for company, up 4 places. So still having a very strong run. Eyes on this one here, though. Bergman, now with that fastest lap of the race, right on that rear bumper once again.
And looks really good on the brakes, does Bergman. We saw that yesterday in timed qualifying when the American took pole position after the 2 groups of qualifying. Just looking a little bit further down on our timing screens here in the box. Great progress for Team Mozambique in the early stages of this race. Eduardo Campos, who gained 5 places in the first one, while he's got 9 in this one so far, is up to the top 10. It was a bit of a moment there for Sen Lindemann, a bit wide, and could fall into the clutches of Mexico's Francisco Rojas in that battle for 4th place. Lindemann trying to do everything that they can to race across the gap, but again, so hard to do. You know, it's hard to do against 2 drivers, but when you've got a group of 3, you know, the odds are continuously against you if you're on your own trying to cross that gap and get it in the battle. No,
exactly that. Again, just stay focused, head deep, and just think about every move you want to do. You don't want to just go barreling in, as a lot later on the brakes there was Joshua Bergman. He has to be careful with things like that, because, of course, nose cone penalties are a problem. Again, if anyone brakes a little bit earlier than you expect, it's, you know, one of those kind of half and half sort of situations out there. But a drop nose is a 5-second time penalty no matter what the situation is. But just needs to focus now, maybe thinking, putting that kart maybe to the inside line or to the outside, not sticking right on that rear bumper into those harsh braking zones.
Yeah, and I think he'll also be, he's playing an interesting game here of just subtly getting off the racing line, the same racing line as Lazaro. I just wonder if he's trying to get in the peripheral vision of the Portuguese driver, you know, to maybe trigger Lazaro to lose their concentration as we go on to lap number 6. Some good pace in that second group, by the way. They're not really being fully dropped. We talked about battle buffers earlier on in the first group. These 2 built up a 2-second gap last time around by this stage of the race. 2 seconds takes us down to Rojas in 5th place. So this is a closer race. The others are bringing their pace into play. No changes in the top 10 in that one. Here's a little go. This is Ursula trying to get down the inside of Ayrton Tona, and that's nicely done by Can Ursula for Turkey, up to 6th place.
Yep, indeed, nicely done. And just carrying that speed down that back straight, 255-meter run through turns 7 and 8. And again, just able to carry that momentum through turn 9. This is again that moment in the background. Is this another driver in the same corner, the 130? That is Cristobal Ricci of Peru, who also suffered at turn number 18. So again, not just one driver. Final lap time is out, late under braking. Lazaro trying to hold on to the race lead. Bergman not able to find the way through in the same place that Lazaro got the move done in their first race earlier on, but Bergman's got the pace here. He's the fastest driver out there, but they need to be careful because now here comes Nahil El Gahoudi, who's got involved, and drama out of the corner because Lazaro lost all pace there, and the USA leads the way.
They do indeed, and for Lazaro and Portugal, I think they've fallen down to around 5th or 6th place now. Joshua Bergman leads this one on the road. Nahil El Gahoudi still there as well in 2nd place for Morocco. Then it's Sen Lindemann. Lindemann on for a better result here. This one's not over. Coming through sector number 3 now towards turn 18. This is where we've seen some problems. Now the long run towards the finish line through the final chicane. Nahil El Gahoudi not too far away, but it's going to be the checkered flag for Joshua Bergman and Team USA. Lazaro and Rojas over the line there, 4th and 5th. I think Rojas wasn't too happy at all at the end there, but on the road, Joshua Bergman, P1.
Not sure if it was mechanical in nature or a coming together between the top 2 in there, but you saw the speed difference. Nahil El Gahoudi right there, straight away, and just kind of pushed them out of the corner as Benjamin Paulson under investigation at the end of that flag. But USA on top, well, that would mean they would lead the points at this moment in time because that's a 2nd and now a win versus Portugal, who didn't get a 2nd and a win. That is P5 for Xavier Lazaro, so they would have been joint on points if they finished 1-2. Not the case, so USA leading the way. There is a look at the full results at the end of that one. Big movers in this, but like we say, Bergman from El Gahoudi, Lindman from Rojas, Lazaro from Usla, Tonner from Kim, Point from Campos, the top 10. But Team USA from Morocco, the Netherlands, Mexico, Portugal, Turkey from Malta, Korea from Luxembourg, and Mozambique, the top 10. Still very, very strong results. Let's have a look at the highlights here. Again, a difficult situation to get them going. Drivers eager to get going at the start. It's such a long run down into turn number 1. You can get a bit lost in.
Oh, isn't it so much fun to watch these kids go intense, ramp up the speed, get competitive, and ace the performance?
Yeah, it's really cool. And you can see how that kind of spirit, the kind of the chutzpah to do well comes from a very early age as they work up through the ranks. And Karting Mini is great because, you know, in that category there is, you know, they start 8 years old as some of the youngest competitors here in the FIA Motorsport Games 2024 this year. But here I was just geeking out on an Audi Quattro S1, which was just here moments ago. I mean, there's a German, a Czech, but it's a German Opel classic historic rally car. And there's all the rally cars here. So, you know, it's from very, very young to very, very old and a bit of everything in between.
We're going to have a look at the Ferrari single makers now, which are just opposite there and now on track. So let's have a look.
Va bene, va bene.
Q2 for the GT single make category here at the 2024 FIA Motorsport Games is underway, and you're looking at Germany and the United Kingdom. Axel Sartingen drives for Germany. It is James Owen for the UK, and they are making their way up towards the midpoint of the lap. A track surface much faster, much drier, much more comfortable for the drivers than it was this morning when it was a little bit wet and slippery. But the qualifying session to determine the grid with the times from Q1 also factored in, take you quicker of them, unless you are from Georgia, because David Kajir has lost his earlier lap because he used a set of tyres that had already been used at an event, and that is against the regulation. So although he was fastest, he does not yet have a lap time. So the Georgian car and there it is, as Kajaya is out on track. He very much is the man to watch.
Yeah, did really well early in those tricky conditions. Was quite happy to let the car slide around, so his car control is obviously on the top of his game. Yes, the cars have traction control, but to get the maximum performance, you want to be right on the bottom level of that, where the car still lets you rotate via throttle, flashing the lights for the camera. I can't see a car in front of him, so maybe he's just practicing the button. There is the 24 car in front, but that looks like it should be quite a long way ahead, the Spanish car of Sanchez. So he's obviously a bit stressed about not getting the space he wants. Maybe he's already on his new set of tyres and wants to make sure that he gets the most performance out of that car at this time.
The best lap of anybody that we had in the wet this morning was a 1:42. We've already got a 36. So tear up a piece of paper from Q1, really. Everything is going to matter from what they can do in Q2, as their Kajaya drops down towards turn 1 and is third at the moment, but possibly is, well, I was going to say, going to have to drop back and let the traffic go, but there was no suggestion of that from the way the car squirmed under braking. He's got that by the scruff of the neck, hasn't he?
Really has. He was fastest in the free practice session with a time of a 1:34.2, so we're a couple of seconds off that still, but this lap at the moment looking good. How's his first sector looking? Looks okay. We'll just see what it does there, but this is the car on the move there. The Georgian car takes purple sector 1. Was that a spun car? No, it was just a frozen shot. That made my heart go a little bit, but German car pushing on even more. This should get them into the 1:32s, which was that fastest time set in free practice. No, it's not going to be in the 34, sorry. Misread that sector 2 a little bit there, but it does look like the British car's staying with them at the moment.
Does indeed. So Axel Sartingen is the fastest. That was an improved lap, 1:34.898. It's just under half a second between Germany and the UK. Georgia third, the Lebanon fourth for Talal Shire, and now that changes. Sweden has just got up to third. Christian Kinch goes third fastest, but Kajaya for Georgia doing 2 purples.
Yeah, not by much, less than a tenth in either of them to this German car, but yeah, it's going to be interesting to see where that can take him. Someone now, Germany, taking it back purple. Just watching the graphic on your top left, you can see those colours. Green, best for the car. Purple, best overall. Yellow, no improvement. Really hustling on, hard on the brakes, using the extra bit of track. Car darting around in pole position at the moment.
A job well done. So he's just under 3/10 up the road. But Christian Kinch is now down for Sweden, the absolute best in the first sector. So it is Georgia, Germany, United Kingdom, and then Spain. We shouldn't forget the home nation. There is one facing the wrong way. Is that Germany? It is Spain. It is the car that's 4th quickest then. So Ivan Velasco has got it wrong, coming out of turn 2 by the look of it.
Yeah, you're right. Gave a good welly to try and flick it back round. Did 90% of it. That was a good effort. It doesn't look like he's going to hold anyone up. Maybe the next car into shot is going to be compromised as we go back to our spectacular Swedish entry. Spectacular from Q1. We saw how much curb it was using, even to a point where I think it might have damaged the floor a little bit. Currently 2nd place on a strong lap at the moment. An even stronger lap for Georgia. Half a second quicker in sector 1 alone. So this is going to be a pretty quick race down to the 133s, down to 132s. Huge set of 11 set out the back there. Kept the car a little tight. Could have used a bit more exit curb, maybe to release that energy. 1:34.9. A little bit of time lost, definitely in the last corner there for Sweden.
And that time's being taken away from Spain and also Portugal. So the Iberian nations are struggling, and Kajaya has given up on this lap, hasn't he? So David Kajaya slowly making his way up towards turn 13. I wonder whether a pit stop beckons here. It is now James Owen for the UK on pole position. He's done a 1:34.539, and the reason he's backed off is because David Kajaya got a track limit warning at turn 1, and therefore the lap time was cancelled. So there was no point pushing on, but there is now. But he's got to keep it neat and tidy through turn 1. He uses about as much of the outside of the road as he can, but he can't afford to go too wide coming out of the corner. That's all right, I would have thought.
Yeah, looks on the line, which is legal. That probably also explains why his sector 1 was so fast, but then James Owen has beaten that anyway. So hopefully for Owen and the United Kingdom, that was legal in sector 1. So obviously so much time to be gained just by letting the car run a little bit too wide, and then the race director has to get rid of that lap to keep it fair.
And another lose, and it's Axel Sartingen for Germany, who has got it all wrong coming onto the pit straight, and he has missed the gravel trap by about a millimetre, but Axel Sartingen would have done that set of tyres absolutely no good and he boxes as a consequence.
Yeah, I'm not surprised. I think they'll definitely be flat spotted. That's a high-speed spin there, 130, 140 kilometers an hour. I'd predict he was doing as he was going backwards for a good couple hundred of meters, and those tyres not rotating. That's why we get the smoke and the squeal from them. So I think those tyres might be done. Be interesting to see what they've got in reserve there for the German car. So we look at Georgia again, 2 purple sectors currently, though, all the way down in 10th on his average because of the issue that you said about earlier, David, in Q1, using the wrong set of tyres. Someone just stealing that purple sector 2. It's actually the Spanish car that we saw facing the wrong way not that long ago. We're going to break the beam here for the Georgian car. 133.4, fastest overall in this session.
And Axel Sartingen is sorting out that set of tyres and also his laundry, because that was probably quite a heart-stopping moment. Real Code Brown spin that at the last corner. Right, in the meantime, Georgia to the top, and the margin is now over a second. So Kajair getting on with the programme nicely as Spain now goes up to second. Ivan Velasco brings the margin down to just 0.4 of a second. So a good effort that as he went through.
Really good, yeah, halves the deficit, doesn't it? It was a second, now down to 4.5 tenths, so good job. Just checking the tyre pressures, they're obviously quite high. You can hear the amount of air they're bleeding out of them, so that will be the driver's excuse to why he spun. It's because the tyre pressures were wrong, not his driving. So they've obviously had a look round, they're happy with the tyres. There's another set of new tyres in the background there. You can see they've got the stickers on, so we know they're new. Are they going to maybe take these off? They're just repressuring them in case they need them later. As we see a bit of action here, the Spanish car just setting that time good enough for second, really close to contact with the America car there. I'd be surprised if there wasn't a little rub. Lisa Clark just not quite as quick out of turn 6 there, and Spain did not want to lose a single second. Sanchez relatively aggressive, but let's say it was just about fair for a qualifying session anyway.
And Lisa Clark for the US, who had a spin in the first session. I think she got onto slicks and was caught out by the fact that there just wasn't enough temperature, not enough grip in the rubber. She had a spin at turn 12, and right now she is 9th. There is one car, I'm trying to work out which one it is. There's one car that's not yet gone out, because there should be 11, and there are only 10 that have recorded a lap time as yet. So which one are we missing?
Venezuela?
I thought I'd seen Venezuela in the pit lane.
They were in the pit lane, but I don't think they've
not
left.
Gone out. You're right, absolutely. So, yeah, it is Angelo Fontana that has not yet gone out. Talk about biding his time.
Yeah, he's lost a third of the session, so maybe they just had the one set of tyres left and they want to wait for the track to rubber up as much as possible, as Sweden put some new rubber on that Kinch car. We saw him really lay down a load of rubber out the last corner, so those tyres obviously getting to the end of their performance window. These tyres last a long time relatively. You can get 200, 250 kilometres out of them, but every kilometre from the first, the performance only goes away. So the driver might improve, but the tyres going away. So one of those factors sometimes outweighs the other, and you have to make a change.
Now, how's Switzerland getting on? Christoph Herney is 6th, which is a little bit disappointing. He was briefly up near the pointy end in Q1, but then got muscled down the order. Representing Switzerland then is the very experienced Christoph Herney. He's got the road to himself at the moment, and he needs to find round about half a second to gain a place against Sweden.
Yeah, nice bit of clear track, just coming away from the curb there, flat out through the kink, up to 230, 240 kilometers an hour before you brake all the way down to 4th gear here. These Ferrari Challenge cars, quite long gears because it is a road car gearbox, and they're used to using 8-speed. They are almost like a gear higher than what you would use in a GT3 car, for example. So I remember the first time I drove it, you want to be down an extra gear, but actually all the torque is quite high up in the rev range. Bit of smoke, or was that maybe even steam as he's hit the water on the exit curb coming out of T11. No dramas coming out of 12, so it doesn't look like there's an issue with this car. But yeah, these cars have just got so much torque all the way through the rev range. Absolute pleasure to drive, and super, super fast, this latest challenge car from Ferrari.
Down the pit road then comes Christoph Herney, and as he does so, 17 minutes still on the clock. James Owen thinking about a new set of Pirellis for Team United Kingdom. James has got quite a nice collection of nice road cars, having a look at the circuit map and all the data and gears and speeds and what he should be doing. But he's raced here before, so he does know his way round. A big friendly wave from the Welshman. Yep, you're at the right place, James. Well done. That's the right map to have.
It's got a one-dimensional sat-nav, that, isn't it? I assume he gives it back to his driver coach out the window. But yeah, the driver coach has just made some notes there. Typically, when you're coaching someone, you'll give them 2 or 3 areas where their biggest gains can be. Don't want to overload a driver. Very easily done, obviously. But you want to make sure that there's half a second there, 6/10 there. The easy gains you can grab, and that horrible corporate slang of the low-hanging fruit is where you are aiming for. Here we are on board with Germany. You can see we're in 3rd gear. Like I said, that would be normally 2nd, up to 4th, flat through this left kink, up to 5th, little break back down to 4th, get the car in. Nice and aggressive on the apex curb, stay out wide, swing the car into turn 5. This is the end of sector 1, so this is the first chance on the timing screens we get to see how the lap is looking. It's okay, but not an improvement just yet. Onto the back straight. Looks like we're still building a bit of tyre temp. Why do I say that? We're not using the exit curbs. Normally when the pressure's low, we stay off those because of the serrations. They can damage the tyre when the pressure isn't high enough. So you can just see a bit of a problem here, trying to get the wheel nut off. When everything expands a little bit. Looks like the mechanic's struggling just to get the gun off the wheel nut. Having to use looks like a flat blade screwdriver just to prise it off. But you know it gets bad when the hammer comes, but we're not at that stage just yet.
Not quite. But the teams can ill afford to be losing time in the pits. The Portuguese entry will rejoin shortly. So it is Alvaro Ramos, the driver, who moved to Ferraris this year, back on board, and this is onto the pit straight. Speed building now.
Yeah, you can see the witness marks from his earlier spin as he crossed across there, quite dramatic. So he'll try and erase that from his mind, but he won't be able to erase it physically. Yeah, 1:33.8. So I think this is a push lap now, opening up turn number 1. Get it to the apex curb. These curbs get rid of any understeer, using all the curbs now. This looks a lot more aggressive from Germany. Hard on the brakes, down to 3rd gear. You can see on the screen, it's just gone slightly purple, top right. That's his live delta, so that means we're faster than his current best. So that's why we know we're pushing onto the inside. That's part of the dash is still purple. Looks like we're purple by nearly 0.2 of a second as well. So this is a great job by Germany so far. Keep it going as we come out. Break the beam for sector 1. How's it looking? It's actually not an improvement. So something's lying, either our timing screen or his dash. Sometimes the dash doesn't update quite as quick. So maybe this isn't going to be an improvement, but the time is still saying on the dash he's 0.2 up. So Germany may be a little confused by their own data here. That is a live delta, so it's done by GPS. Really nice and wide there, opening up this quick chicane into turn 11. Nice straight braking zone he's created for himself there. Late apex, unwind the lock, full throttle, 700 horsepower, throwing us forward in this prancing horse. My favourite corner, turn 12, throw it in, don't hit the sausage curb, all the way up to the gravel jump, use the throttle, flat out through 13, hold it tight to start with, spot your braking point, open the lock, over to the right hand side, don't spin and go backwards into 14 like you did before. And again, careful of track limits, out the last corner, aggressive on the throttle. Delta still saying it's good, 0.4 of a second now. It was a green sector 2. Does this improve our lap time? Are we higher than 5th? No.
Yes, 3rd. Goes 3rd fastest in the end. Axel starting and then up to 3rd, 1:34.368. And he's still going for it, way up the curb there. That was a bit ragged, wasn't it, coming out of turn 1. Now turn 2, no traffic in the way to worry about. And let's see whether he's pushing. There looks like there's more urgency in the way that he's driving this lap than the previous one.
Totally agree, because his arms have tensed up ever so slightly. So he's just more focused, trying to get the car in there. Again, we're talking about that delta, it's purple. The other information on the dash, the big number is the gear. And then there's an oval shape just below that, starts to glow on exit. That's the traction control working. So we may catch it coming out of a right-hander where his hands are positioned. The speed below that, 200 kilometers an hour, 210, I guess, 220, 230, hard on the brakes. Roll the car in, you can see the ABS active as well on the dash. There's so much information for all of these drivers. Less than 3/10 off fastest as we go to an exterior drone shot of that German car. Looking really good. Axel doing a mega job so far on this lap too.
So he is currently 3rd fastest, so he is at the moment, heading for the second row of the grid. He's not quite a front axle, but the German driver then comes up towards 13, still without anybody to worry about as he goes around the lake, up towards turn 14, the scene of his earlier spin. This lap, good sector 1, good sector 2, so there should be an improvement. He's got to find 7/10, though, give or take, to be on the front row of the grid, and as he breaks the beam, goes through and 6th on the average on the combined time, so he is 3rd in the session and 6th on average.
Yeah, the average is going to start to really weigh in quite interestingly as the session goes on. I think more drivers are now leaving on their new tyres, as we can see Spain leaving very quick, obviously second at the moment after a spin as well, so those tyres wouldn't have been in their peak condition. And peak driver at the moment from Georgia in 1st place in this session, done really well. A little bit of traffic ahead of him though, so he may be careful of that. Want to back off and find a bit of space if this lap isn't an improvement, which at the moment the sectors are saying that is the case.
It's going to be interesting to see what this average grid does for Georgia, isn't it? Because there's no Q1 time for Kajaya to rely on. It's purely what he can do here. Having said that, given his pace, even if he does start away down the order, it'll be quite spectacular to watch. It's going to be easy for him to get past some, maybe less so some of the regular front runners, and he's backed off out of this lap as well as he comes through turn 12. He's going to be investigated after the session as well. It is not following the instructions and then the rest of the message is unclear, but I fear it is possibly going to be another finger wag for Kajaya, who has now come to a stop at turn 13 anyway.
I'm trying to work out if that, I think it's strategical because he's got going again, but it's a very aggressive way to find space, where I actually thought he was in quite a good pocket of space just in front of the 62 car from Switzerland of Herney, as we finally see Venezuela starting to get some meaningful laps in, 3rd overall on the average at the moment. But yeah, they left it late, not improving on that last lap, so it'll be interesting to see have they got any more to give.
UK have lost a lap as well. James Owen for the United Kingdom 4th, but has had his most recent lap taken off him. So it is still Georgia ahead of now 24, which is Spain. So it is Ivan Velasco for Team Spain 2nd. And here is Angelo Fontana for Venezuela. Now, he was late out and he's currently 5th in Q2.
Yeah, looking on it in Sector 1, a lot of energy in the car, a couple of slow cars in front though. How's it looking for him so far? Not an improvement, but not far off his best. Germany in again, another tyre pressure adjustment going on there. Driver coach in the door as well, just giving some advice. They'll be able to watch. A lot of these cars actually have a live onboard system as well, so everything can be watched 24/7. There's no hiding these days for these amateur drivers.
And now all of a sudden traffic becomes an issue, doesn't it, for Fontana as he comes down through turn 11. Short straight beckons and traffic up the road as well, and he's going to encounter the traffic just where he wants it least. Thankfully that other car gets out of the way, but there's perhaps always that slight hesitation. Am I going to catch that car? Is it going to move? Thankfully the gap opens up. Fontana pushes on, but he's down in both of the first 2 sectors, so this lap's really going nowhere for him. Yeah, and the car's starting to squirm more, it seems, at the end of the lap, even from when we first saw it under braking. You can see the car darting around, and if we can see it from the outside, then on the inside it's even more. It does improve his sector 3, and it's in the end quite a tidy lap, isn't it? So 3rd on the combined average is Venezuela, and now it is going to be Spain ahead on that combined average, because Velasco, who is now 2nd in Q2, takes the pole position on the average of the 2 sessions. For Italy, Paolo Scudieri goes through, and he is 9th in Q2. So the single make GT, which gets 1 race on the final day of the FIA Motorsport Games. Lots of track time afforded to them, 2 free practice sessions, 2 qualifying, all building up to 1 race, which comes, as I say, on Sunday. Still seeing some track limits, aren't we? Georgia have lost last couple of laps, as well as they're trying to improve their overall position.
I have to say, everyone's done a very good job of finding some space. Just looking at the track map, everyone's almost equidistant across this Valencia 4-kilometre, 14-corner lap. So hopefully people can stay there. Another purple sector for Spain in Sector 1. How's it going to look into Sector 2? Big break into 8. You can see how big those carbon brakes are. They start to glow in dim light as well. Drone getting nice and close, struggling to keep up with the 700 horsepower car. Flew here, hard on the brakes, get back to the left, open up for a late apex, and off we go. We're going to break the beam for Sector 2, just under the gantry here. How's it looking? Another purple as well. So this could be a very, very strong lap for Spain.
Although the best time of the session is now from David Kajaya, who has done a 1:33.344 now, and that's 0.3 quicker than anybody else, but he doesn't have another time to help with the average, so he's got to rely purely on this as Spain comes up to the line. So in Q2 it is Georgia at the top, 11th though on the average. What about Spain? The answer is pole position, a 1:33.052 there as he goes across the line. So it is now fastest in Q2 and the fastest average for Spain. Good effort with 6 minutes to go.
Yeah, and our Spanish colleague goes wild next door in the commentary booth, so a lot of home support for Spain, obviously leading the medal chart at the moment after yesterday's first medal giving events in rally, and that's the fastest lap we've had of the weekend as well by some margin, 1.2 seconds quicker than any of the free practice times. So really starting to hustle on really well as we see Kinch now for Sweden crossing the line. Only 5 minutes remaining. The time has really flown by. I'm sure for some of these drivers they would like a bit more time as well just to go. Lisa Clark as well breaking the beam, 10th at the moment in this session.
Venezuela improving on this lap, so for Angelo Fontana there is an improvement. Fontana up towards the line, green. What's the third sector going to be? It's another green, but third is where he is. So provisionally James Owen, who is 4th in this session and was quickest in the end because the top time was taken away, James Owen could well be on for being 2nd on the average. We'll try and find him in a moment as Venezuela turns up now through turn 2. So currently it is good for Spain and conceivably good for the UK as well, but Venezuela not perhaps on this lap looking quite as quick down at 4.
No, totally agree. Backed out of it quite early there. It was aggressive out of 2 and into 3, but must have either done a track limit at 1 or just seen the delta was impossible to beat. So time to go slow for a lap and then a time for a couple of pushes. Here's Team United Kingdom that you were just talking about. Can they get overall position number 1 for the race, which is obviously quite important here. Overtaking possible, but not easy, I would say, here at Valencia.
Because there's quite a lot of aero in these cars, isn't there? Big GT3 style rear wing. These are kind of GT3 minus in a sense, but up towards the timing line comes Team UK. James Owen at the wheel, the North Wales driver, and he goes through. That lap was a slower one, a 1:36.6, a kind of start-up lap, and we saw 1 or 2 people do this earlier on in the day with a quick lap and then just let things recover, then go again, so not to stress the tyres too much. Here, though, David Kajaya has had more laps taken off him for track limit offences. He's under investigation for doing something wrong, which I think concerns the white line at the end of the pit lane. He's already been in strife with the officials for the wrong tyres out of Q1, so he's having a pretty torrid day. But when he's running, he's quick.
Everyone loves a bad boy, right?
Yeah, that's true.
Just needs a bit of a break and he'll be well up there. But yeah, almost selfishly, if he does start from the back, which is obviously very likely to be last with what happened in Q1, it's going to be an exciting race watching him come through because he's got the pace to be right at the sharp end without a misdemeanor.
So right now, David Kajaya is in the pit lane, as you can see. He is 0.3 back from Ivan Valashko in the times, as there is Axel Sartingen getting out of his car, and I think for many of them they are done. 3 minutes to go. That's racer mum, or racer mom, for she's American, Lisa Clark, and having raced in the Le Mans support race for the Ferraris at the 24 Hours last year. No stranger to coming to Europe to race. 6 times she's won the Women's Cup in the Ferrari Challenge. And there aren't many representatives from the USA across the categories this year, but it's really good to have Lisa Clark here.
Yeah, huge experience as well. And like we said earlier, the US Ferrari Challenge Series so strong. So that's where Ferrari have done such a good job, haven't they, launching all of these series across the world now. It doesn't matter which part of the world you're in, you can race a Ferrari Challenge car. Good to bring them all together here for the Motorsport Games and see who potentially is the strongest out of all the nations.
2 minutes to go then. Lisa Clark is 10th at the moment, ahead of Portugal. She's in the pits, as we've seen. Portugal is still out on track. This, in the meantime, is Italy, 9th. Paolo Scudieri in Q2, he is 9th. But, of course, it's the combined average that will determine the grid. And I suspect that even allowing for track limit penalties and everything else in the system, it's going to be a very jumbled grid, not necessarily what we think the order is at the very end. So Scudieri out of turn 14, heads up towards the line now. Doesn't run it out too wide. Good sector 1, not so good sector 2. And as he breaks the beam, he's up a place on the average, on the combined times for the grid. That means 7th for Scudieri.
Yeah, good lap, really tidy. One more lap, everyone's starting now. And minutes ago, as we see Axel there out of his Team Germany car, just watching what's going on. Ratel Motorsport there, very knowledgeable team within the Ferrari Challenge community. Not taking his helmet off yet. He's obviously not going back out, but he feels that's his little comfort blanket. If he keeps it on, it's going to bring him a bit more luck potentially.
Now, Portugal currently at the foot of the times within Q2. So here, Alvaro Ramos trying to find effectively 0.8 of a second in order to go quicker and trump American Lisa Clark, but he's not been able to do so just yet as he comes up towards the line. So through goes Ramos, and that lap, no quicker.
Yeah, you could say he was biding his time to start with, but no longer. He's hustling on under braking. See the car really quite leery, but then out of corner exit, just not letting the car flow quite enough, and that's some easy time. Unwind the lock on the power and carry it down the next straight. He'll be given everything. He'll know this is his last lap, so it is make or break to see if he can get himself inside the top 10.
So Ramos, one of the relative few cars now out on track, because as you can see there are more and more sitting in the pits. But it's interesting, isn't it, the session's at an end. I mean, there are 3 seconds on the clock, but drivers aren't getting out. I know they've got to drive the cars into Parc Fermé, but nobody apart from Axel Sartingen that keen to get out and watch what's going on. Ivan Velasco then, the fastest driver in Q2 and provisionally on the combined average, the pole position sitter as well.
As a driver, it just always feels a bit arrogant getting out of your car before that checkered flag is thrown. So it almost feels like it's going to bring you bad luck or bad karma. So I used to do the same. You should just sit in there, close the door, not to talk to anyone. Didn't want to look at the timing screen and just hope that I was still fastest. And yeah, it just felt like you didn't want to bring any bad luck. Kinch has looked a lot less wild and ragged in these dry conditions. So Scandinavians known for their car control, which was definitely very obvious in that first session. Owen looks like he's backed out and is probably coming to the box.
Indeed. So yeah, Christian Kinch a bit slower than anticipated, only 7th in that session. James Owen, coached by touring car racer Bobby Thompson, heads down the pit lane. Bobby here, and still trying to get himself back on the British Touring Car Championship grid for next season. But James Owen benefiting from Bobby T's advice, and he ends Q2 4th fastest.
Yeah, great shot looking into the engine bay there. You can see that V6, almost sort of F1 style now, these engines, putting the turbos in the V. So the packaging of these is so tight, and you can get the engine so low, the centre of gravity lower, the better the car feels, and the 296 Challenge car is definitely in that area.
And of course, it continues that usual way of numbering a Ferrari, 296, 2.9 litre, 6-cylinder engine, hence 296. An incident between Spain and, which is the other nation involved in all of that, Italy is under investigation. So I've not seen it, but there is something that has gone on between Spain and Italy, and that's going to be looked at after the session. So this is the order on the combined average. It is Spain for provisional pole position. So Ivan Velasco's efforts putting in ahead of the UK, thanks to James Owen. And 3rd is where you're going to find Angelo Fontana for Venezuela. 4th, Switzerland ahead of Sweden. Germany 6th, but 11th is where the interest is going to be, because for David Kajaya, he's only got 1 session from which he can take a time, and therefore he's going to be condemned to the back of the grid. But we know he's quick, and it's going to be absolutely fantastic to see him try and storm his way up through the order. So well done to Ivan Velasco. Spain is having a very good run at the minute, leading the medals table. There could be another medal, maybe a gold one, come the end of the weekend out of the GT single make category. The race 30 minutes plus a lap, and when we get to the race itself, we'll find out tomorrow whether it's going to be gold for Spain or not. Meantime, as the sun shines over the Valencia circuit, the Ferrari Challenge cars from the single make GT qualifying session make their way down to the Parc Fermé area, and the circuit will be given over shortly to more activity with touring cars and GT racing still to come, and rallying on track at the end of the day. In the paddock there is drifting. At the other end of the Spanish circuit here is the special zone for the auto slalom and for karting slalom, so there's lots to keep the fans happy. Also within motorsport games, there's esports in the city centre, there's karting, and there is the cross-car tournament at the nearby new Aspar circuit. But it is Spain then that tops the times, courtesy of Ivan Velasco Sanchez, the best lap at 1:33.052 during Q2, and a job well done for Team Spain. So the Spanish car taking the best time of Q2 by just under 0.3 of a second. The second qualifying session for single make GT, all for the Ferrari 296 Challenge cars, was welcome for the drivers in as much as it was a dry circuit this time after having to cope with the wet weather from earlier on in the day. Italy for Paolo Scudieri's efforts, quick early on as he tried to get himself up the order. Trouble for one or two cars though, and in the pit lane, One Nation finding it difficult to get a tyre change done successfully. Alvaro Ramos for Portugal was pressing on, desperate to try to get himself up from the lower end of the order, whereas for Georgia, David Kajea was also looking quick. So too, Switzerland, Christoph Herney, and he got himself up the order, but it was Axel Sartingen who was the first driver really to show good pace, but he did have a big spin at turn 14, and that rather compromised his efforts. Sartingen was able to recover 5th in Q2. James Owen, though, was 4th fastest for Team United Kingdom, recent winner at the Ferrari Mondiale, the Ferrari World Finals. And for Team UK, 4th he would be behind Venezuela's Angelo Fontana. He, in turn, was just under half a second away from Georgia's David Kajea, who is still being investigated by race control for an infringement early on in the session. But Kajea certainly proved that he's got great pace. Not as good, though, as Spain, because Ivan Velasco Sanchez was the fastest, quickest in Q2, and on the combined average of the two sessions, putting himself on pole position for the 30-minute plus 1 lap race on Sunday.
Very exciting stuff today.
Yeah.
It's all happening quickly, isn't it?
It's brilliant. The paddock is completely buzzing. So many spectators. And what's really nice, the way that the FIA Motorsport Games works, is that the cars coming off the track and heading to Parc Fermé just basically walk their, tiptoe their way through the crowds, and everyone can get really close to these amazing cars, which we've just seen doing battle out on the circuit in the glorious Spanish sunshine. It's really, really spectacular. Of course, there are some 296s in the GT racing and the sprint racing and the endurance racing, but also these are the single make Ferrari GTs as well. So Spain going well so far since we've been here, which is good, and obviously that wasn't a great, didn't make it out to the grid for Germany there.
Well, do you know what? If I see Spanish colours, I see German colours, I'm okay. Like, it doesn't matter to me. Once I see red and yellow, I'm happy, because I'm also rooting for the Spanish team, of course, home team.
There's an event happening, as you know. There are plenty of different streams. Karting Endurance, which is a 4-hour race with 3 drivers doing stints, is one of the races happening at the Aspar circuit. One of the crucial things about that is one of the drivers, every team, one of the 3 at least, has to be a female driver, has to be a woman. And in fact, the Portuguese team has an all-female lineup. And of course, a big part of the drive for the FIA Motorsport Games is to try and be more inclusive, to try and have gender parity across the board. And I believe we've got a guest who's about to join us who can talk a little bit more about that.
Yes, she's joining us now. Hello, come here, Bonjour. Thanks for joining us. Maybe you can tell us what your role is here at the FIA. It's great to speak to a woman because we've got many women competing and many female fans as well. So you can tell us more about that.
Thank you so much. I mean, we are first of all very happy. I will just start by the girls who are sponsored by us from the Women in Motorsport Commission. We have 6 girls that are racing in the cross car mini category, and they're hilarious. They're from 8 years old to 12 years old. There's 2 of them that are like this small, but they are fighters, and they're out there. They already did their practices. They're waiting for the race, and we are here to support them. As well as that, we have a big Girls on Track project that we did. We had more than 100 girls coming, so we had workshops with them. And of course, they didn't just come to that day, but they're also coming every day. They're more than welcome. So most of them came and visited the garages, saw some of the races. So this is like the grassroots for motorsports, and most of them were already introduced, but some of them just got to know motorsports here, and some of them wanted to find a way for improving themselves. Even one of them got to drive the cross car mini. One of the girls who participated got to drive the cross car mini for the first time this morning, so we were there as well. And we're also having, we're very proud that right now there are around 101 girls, women racing in the whole motorsport games. We have 1 woman racing in the touring, and we have a lot of women racing in the karting categories. And also in the slalom, auto slalom, we have a lot of women. And it's hilarious to see so much women, but our target is higher. So like we had in the Olympics, 50%, why not? I think we are capable of doing that, especially in motorsport games. And looking at the progress and the numbers of women participating for the 3rd time now is much higher. So we are on the right track.
And I think what's fantastic as well here is obviously the categories are mixed. So it's not like we have a female category, but they're all mixed in together and they can really prove that they're just as good, right?
Absolutely. I mean, motorsports is actually, once we are under that helmet, there is no difference at all. And we shouldn't just think of this as the drivers. We are very proud, and like you said, we are under equal conditions. So really, to show gender equality, this is the place. And besides that, when you look around the paddock, when you look at the technical teams, or when you look also behind the scenes, when you look at the FIA, you see so much more women every day. Really, you cannot say there is a few women. There is a lot of women now, and this is very good. We're very proud of that.
We are very proud of that too. Thanks for making it work. Thanks for making it happen, Borja. Thanks for joining us.
Bye-bye.
Thanks. That's fantastic. I think it's so important to see representation. We have a lot of young fans that come here and see the women working and driving, and that is inspiration, isn't it?
Also, just as what often happens with the FIA is people who know about the sport from the inside, when they work their way up, things get done differently. Berku was like a 7 times Turkish rally champion. She's absolutely been there from grassroots, worked her way up, and she knows what she's talking about. So massive respect to Berku and all the work the FIA are doing.
So we're going back into the action. Enough from us. Back to the
F4 Esports.
Esports, yeah.
We absolutely are. The revs will rise, as indeed will ours here in the commentary box, and we will get the first semi-final underway then from Spa-Francorchamps, and it's Singapore and Hungary on the front row. Hungary move over to the right-hand side slightly to try and cover it off, but Singapore keep that inside line nice and tidy. Italy trying to make a move down the inside as well. Brazil up there in 4th position too, and now we are going to start the slipstreaming already, Paul. Everybody through La Source for the first time, nice and clean. That is an important element of this race.
Absolutely, you mentioned it there. They're very fragile in relation to what we've seen in the GTs. You've got to stay out of trouble, you've got to avoid contact, but that's the fight for the lead. We're getting a bit excited, even though we don't need to, because this lead is going to change 100 million times. But look at Brazil on the outside for the run down into Le Combe for the very first time. That's the Brazilian car, I think it is. A little bit on the grass almost. The outside line is where you are vulnerable, but that will become inside line. And look at that for a move.
That was so tidy, but very gutsy at the same time, though. You have to have the confidence in your fellow competitors to cut all the way across like that. Back down the inside at Le Combe. We look here at Attila Bucci, the Hungarian Hungarian driver pulled off possibly the highlight move of the competition so far. Oh, there's cars off in the background of Brichet. That's the United Kingdom falling down the order, unfortunately, having a nightmare day. The United Kingdom, well, it's the Unitmare Kingdom at the moment, isn't it, to be honest? They've really dropped down. Israel involved in there as well. I think they seem to have dropped to the bottom of the timing tower with them. But Hungary hold on to third position at the moment. Brazil and Singapore breaking away as a bit of a duo, actually, Paul. If these guys continue fighting for third, that could certainly sort it out in terms of first and second. Yeah, if the lead two drivers were breaking away in a GT car, I would say that's the start of their push forward. But I reckon they're going to be absolutely wound back into the pack before too long. The Czech Republic are riding on board with now, at this moment in time, they're on the charge. Currently in fifth position, Italy is the car just ahead. Trying to break the slipstream is the Italian machine, because the slipstream is so potent in these cars at the circuit of Spa-Francorchamps as well. You really don't want to be the lead car until the very end. Position change up front, Singapore taking place, and Italy just about holding on to run to the bus stop chicane. They were all so close to each other there through Blanchard on. I was amazed there was not contact, but look, immediately they break together, and all of a sudden the pack is just back together now as they head through the bus stop. Having to be very careful though is Brazil, and just making sure that nobody closes in too much behind. They are absolutely nose to tail in there though. That is fifth and sixth positions. Czech Republic and Denmark, Chinese Taipei in there as well, and Chile. Oh, they're all just trying to avoid each other on the brakes more than anything. They weren't trying to make moves on one another. They were all just trying to get out of the way to make sure that the huge checkup that happened ahead of them didn't suddenly back up like some traffic back on our beloved M6 in the UK. And that's the thing, isn't it? It's a very different dynamic from what we've seen in the GT race previously. Yeah. Normally in that scenario, get your elbows out, fight for what you can. These guys are scattering, trying to avoid that's exactly the word.
Just getting out of the way, don't want a problem this early on. Argentina, 8th position, car number 8. We're looking at now on the run down to Le Combe. This is the outside line. Normally you don't want to be there, but that will become the inside line. Fanning out as they go too wide in places, several rows of this particular battle pack. And that is position not gained, surprisingly enough. Come off the throttle, stay out of trouble. It's not worth a fight at this moment in time. No, sometimes you will see people go for it around the outside of Le Combe to then get the inside for the exit. That's the best place to be, because then you can also sweep around the outside of Malmedy, the following corner, if you really need to. But we've seen drivers make it work first time round there. Interestingly, on that occasion, Argentina decided to back out of that one and say, nope, you know what? Give it a bit more time, learn the craft of what this driver in front of me is doing, and see to go from there. Here's Tommaso Zappola in the Italian number 42 machine, side by side through Pouan, gradually just slotting back into place behind Hungary there. But look, it's a bit of a painful moment, Paul, because through this Fania chicane, they can see the two cars in the lead of the race, who have swapped round again, by the way, just getting further and further away. Yep, that's the thing, as you squabble, the pack becomes slightly more spread apart, but again, the slipstream effect in these FIA F4 cars is so potent, and the track is so quick and so wide at Spa that it's difficult to break away. Trust me, if these two cars at the head of the pack stay there by the checkered flag, I will be very surprised indeed. Mohamed Alif off Singapore in second position, Brazil on the defensive, but we're going to get the run through Blanchard. Going to look further back, 1, 2, nearly 3 wide. Everybody's jockeying for position. This is, I love these cars, Chaz. This is great stuff, isn't it? This has been one hell of an addition to the FIA Motorsport Games here in 2024, it's safe to say. Italy round the outside into the bus stop. That is gutsy as you like, but he's going to get it done. What about the cutback down the inside? Well, Hungary has seen that plenty of times before. They're actually blocked off here. It's the Czech Republic that are trying to come through now as well. Chinese Taipei in the mix. Denmark, actually, that is, sorry, just making this a quartet. They're nearly 3 wide into La Source. Everybody breaks. Everybody manages to avoid each other. That was close to contact there. Now they run side by side down towards Eau Rouge. On the left-hand side of our shot, it is Italy. On the right-hand side of the shot, it's the Czech Republic. Seems like the Czech Republic car, the latter, has got the run down towards Eau Rouge, and that is a very wise thing there, Paul, just to sit back in behind, then use the slipstream up the Kemmel Straight. I'm very reluctant to offer praise at this stage, because that seems like I'm tempting fate, but there's been some very sensible car placement. Let's pretend we don't see bump drafting, because I really don't like that one on a personal note, but the Italian team trying to bump draft, just trying to help along the car ahead, the Czech Republic, give them a little bit of lump as we go round into Le Combe once again. Mind your P's and Q's, make sure you give enough racing room to your rivals. Well done from all concerned. Italy, though, didn't work out at all for them. They've lost a couple of spots. Hungary and Denmark slide up into 4th and 5th respectively.
Yeah, it looked like Denmark were the ones that actually made the move on the inside of Le Com there. Just about stayed away from Italy. Italy trying to get the cut back down towards Bruchet on the exit of Malmedy. Didn't work for them that time round. Chile have gained a place. Chinese Taipei have now dropped down into 8th position. Croatia and Canada also going through at this moment in time. Already 8 minutes and 45 seconds left on the clock, Paul. Honestly, you blink and you miss these races, don't you? And that's a huge shame because they are easily the most exciting thing going on here.
These should be 1 hour races in the 2026 FIA Motorsport games. That would be well, there'd be nobody finishing, let's put it that way. Everybody would lose a wheel. We're riding on board with Brazil at this moment in time now. Just ahead of us is the Singapore car, Mohamed Ali. We're following through. We're not enthusiastic at any stage because we know that the slipstream will pull us to the back of the car in front. And let's have a look now in the most visual of terms possible. Just look at the extra speed boost. That slipstream gives so much so that the Brazilian car can even afford just to pop the nose out a little bit, not really worried because he knows he's going to get the draft. Now the Singapore machine puts the car into the middle of the road, semi-defensive, then takes the racing line. He knows that Brazil are not going to fight at this stage because, you guessed it, there's another long acceleration phase coming right after this La Source hairpin.
There, once again, we just saw a little example of what they do out of the final corner there. There's a humongous red and yellow curb that they can sort of ride the spine of the car along, and it can actually damage the floor of these cars. So you will see drivers running outside of track limits a little bit and then cutting back in at the final moment just to make sure they don't bang the floor of the car against that curb and make a bit of a mess of it, because the straight line speed here is very important as they get into the slipstream. So you want to make sure that you've got all the capability that you can have from these Formula 4 cars. As we've said, they're not the most powerful things in the world. I believe they're actually under 200 horsepower in a Formula 4 car. I don't think they're that powerful at all. 160 horsepower indeed. Thank you very much, Paul. Paul's actually done some research, and I haven't. Brazil and Singapore side by side. Brazil back into the lead, although actually that's them sort of retaining the lead, isn't it? Because they've just sort of gone one way then the other with Singapore.
Well, I must say, I'm very surprised, but they're actually doing a really stellar job of maintaining that gap to the this little battle pack that we're looking at now. They're squabbling amongst themselves. Brazil and Singapore, 2 seconds to the good at the front of the field, which is borderline unheard of in a car of this nature. So real big credit to the number 16 and number 45 in first and second positions, respectively. Rasmus Christiansen for Denmark that we're looking at in this moment in time. Denmark currently in 5th position. Don't get too attached to that number. It won't stay the same by the checkered flag, I am sure. And Denmark have got Italy climbing over the back of them at the moment, with Chile keeping a watching brief behind, and Chinese Taipei just becoming a little bit detached, Chaz, from the battle pack up ahead.
Yeah, they're in there somewhere. I know that much. There's just so many wheels and wings and things on show in that pack. There's just a bunch of cars all becoming one. This is one 20-wheeled Formula 4 car at this moment in time. But in the background as well, as you rightly say, Chinese Taipei, Canada and Croatia, they're not completely out of this. They're in the top 10 still, so they will be going through. They've then got a good 4 seconds back to Venezuela, so they don't need to force anything now to get through into the final. They've just got to actually pray that there isn't a mistake, which is interesting because in the GTs earlier, they would have prayed for a mistake to bring them closer together.
Hello, we've got an audience. This feels like a cheer cam time.
Oh, here
folks,
we go.
Give us a cheer, everybody. Yes, loving this FIA Formula 4 action, so they should, because we're too wide, not once but twice into the bus stop chicane. We like too wide, let's do it a couple of times at the same time, it's grand.
Yeah, absolutely. We had 4 wide yesterday, the Formula 4s, and that didn't quite work, but as long as they keep it 2, sometimes 3 wide can work here at Spa, we'll remain entertained and everyone will carry on running in the race. Look at that for some defensive driving there down the inside. That was Italy and Chile side by side. I think Italy making sure they went all the way over to the pit wall to tighten up that first corner. Czech Republic now holding on to 3rd position ahead of Hungary. We ride on board with Nico Rubelar, number 25 for Chile. It's funny actually, I think I've commentated on Nico on 3 different sims by now, actually starting many years ago back in the Gran Turismo days, and now he's here on iRacing, loves the Formula 4 cars, and they're very karting-esque as we've discussed here, Paul. You know, you can throw them into a corner, then deal with the consequences on the exit. It's very often the car is actually pointing the same way as the steering wheel.
Yeah, really fabulous stuff. Picture in picture for Rubelar. Look at the concentration. He's got the outside line. A little bit leery if you're braking on the curb into the Le Com chicane, but he gets away with it on this occasion. As a master of the vehicle and the surroundings around him, Nico really knows how to pedal one of these machines. And for Chile, it's a difficult position to find yourself in, because We've talked about this in previous FIA F4 races. There's that many cars in front of you. You've got like a quadruple slipstream effect. It's almost impossible not to overtake, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. And the thing is, every time you go around a corner as well, there's all manner of potential outcomes going on ahead of you. If one of them just goes down the inside, any of these cars could suddenly just spring off in one direction with a tiny bit of contact and a spin. You've got to have your wits about you. It's hard to see through the car ahead. They may only have these skinny little rear wings on them and be quite narrow little race cars, but it is still difficult to sort of gauge a picture of what's going on beyond that car immediately in front of you. Here we are on board now with Tommaso Zappola again, the Italian driver, currently running in 6th place. And I can't believe I'm saying this, Paul. 3.5 minutes left to go. Where has that gone?
Absolutely crazy sauce here at the circuit of Spa-Francorchamps in the FIA Motorsport Games. Let's have a look then from the Italian entry. We're on the TV camera just at the top of the airbox, having a look at the halo that protects the drivers' heads in real life, not in virtual. That's no problem unless people get too excited on the rigs here in the arena. And it's almost looking like Brazil might be interested in a pass, as further back there's certainly an interest in a pass from Italy.
Yeah, definitely. We're going to have 2 more laps to go now, then 3 minutes. There's the little example I meant earlier about running wide of that curb, not scraping the car along it and damaging the floor. Brazil look quite confident in 2nd place here. You know, Singapore going really, really well at the moment and making this look relatively easy, actually. It's interesting that it's the sort of easiest lead that we've seen in these Formula 4s, I'd say, because usually it's a massive battle pack like this. This time, the battle pack is a little bit further behind. Czech Republic have gotten lucky here, actually, Paul, because they're able to move away a little bit from all of this. Italy and Hungary remain side by side, but they filter in good sportsmanship down towards Eau Rouge, because they know if they went side by side through there, that's more than just enough of a compromise.
Yeah, absolutely. These Formula 4 cars are wonderful. You can put them everywhere, but side by side through Eau Rouge is the definition of an unintelligent style. So here we go then. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 wide almost for the run down into Le Con. That filters back down to 3 once again. You don't want to be on the outside of that particular challenge. A little bit of a snatch break as well. A little bit of telltale puff of tyre smoke, and really need to give each other racing room. Just about managed to pull that off, and even running a little bit late on the outside of the corner. A small ripple of applause from the audience signifies their pleasure at that particular move, and that was that hopefully will wake a few people up in the rigs to say, calm it down, lads, this is a bit close.
Yeah, I went from holding my breath to a sudden exhale there, because that was very scary moments. I tell you what, Attila Bucci knows exactly how long the nose of that car is. The wing almost filtered right underneath that rear wheel of the car ahead through Malmedy. That was mighty, mighty impressive. You could see a little tap of the brakes as well mid-corner, because he knew he was going to understeer wide into the car next to him if he didn't do that. It's great sportsmanship, because sometimes when you're battling this closely, you have to make that little compromise here and there. Slow yourself down for the sake of 1/10 of a second for you both to stay in the race, and that's really, really good quick thinking. Here's Portugal, David Sobrero in the middle of the pack. He's got Venezuela ahead, Barbados behind, and now we go back to the front of the field once again, because Brazil slipstreaming up to Singapore.
Yep, so while they're still squabbling over who, basically this is a game of follow my leader. Who's going to be the leader into the last lap? If you're at this stage of the race on the final lap, you absolutely categorically don't want to be the point man going into the bus stop chicane, because you will be more vulnerable than a vulnerable thing in Vulnerableville. You really do need to avoid that situation. By the way, let's just cast my attention a minute to 10th position, the last of the cars that will make it through, and that is currently held by Croatia. They've got a big advantage over Portugal, who've managed to find a way past Venezuela a little earlier on in the race.
Yeah, definitely. They've started to make a bit more progress, and now they're onto the back of that slipstream pack as well, and they've got a good gap behind them, so not too much to worry about at this stage. Really clever driving from these two at the front, though. They're not battling too hard. They're just cracking on with the task at hand. You could say, Paul, that they know their chickens, and they are doing a brilliant job of it. And this is the thing, you know, you could easily have a fight here, and Brazil will probably try and overtake Singapore at this point in the lap, but you won't see Singapore fight this one, I don't think, because they know they can slipstream them later to Blanchimont. Here we go.
This is the move then to the inside. I'm surprised by this one, actually. I was sort of shaking my head as you said that. I thought Brazil would hold back all the way through this lap, but no, they've had their turn in the lead. It's not going to stay that way. Slipstream, as we keep saying, is powerful. These cars are relatively small, even though they're mighty. It's small in stature, mighty in nature, and Spa-Francorchamps is the kind of track where pretty much every corner you can overtake in an F4 car.
I was going to say, yeah, in some cars maybe not. It's not quite the case, but yeah, definitely in these things. Like we've said, they're like go-karts with wings, these Formula 4 cars. They are highly entertaining and just great fun to drive, actually, here on iRacing. I've spent a few laps in these machines around many a circuit. My local circuit back in the UK, Alton Park, matched with a Formula 4 car with all the undulation there is a joy. So I imagine these guys with this circuit as well, with Spa-Francorchamps being such a large, vast, open Grand Prix circuit, these cars will feel even smaller, but there's just more places for them to put them.
Yeah, absolutely. Tailor-made is this combination. It's almost like we picked this especially, and that's a little bit, that's the curb strike that Chaz was talking about, where the bottom, the flat block plane of the car hits the curb and it kind of shimmies all the way along it. Your wheels don't touch the ground so much, and then you really are a bit of a passenger at this stage. For our Mohamed Alif, though, that one's given him almost a bit of unexpected advantage, because he's got now that real estate to slipstream onto the back of Brazil for the pass into the bus stop.
Yeah, absolutely. This could be the move for the victory right at the end here. Is he going to go for this? Is Mohamed Alif? He moves to the left-hand side. Now that's going to be the outside for the bus stop chicane. He's going to go as late as he dares on the brakes. Hold your breath, everyone, because here we go. Round the outside, he does it. Oh, there's contact, though. Brazil runs wide as well. Nothing malicious in that, but Luis is going to take the victory. Mohamed Alif will still be very happy with second position. Czech Republic in third, Italy fourth, Denmark fifth, and it's Chile, Hungary, Canada, Chinese Taipei, and Croatia.
How brilliant is it, Neil, to have the F4 and then have like Spa-Francorchamps as a circuit, but we are in Spain.
Yeah.
We get the best of both worlds, don't we?
Yeah, these sim racers come all the way from all around the world to come to Valencia to race at Spa-Francorchamps in an F4 car, and they could go home with a gold medal, which is
brilliant.
It's amazing.
I think we are going to have a look at some drifting action, which is a clear fan favourite here. Earlier when the drifting was on, the bridges, which overlook basically the drifting circuit, were packed.
Yeah, just over there behind us. The drifting is well underway, and we've got some spectacular shots. The first battle up, a match up, they kind of ride in tandem. We have Kevin Pazur in the BMW M2 from Estonia up against Japan's Koji Tada in the Toyota GR86. And it's a brilliant purpose-built drifting track. It's built specifically here at the Circuit Ricardo Tormo for the FIA Motorsport Games. And you can see how they sort of work together, but they're kind of competing for style, precision, and getting as close as they can. And let's have a look now at, we should have the Greek representative, Christos Chansaras, in the BMW M3, and another Beamer next to him is Pieter van Hoerik of Belgium in the E46 M2. So an all BMW matchup here. And the beauty of this is that there are loads of people who are kind of, since the FIA started sort of an international FIA drifting championship, I think it was 2017, it's now become, you know, a properly sanctioned event. It used to be, you know, kind of something that you did on the streets, but now it's the real deal. And there's some great names to look out for, like Ali Maksid and Jacob Chigonsky. But basically, all of that is happening just over there. So if you get a sort of drift of smoke across behind us, or if we become sort of invisible for a moment, that is because drifting is happening and they are burning tyres.
I've said it before and I'll say it again. I feel like drifting is the dancing of motorsport. Yeah. It is quite fun to watch, and it is like a little duo dance that they're doing up there. So definitely worth a watch. And
and there's no kind of, they try not to touch in the same way that we're about to watch touring cars, where rubbing is racing, but you're not really supposed to touch each other.
We'll have a look at touring cars right now. So we're back with our commentary team to have a look what touring is all about and go back to the track.
Touring car action comes here at Valencia as part of the FIA Motorsport Games for 2024. The grid is formed for the qualifying race. It is a 25-minute race that we have in prospect, and the drivers then, after the qualifying session earlier on in the day, good to go racing. Touring cars are always spectacular, always dramatic, and running to the TCR international rule set, this qualifying race for the FIA Motorsport Games touring car category is going to be no exception. Joe Osborne and David Anderson are trackside. Argentina is on pole position. The sun is shining. What could be better for a Saturday afternoon than an elbows out 25-minute touring car bash?
Yeah, exactly. It's all South America front row with Brazil alongside Argentina. There's a few to look out for. One of them definitely as well. Italy down on the 5th row, lost a lot of laps to track limits as we look at Montenegro and the Argentina car there. Really good job in qualifying, but it was tight, wasn't it, all the way down the field. So I am very much looking forward to the close racing that you have promised, and I think will be delivered from all of these drivers out there.
Many of the drivers on this grid are touring car regulars, and so they know the feel of the car, even if they aren't regulars at the Valencia circuit. There is TCR Spain, although numbers in that championship aren't huge, but TCR is still very successful around Europe, in Asia, in Australia. Perhaps numerically it's had a bit of a dip recently, but there are still plenty of cars around to deliver good competitive championships around the globe. And at the top of the tree is the FIA TCR World Tour that's raced in China and heads next to Macau. So there are plenty of drivers, cars, teams all involved in TCR. And some of the older cars sold on, go and find homes in different club racing championships or endurance championships. So there's certainly a long shelf life for the cars. And you look there at one of the Cupras that he's going to line up for French driver Aurélien Comte, 4th on the grid. Aurélien Comte, who was the Peugeot RCZ champion back in 2014, but he is currently 2nd in TCR Europe, a race winner within that championship, and he was impressive in the qualifying session this morning, so Comte could be one to watch.
Yeah, and obviously the track fully dry as well now. We had some interesting conditions this morning. Valencia overnight storm took a long time to dry, and we saw the touring cars take a little while to get some heat in those tyres, especially the rears. Obviously, remember these are all front-wheel drive cars, so not much energy goes through that rear axle, and that means the rear tyres don't heat up quite as quick as the front. So expect some nice big drifts from these cars on the first few laps as they generate that tyre temp across the rear tyres. You'll see a lot of cars as well vying for position, able to lean on each other, not too much of the lap time generated from downforce, so they're very good at following bumper to bumper and sometimes bumper inside other bumper.
Well, the grid is, as we've been saying, headed by Argentina. It's a 1-by-1 staggered grid to make sure that there's no huge drama away from the line. They'll get a final formation lap to put some warmth into the Pirelli tyres. We're into the last minute of the countdown, which is why the grid is being cleared of officials, of camera crews, of engineers, and the final few people on there are going to be making sure that engines are fired up. And at the front, there will be a board that in a few moments, we'll say 15 seconds, by which stage the grid has to be clear, and then the cars are set to be released. There's a good mix of cars within the grid. You've got Cupras, you've got Hondas, 2 types of Honda Civic, also Audi and Hyundai represented. Sadly, Belgium had to withdraw due to a family emergency for Giovanni Scanardi, and also Sweden had to withdraw. But we've still got a good global representation, and could Argentina scoop the medals? Well, we'll see, because it's Argentina and Brazil at the front, from Spain and France, and then Germany and United Kingdom.
Yeah, we've got a couple of countries as well that we've not seen in some of the other disciplines, Bangladesh and Indonesia as well. Indonesia actually didn't set a lap time in those tricky conditions, lost control of the car, didn't they? Through turn number 9, got stuck in the gravel and weren't able to rejoin for the remainder of the qualifying session. Green flag, and the cars are on their way.
Yes, and then just to compound the woes for Indonesia, the car was worked on, having been hoiked out of the gravel, and it shouldn't, because it was therefore in breach of part FEMA regulation, so €300 fine went the way of the team as well. So a bit of frustration all round. However, that was on a damp circuit that the spin happened. It's now bone dry, as you can see, although a bit of a twitch from the French Cupra there, of Aurélien Comte, going down towards turn 1. There are 1 or 2 drivers you could argue out of position on this grid, and let's have a look at how they line up then. Argentina and Brazil share the front row. Ignacio Montenegro, who races in Spain, on pole, and Brazilian Rafael Reis alongside him. Spaniard Eric Genet for the home country, for the home team, the medal table leaders, 3rd, and for France, Aurélien Comte starts 4th. 5th is Team Germany's René Kircher, and for United Kingdom, Jensen Brickley, the former Briscoe Mini Stocks racer and double saloon car champion back in the UK. He is ahead of Czech's Adam Kaut and Denmark's René Poulsen. On the 5th row of the grid, you've got the Italian driver Marco Butti, one to watch after losing lots of laps in qualifying for track limit offences. And from Canada comes Megan Tomlinson alongside. Then is the Turkish driver Zekai Özem, and from Bangladesh Avik Anwar, with the last driver on the grid being Umar Abdullah after his spin into the gravel in the qualifying session. He did not do a lap, so he's up against it in terms of track knowledge here, but it's going to be really intriguing up at the front. You've got to say, Ignacio Montenegro probably does start as the favourite because he looks so good in the qualifying session. This is the qualifying race, therefore there aren't any medals at stake for this. What we're doing here is deciding the grid for the longer, by 5 minutes, main race tomorrow.
Yeah, the big consideration here at play is track limits. We've seen a lot of it in all of the races so far today, and people getting 5-second penalties. So I think that could be in play here to maybe the overall result. So the drivers have to have that in the back of their mind that yes, they need to be pushing, but if you push slightly too hard and run wide 4 times, you're going to get that 5-second penalty, and that's going to really shake up the order, I think, come the end of this 25-minute race.
Yeah, true enough. So keeping out of trouble is one thing, and of course keeping a straight car is another. You do not want to give your team a whole load of work for the main race tomorrow. There's no warm-up session for any of the categories, so you go straight into the race. And the field now coming up towards the grid. They're looking at the back of the field. Team Germany, UK, Czech Republic, Denmark, and then the last few cars trickling into place. Marco Butti for Italy, experienced TCR racer. Disappointing, really, the grid position, but he kept throwing away the laps by exceeding track limits. And if he does it in the race, then it's going to be time penalty after time penalty.
Yeah, he had 3 laps that were good enough for the front row, didn't he? And all 3 of them were taken away from him. So, yeah, he's got a lot of work to do at the start of this race.
So Ignacio Montenegro then is the man on pole position. TCR South America champion, TCR Spain Winter Series champion. He's been a winner here in the past, and he's had a pole position recently, his first Valencia pole within TCR Spain recently. Well, now, another pole position. Could it be a race win? We'll find out very shortly, because the green flag is shown at the back. 5 red lights will go on, and when the lights go out now, it is blast off, and a good getaway by Montenegro from pole position. Not quite so good a start, I would say, from Brazil, and that means that Spain and France come up to have a go on the run down to the first corner. Argentina has already gapped the opposition. An absolutely demon start by Ignacio Montenegro, and so he will lead by 2, 3, 4 lengths maybe even on the run up towards turn 2. Marco Butti on the inside look for Italy with the tricolore colours, goes through. He's gaining places already. He's up behind the UK.
Yeah, Germany as well, struggling at the start. They started 5th. They've dropped all the way down behind Butti now, and Czech Republic. Dream start for Argentina. Doesn't get any better. Look at the United Kingdom all up on the curb. Brazil really on the back foot, and the back foot gets smashed by Brickley. I think that's going to be damage for both cars. That might struggle to see him finish the race. United Kingdom, a lot of bodywork damage, rubbing on the front left. How's Brazil? A lot of smoke. I think that rear right is bent in. Is there some suspension damage? It'll be interesting to see.
Yeah, so proper touring car race, isn't it? Elbows out, lap 1, contact. Jensen Brickley came out of junior stock car racing and knows how to look after himself in a big fight. Well, he's lost a place and he's got damage as well. So the Team UK car is going to struggle to the end, but I think Rafael Reis is going to be in the pits by the end of the opening lap. And we understand as well that Team Turkey has pulled off at the exit of turn 1. So problems for Zekai Özem for Turkey. Rather umbustuous first lap then, but Ignacio Montenegro leads the way. But the good starting Eric Genet, son of Jordi Genet, is in 2nd spot and getting away from the rest of them. There is the battered Brickley for the UK. Fiesta champion prior to that, Fiesta Junior champion prior to that, Briscoe Mini Stocks racer, but he's been really impressive in TCR UK, and he leads the TCR Spain Championship. So he's used to driving on Spanish tracks, even if Valencia isn't one that he's raced on yet up until this weekend. He stays out, 7th on the road. He's not pitting, but no doubt that bit of contact is going to get looked at.
Yeah, he lost 2 places after the contact, and yeah, maybe a puncher, maybe they've got away with it, and more smoke coming from United Kingdom there. So both of them are definitely affected, one more than the other at the moment, but I don't think that United Kingdom car is going to finish this race with 23 minutes remaining effectively.
Well, I think the team is going to need it in for a pit stop to at least have a look at some of the damage. But Jensen Brickley there, look, bodywork missing. he's hoping, I guess, that the bodywork that's fouling the tyre just grinds away before the tyre goes bang. Meanwhile, it is Argentina from Spain, from third now France, up into fourth though is Italy. So the Italian car, Marco Butti, that started ninth on the grid, has made a really good fist of the first lap.
Yeah, 5 places, obviously aided a bit with the United Kingdom and the Brazil car in shot here, coming together. Sounds like they're changing that rear tyre, maybe the front two just checking. Maybe there's some suspension damage, a lot of bodywork as well has been damaged there. Interesting to get a replay. My initial reaction, I think the United Kingdom went to the inside too late. Brazil had closed the door fairly and the door was forcefully opened, and I think if the United Kingdom continue, then potentially a penalty heading their way. That was my initial impression. Maybe a replay will change the view on that one, but yeah, a little bit of damage, but also the pace isn't there in the United Kingdom car, dropping away now 2.5 seconds behind Germany, and they're still pulling away fast in front.
But both Brazil and the UK need to keep circulating, because if anybody else were to drop out, that gains them a place on the grid for the main race. Rafael Race has gone down a lap, but they still want to get that car back into the race for obvious reasons. Right, let's have another look at the start. Was Montenegro creeping at the lights there?
We couldn't see the lights, but he went before everyone else.
Yeah.
And I would be surprised if everyone else was slow away. It may explain why his start was so good. I don't have anything on the timing screen yet saying they're an investigation, so no, they may be innocent, but yeah, definitely caught the eye, didn't it? As you see the Brazil car drop back here at the start. Remember, that started on the front row, France coming through well. Comte really aggressive up to the rear of Janae just to make sure he got his car in front of that Brazilian TCR car. There's the Italian car, and here's the contact. So watch the United Kingdom goes to the inside. The Brazil car for me is there covering itself. I don't think the Brazil car has done anything wrong, in my opinion.
I'm tempted to agree with that. Brazil circulating again, so they've lost a lap, but if anybody else were to drop out, then a place is gained. I wouldn't mind another look at that start from Montenegro as well, just because it did look very, very good. You rightly say, nothing has come up to say that the start is under investigation. However, Montenegro was certainly well clear by turn 1, and we're on lap 3, and he's now 2 seconds clear as they come up towards turn 14. You're looking at Marco Butti there. So the Italian car behind France, and Aurélien Comte goes to the line. This, a replay of the start from on board with France. Let's have a look. Look at Montenegro to the right.
Yeah, clear jump start, in my opinion. Yeah. And quite a big one as well, to be fair. Everyone behind did well not to react. You see it quite often, don't you? One car jumps and everyone else goes through. But yeah, I think they've just tried to predict the start there, Montenegro, and predicted it too early.
But nothing as yet to say that's being investigated, interestingly. So I wonder whether one or two of the teams might query it post-race. Either way, Eric Genet for Spain is now 2.3 seconds back. Ignacio Montenegro, the Argentine driver, leads the pack at the moment. Battle more for third, I reckon. Aurélien Comte being chased by Marco Butti. So the two of them together. Marco Butti has been doing quite a bit of GT racing this year, but he's a very experienced TCR racer. And the Italian driver then now chasing after Aurélien Comte, coming up towards the braking zone. Marco Butti 9th in the World Tour, and Jenson Brickley with the damaged Team United Kingdom car is in the pits.
I think they're even struggling to push it back because of the damage there. The team telling him to get off the brake. He was off the brake because he had no brake lights on, so I think that maybe explains why his pace after that incident was off what we'd seen from him earlier in the weekend.
Now Butti in the Civic getting closer to Aurélien Comte's Cupra. So they come out of turn 12 almost together. Behind them is the fight for 5th, where Czech Republic's Adam Count and Germany's René Kirchhoff have got themselves together as well. But this is a good lap from Marco Butti. He is getting closer and closer, is he not, to France. So it's France versus Italy for 3rd place as they head up towards the line now.
Yeah, the camber, he's got a bit of steering lock on actually, so maybe the camber is okay, but yeah, the clear damage to the bodywork there, that potentially going to be a fair bit of work for the team overnight to fix that. Should be a fair amount of spares. Quite a few teams running this Cupra. Obviously quite a popular car in TCR and has done very well in numerous championships, so it is a very strong car to have.
Rafael Race has gone back out in that damaged Brazil car and has done the absolute best first sector. So it makes you wonder what could have been. Of course, he was on the front row of the grid, whereas Jensen Brickley is still in the pit lane and has been there for longer than the Brazil car. So now Rafael Race gains a place, and with Turkey out of the race, effectively he's gained 2, so he's not going to be at the very back of the main race grid, and if anybody else hits trouble, then there's another place to be gained there as well. And there is somebody hitting trouble, because that is Megan Tomlinson from Canada in the gravel. It almost looked like she steered into the gravel there, but probably under a big drama, and a start under investigation message now from race control. So what we saw has also registered in race control. So things are going to get really spicy now. With a car in the gravel, that could be a safety car, and the start's under investigation with the race leader 2.7 seconds up the road. But were the race to be neutralised, that gap would come right down. Not good if there's a penalty for a jump start.
Yeah, you've lost your benefit of doing the jump start, and safety car is called. Not unsurprising, car in the gravel. I think it's on the exit of turn number 3, and it was deep in the gravel, so I think that will take some time to recover. But this is bad news for Argentina. I can't see how they're going to escape a penalty, and like you've said, this safety car now has negated any gain of jumping the start, as we see Team Canada there in the gravel. Marshall's really quick to the scene. It is on the exit of turn number 3, so they've got to it quickly, and this could potentially only be 2 or 3 laps under the safety car, and would maybe give us just around 10 minutes of race time remaining, wave past the Brazil car, so he's going to get one of those laps back. I don't think that no, sorry, it should put him on the same lap as the cars in front, so that has given him a good chance. The team has done a really good job to get that car in and out so quickly.
So Rafael Race trying to play catch-up. So race leader is Ignacio Montenegro, and that's sad news. Jensen Brickley is out. The damage sustained just too great. So the young Brit, who lives a stone's throw away from Mallory Park circuit, walks around the back of the car, and the team already setting to work, trying to repair that for tomorrow. But big shame. So Jensen Brickley clambers out, and you can see the expression, very frustrated.
Yeah, it could have potentially be quite a painful one as a driver as well. Not just the up and the down, but the way you hold the steering wheel with your thumbs in the spokes. It could have ripped it out of it. So let's see what happened to Canada. Just wide going in. Have they got a front right puncher?
It's
just
low, isn't
looking
it?
at the car, I wonder if as it turned into turn 3, which is an easy flat kink for these TCR cars. Megan Tomlinson there, sorry, just had no grip because that front right is gone and has had to bail, and then has realised that and tried to get out, but then is obviously fearful of driving the car into the barrier, so has slammed the anchors on.
A 5-second penalty to Argentina for a jump start. Ignacio Montenegro, the race leader, is being given a 5-second penalty for a jump start. 5 seconds actually is not that draconian, is it?
It actually felt like he nearly went 5 seconds before the lights went out, but the safety car has put pay to it. The penalty shouldn't be affected by the safety car, so if it had stayed green, that potentially wouldn't have hurt too much, because his gap was getting up to 5 seconds by that point. But yeah, this is going to be hard now, probably with what, 6 flying laps going. He's got to try and build that 5-second gap, so by the time the end of the race comes, let's go. So let's see the lights, all 5 on. Let's count when he goes. 1. It's like nearly a 1.5, 2 second jump, so to be added 3 on top, I think is not the harshest penalty we've ever seen, that's for sure.
Yeah, quite often it's a 10-second penalty for a false start. Let's have another look at Brazil versus United Kingdom. This is going down towards turn 5, and Rafael Race for Brazil is ahead. Jensen Brickley thinks, I'm going to switch sides because I'm quicker, but there isn't really a gap, and he's never alongside, is he?
No, Brazil just covered it very early as well. He telegrammed where he was going, and it was like United Kingdom there. Brickley was like, well, I want to overtake, so I'm going to try, and that's where Butti made up some easy places, didn't he? He did very well to read that situation.
Absolutely right. Marco Butti for Italy through on the inside. Now, going back to Rafael Race, of course, he's a lap down, but he's still persevering, and he's gained a place because of Jensen Brickley's retirement. He's gained a place because of Megan Tomlinson's retirement. So he is now going to be, at worst, 10th on the grid. If anybody else falls off, there's another place to be gained. And he has now, courtesy of getting past the safety car, we reckon put himself back onto the lead lap. So Rafael Race is back into the equation here.
Yeah, it's a bit of a Disney fairy tale, isn't it? It shows you should never give up. And let's remind ourselves, just before the safety car, he'd done the fastest lap of the race as well. He's now second fastest. Argentina, Montenegro did just pip him by a few thousandths, but we've obviously got a fast car there for Brazil. It's at the back of the pack. That could be potential fireworks, and he will be fired up as well.
Indeed so. So Rafael Reis on the restart is going to be a man to watch. He'd already done a purple sector before the safety car, so he's not that far off the race leader's pace. But, of course, he's going to be slower for the next few laps when we go green because he's in the traffic. He's got some overtaking to do. We've got the debris being collected from the road as well. So now, even if Eric Genet can't get past Montenegro, he just has to sit near him within 5 seconds, doesn't he, to take the race win.
Yeah, and they'll be communicated that, and yeah, it's going to be interesting. 5 seconds added on. Where do I think Argentina will drop to by the end? I think it could be as low as 5th or 6th looking at people's paces, and I think that's where Brazil could potentially get up to, somewhere around Team Germany, maybe Team Czech Republic, depending on how quickly Brazil can sive through the traffic. As we go on board, you hear the cars backfiring off throttle. Sound brilliant, these cars, and yeah, we're getting ready for a restart shortly.
Indeed so. Right, you're on board then as the safety car speeds up and gets sideways. Alan van der Merwe, the safety car driver, charging along. Ignacio Montenegro now is up to turn 12, and it's now up to him to control the pace. So they all start to bunch up. It's going to be fascinating to see what he can do to try and stretch out 5 seconds. But Rafael Reis for Brazil at the back of the pack now, 10th. What progress can he make as the cars come towards turn 14? Right, green flag on the start line, and with now just under 11 minutes to go, the qualifying race is back on. You can't overtake until you get to the line, but René Kircher for Germany in the background comes up alongside Czech Republic's Adam Kaut as they drop down towards turn 1, but it's the Hyundai on the inside of the Honda, so the Czech Republic fends off Germany as they turn now up towards turn 2. Marco Butti attacks France, so that's Italy on the inside trying to go by. Czech Republic gets attacked from Germany to say hurry up. They're still side by side for third coming out of the corner. Italy versus France. France to the inside line for turn 4. Aurélien Comte goes back through.
Great racing and look clean as well so far. Italy now tucking back in behind Comte in the French team there, and I think his next chance is after this next left-hander. Can he get a run? Germany still close as well to the Czech Republic, looking really strong on the brakes. Both Italy and Germany taking chunks out of the cars in front of them respectively. Brazil are past Indonesia as well now as we come into turn number 8. How are we looking under braking? Haven't seen any big lockups yet. Remember, these cars don't have ABS. Brazil now past Bangladesh as well. Denmark is next on their radar.
So 8th now for Brazil. Rafael Reis away like a robber's dog on the restart here, isn't he? He's scything his way through the traffic, but there's a bit of real estate to make up before we can get Brazil onto the back of Denmark. You'll see there the orange car at the back of the train, and there's the gap before the green and yellow livery of Brazil comes into play. But in fairness, Rafael Reis is gobbling up that gap hand over fist. Up front though, Ignacio Montenegro for Argentina still leads the way. And 9.5 minutes are on the clock as Marco Butti tries to find a way up into third. René Kircher for Germany to 5th, and it might be battered, it might be bruised, but it's still quick. The Brazilian car of Rafael Reis, who now makes that run up towards the timing line once again. Through comes the Cupra. Lead gap, though, is 1.2 seconds already. I think Montenegro is going to be able to get that 5 seconds cleared.
Yeah, the first lap was brilliant. We didn't expect that, I don't think, from the pace we saw before the safety car. So maybe that Argentina car turns its tyre on slightly quicker, and then it's going to start to drop away again because Spain were so quick and closing in on that before the safety car. So let's see. But yeah, at the moment, that 5 second gap would look quite positive. After one lap, that 5 seconds isn't going to hurt so much as I initially thought.
So Eric Genet is trying to stay with him. He shouldn't have to worry about what's going on behind, should he? Because third and fourth are busy squabbling amongst themselves. France versus Italy then. There is Marco Butti in the green and white and red Italian tricolore colours adorning the Honda. And there's a bit of a gap back now to 5th. The Czech Republic-Germany battle where they're absolutely nose to tail, coming down towards turn 8 where they've got to avoid those tyre stacks to stop people clipping the curb or cutting the corner. And Marco Butti heading down towards turn number 11. Whereas behind, I think René Kerker's Honda has just dropped away ever so slightly. Lock up from Czech Republic's Adam Kaut, though.
Yeah, and under pressure from Germany straight away with that small mistake. You can see Brazil now on the back of Poulsen in Team Denmark Honda. So are they going to be able to get past there? And then that, I think, does give Brazil a chance to get involved in this battle. We're looking, we've got 4 laps probably still of this race to go. So this is amazing how quickly it swung for Brazil from a disaster to damage limitation to actually a strong result.
I'm not entirely sure how he got his lap back. I was convinced he'd gone a lap down while being in the pits, but maybe they just sneaked out in time. There's a bit of smoke from the... Oh, big smoke out of the back of a car there.
Yeah, the Germany car's lost power, hasn't it? That is an engine failure would be my guess. Quite spectacular as well. Really given up the ghost. Done a good job to get out the racing line.
Oh, wow.
It's let go big time. I think that's the turbo when there's that much smoke bellowing out. But another place. Yeah, exactly. But yeah, I think Germany have done a good enough job. Is that behind the barrier enough? But that is a terminal failure. And again, that's going to be a late night for that team.
Yeah, it's just gone through the little cut through. That was part of the rally stage, actually. So if it's put oil down, it's going to make it lively for the rally contingent in 2 or 3 hours. Right, Brazil still hunting for another place. So René Kerker was 6th. This is now the battle for 6th. It's Denmark versus Brazil. We have got just under 7 minutes of the race to go. And Marco Butti, Italy, finally goes through on the inside of France. Italy gains 3rd place. That move has been in the post for quite a while. Fair play, Marco Butti has worked hard for that. Yeah,
textbook, sent it to the inside, got it stopped really, really well. Obviously calculated that over the last couple of laps since the safety car. Realised that's where he's strong, but Conte fighting back to the inside. But the Honda in front just got the power to outdrag us into turn 12. And Karen, look at that speed. They can take slightly different lines, runs wide in front, so now we've got the chance. Can we pop it to the inside into 14? Send it, France, you've got this. Decides better of it. Remember, this is a qualifying race. I got a bit carried away. France kept it cool, but gets a good run onto the pit straight. This battle has gone on for half a lap as we pit, and I'm not sure why.
Yeah, down the pit lane comes France, and Brazil gains another place then. It could well be a gold medal tomorrow, just off a good grid position. But why France has pitted, because there didn't seem to be any problem with that. I'm not aware that he's got a drive-through penalty, but this looks like a drive-through penalty.
He's checking the time screws, going all the way through, isn't he? So there are drive-through penalties coming up on the screen there. So yeah, class 7 drive-through penalty. So yeah, he reacted quickly to it and just got it out the way straight away. But that is really hurt him in this qualifying race.
And another one now is being given to Italy. So a drive-through for Italy. We talked about Marco Butti throwing away laps in the qualifying session. He's done it again in the race. So there's another place to be gained for Brazil. It's going to be 4th now.
Yeah, it's a drive-through penalty race there between Italy and France. There were nose to tail before France pitted. So interesting to see who can do their Joker lap effectively fastest. But I can't wait to see that exiting turn 1, Italy versus France. When are Italy going to do their drive-through? We want to do it, I think, as late as possible to try and pump some fast laps in to give them a gap to France and give them the best possible chance. But yeah, this has swung back to this car so well. What can Brazil do? Has it got enough time to catch the car in front from the Czech Republic? I think probably not. There's the gap, but great result nonetheless.
Yeah, I mean, it just gets him further up the grid from sitting in the pit lane with what looked like terminal damage to even be on the lead lap, never mind be gaining places. So Rafael Reis then comes up towards turn 14. You've got to say it was a brilliant job by the team to get that sorted out as quickly as it was to be back in the race. There's Italy then down the pit lane. So Marco Butti was in 3rd place. He comes down the pit lane. Where is France? Yet to appear onto the pit straight. So that means that now we're going to have Czech Republic 3rd. We're going to have Brazil 4th. And still 4 minutes of the race remain. That's Denmark. Right here, coming down the pit lane is Italy. Looking for France in the background, coming under the gantry now. There's another battle going on here, look, between Bangladesh and Indonesia. And Marco Butti is ahead, but he's only now up to speed. Is he going to be able to stay ahead of France? He's not, so France goes back ahead. So Aurélien Comte back ahead of Marco Butti. That means France is ahead of Italy once more.
Yeah, great battle. It's a shame not everyone had to do a drive-through penalty. Like I said, surprised Italy maybe didn't do another lap to try and build that gap. I think he overslowed the car coming into the pit entry as well. I think that was the difference. France did a very clean job of getting down to the speed limit and back up to speed.
So, after all of that, 3 minutes are on the clock, and the lead gap is 3 seconds. It's not yet enough. We've got this 5-second penalty, don't forget to factor in, for the race leader, Ignacio Montenegro. He's going the right way about it. Each lap is quicker than the lap of Eric Genet behind him. He's stretching it as best he can. Let's have a look at that gap. 3.3, give or take, at the start of the lap, and it's just starting to creep up by a tenth or so per sector. But Eric Genet knows what he's got to do here, and that's stay within the 5 seconds. But Montenegro looking oh so comfortable up front.
Yeah, 2 more laps. Can that gap grow by another 1.6 seconds to keep the win in Argentina's favour, or can Genet just keep it under that 5 seconds? Both drivers definitely would have been told by the team what to do. Seems like the gap just grows a tenth or two each sector. Every lap seems to be losing 4 tenths at the moment, so you should be safe on that trend. But one mistake either way could swing the win in this qualifying race.
3.6 seconds. There is the most pointless of penalties being offered to Jenson Brickley. A drive-through converted into a 30-second penalty for causing a collision. But as he's out of the race, it's not really a penalty.
No, because even Team Turkey didn't complete a lap, so I don't think it's going to change a single position. So, yeah, I think you just have to smile and say thank you for that one to the race directors.
Exactly right. A grid drop for tomorrow would have been perhaps equally pointless, because there's only one place to drop. Rafael Reis, in the meantime, is charging along, 2.6 seconds now behind Czech Republic. But for the lead, it is going to be close, this. It's 3.6 seconds in the first sector, another 4 tenths pulled out by Argentina over Spain. And then behind, you've got, as I say, Czech Republic, 2.6 seconds up on Brazil. That, again, I'm not convinced he's going to come down before the very end, but just to be on the second row going into tomorrow's race is a huge result for Brazil.
Yeah, imagine offering him that when he was sat in the pit lane after lap 1 with what looked like a lot of damage. Team did a mega job to change the punch and tire. Genet hopping it over the curb there. Turn number 12 gap now at 4 seconds. This is still tight to call. A second to find in one lap is going to be a big ask, but I think Montenegro is very, very pumped up here after mistake on the line, pulling away way too early. Looks like he's got a chance to get away with it. Just saw a black flag there being offered to car number 99.
That's Marco Butti.
So I wonder what he's done. Is that more track limits?
Let's have a look. It's not yet. He has had more track limit warnings, another 2. So it's 25 minutes, which will elapse this time, and then 1 regulation lap. So we're almost at the end, as you see France then getting through the traffic as through they come, and a black flag for Marco Butti for multiple track limit offences. So that is the equivalent of race control losing its rag, isn't it, really, and saying enough's enough, just stop now and come in. So Marco Butti being black flagged, which means report to the race director. It doesn't mean you're excluded. It's up to report to the race director. He may allow you back out, but effectively it's the end of the race because of the time on the clock for Marco Butti. We've hit the 25-minute mark. So at the end of this lap for the leader, there is the regulation lap. And that regulation lap could be the salvation for Ignacio Montenegro, because he's 4.3 seconds up the road now, and by the end of another lap should be further ahead.
Yeah, it's up to 4.5 now, isn't it? So he's done a really strong job. But yeah, effectively that's the red card for Butti there in motorsport terms. And he's had a tough day, isn't he, for track limits. Lost so many of his laps in qualifying, and yeah, he just needs to find a level he can drive at, because he's obviously so quick, but it doesn't matter if you're getting off the track that often.
Right, so there's the leader about to start the last lap, and Ignacio Montenegro now comes up towards the timing line. So the last lap board is there. He will go through, and he's oh so close to negating the penalty. Through he goes. Let's have a look at the gap. 4.4 at the last sector, and starting the last lap, he is 4.678 seconds ahead. So can he pull out just over 4 tenths on the last lap? The evidence would suggest yes.
I agree too. I think he might even get that gap by the end of this first sector. Just seems to be gaining more and more pace. Genet's being quick. Look at the gap all the way back to Czech Republic now, 8.7 seconds. Brazil closed the gap a little bit, but still at 2 seconds. So the Czech car has been quick throughout this race too, but these two really in a group of their own, and Argentina look like they're going to get away with that mistake at the front.
So last lap, and as the cars come up towards the end of the first sector, job done. He's over 5 seconds clear. So Ignacio Montenegro has cleared the penalty. that he was given for that jump start, and Eric Genet will be hugely disappointed about that because he's not been able to match the pace, bearing in mind they were all bunched up anyway thanks to the safety car. So he's lost 5 seconds really in the second half of the race.
Yeah, 10 minutes. Yeah. It's been an amazing pace and metronomic as well from Argentina, not seeing any track limit warnings either. So yeah, they've obviously got that Honda in a good place, and they're going to start from the best position for tomorrow's race. Who's going to get the medal in the TCR category?
So Ignacio Montenegro, we were predicting at the start of the day, was going to be one of the favourites, and he has lived up to that reputation, hasn't he, in a lively race with lots of drama going on early on. Track limit penalties, Joe was suggesting, would be a factor, but have they ever been? Checkered flag in the qualifying race for touring cars. Argentina wins thanks to Ignacio Montenegro. Spain will be second, and Czech Republic set for third. No medals at stake here. This is just determining the grid for tomorrow's main race. So Argentina, Spain, and the Czech Republic take the top 3, but after a pit stop and big damage sustained early on, Brazil 4th is quite a result. Then you've got René Poulsen heading for 5th for Denmark, and after a drive-through for track limit offences, 6th for France is going to be provisionally Aurélien Comte. He's on his way to the line ahead of the Indonesia and Bangladesh battle. So out of the 13 that started, only 8 make it to the end, with engine failures, with damage, with black flags for track limit infringements. Again, I hope race control haven't booked an early dinner, because they're going to have quite a lot to look at this evening.
There's a lot to take from it. Yeah, I just hope the cars with the damage that didn't finish get a chance to be repaired overnight. Obviously, the German car had a big terminal failure there, and the British car having a lot of damage as well. See the cars going offline, just getting the pickup to make sure they're okay on weight and ride height, but great job by Montenegro there, really in a class of his own pace-wise, wasn't he?
Yeah, somebody that came from single-seater racing into touring cars, ex-Spanish F4 racer. So the Argentine, even though he has done most of his racing in Spain, very proud Argentine driver, triumphs over Spain with the Czech Republic in 3rd. A win for Ignacio Montenegro then for Argentina, Eric Genet taking 2nd for Spain, and the Czech Republic's Adam Count 3rd. 4th for Brazil, Rafael Reis ahead of Denmark's René Poulsen, and for France, Aurélien Comte fending off the Indonesian entry of Umar Abdullah and Avik Anwar for Bangladesh. And they were the finishers. We lost Marco Butti thanks to a black flag, René Kircher with an engine failure, a puncture and a gravel trap for Megan Tomlinson for Canada, damage for Jensen Brickley, mechanical woes, may have been a drive shaft off the line for the Team Turkey driver Zakai Özcan, because he only made it as far as turn 1. So for some of the teams, there's a lot of work to do overnight, that is for sure. But there's some celebrating to be done for Ignacio Montenegro, and the final gap, half a second, but that was enough, of course, to clear the penalty.
Yeah, it did so well. It'd be interesting to hear from him and see why he jumped start. Was it a mistake, or did the car just lurch forward? You do get it sometimes when the clutch starts to bleed away from you and it lurches forward.
So an impressive recovery drive, really, that, for Ignacio Montenegro, but with quite a few incidents to look at, it might well be a change to the result. We'll let you know tomorrow. A jump start for Argentina from pole position would be one of the talking points of a very dramatic qualifying race for touring cars. Turkey had a mechanical problem off the line, and that car retired at turn 1, but as it was going to be Argentina from Spain and France turning into the first corner, it all kicked off on the opening lap between Brazil and Britain. The United Kingdom entry trying to get up the inside. Jensen Brickley bounced off the back of Rafael Reis. He would have to pit with a punctured tyre and some damage, and Jensen Brickley's car ultimately had to pit and retire with the damage sustained to the front corner. He was out, but Rafael Reis continued, and as others hit problems, so he was able to gain ground. And then, when the safety car was called for Megan Tomlinson off into the gravel with a punctured tyre, he got back onto the lead lap. He was at the back of the queue on the restart, but started to carve his way through the field. And as other people were being given drive-through penalties for track limit offences, it all played into the hands of Rafael Reis from Brazil. Up front, Ignacio Montenegro had to try and pull out 5 seconds, and he was able to do that on the last lap, as a great battle between France and Italy was interrupted when both drivers were given a drive-through penalty, and René Kircher for Team Germany had an engine blow at the end of the pit straight. The car was in a safe place. The battle carried on. Finally, Italy overtook France, but they were both given drive-throughs, and Italy ultimately given a black flag as well for repeated track limit offences. No such drama for Ignacio Montenegro, though, as he was able to build a commanding advantage over Eric Genet. It was Argentina from Spain, from the Czech Republic in the end. The winning margin, half a second. Well, it was 5.5 really, but the 5-second penalty didn't matter as Argentina came through for the win, and Argentina will start on pole for the main race on Sunday.
A little bit of carnage at this touring qualifying race, but I hear that is quite normal.
Yeah, it's classic. Track limits, taking each other out, rubbings, racing. It's great to watch touring cars here in the qualifying. And also just pointing out that we spoke to Ignacio earlier today. Argentina will be on pole for the big gold medal race tomorrow. It's exciting.
He's such a great man, listening in on that little chat you had with him earlier. Very humble and super excited to be here. You asked him about what it means to represent his nation, and he had a little chat to his fans, and I'm really happy that he made it. Obviously, I have no relation to Argentina at all, but I'm really happy for him to have taken pole.
Yeah, but there's a lot of people who've got a lot of work to do to work their way up through that grid. Some talented pedalers who will do their very best to get a medal at the very least. But yeah, he's strong out the front.
You mentioned medals. We've got a medal race coming up, which is the karting endurance. 4 hours of racing, and the medals are up for grabs right now. So let's have a look at the start of that race.
The medal race in karting endurance for the 2024 FIA Motorsport Games.
We head to the tram lines then. It's a rolling start for the endurance. 4 hours is about to start ticking down here in Valencia. Are we green and racing? Yes, we are. As the field gets going, it's a brilliant start for everyone. Locks ups in the inside. They're 3-4 wide and a spin. And round goes the 17. That is the Netherlands going backwards, and already at the start of a long 4-hour endurance. They will be starting it from the back.
Well, the positive way to look at this, if you're going to have a problem in an endurance race, you'd rather have it on the first lap than the last lap. Through and out of turn 6 they go towards one of the fastest parts of the circuit. They're going to be flat out here in these Sodi RT10s. Coming into sector number 3 now. It's a good start for Hungary. Oh, some more dramas. I think that's Estonia going off the circuit there and having a bit of a problem. It's going to be a bit nervy, particularly in the mid-pack in these early stages. There's been a good start for Poland. I can see that it's Gustav Wisniewski in the blue and pink helmet, who's started very, very well, is up to 3rd place. So let's count them through at the end of the first lap of many here in the team endurance, the karting endurance final. It is the number 14. It's Israel leading this race. Slovakia, though, have taken over, and a great move there from Simon Tchaikovsky in the black and white helmet going through into the lead of the race. We've got our first investigation flag of the race. Czechia in the number 6, who started towards the back of the field, have captured the attention of the race officials. Who's had a good start out there? The United Arab Emirates team are up 7 places to 5th place in the early stages. Here is the fight between Poland and Hungary for 3rd place. Good starts as well for the United Kingdom. There's a problem there for team number 24. That is Chinese Taipei, who started towards the back of the field. I think that's Sai Po-ting, who's had a slight problem there. Still very early stages of this race, and we're already starting to see some duos forming out on track there, Anthony.
We are indeed. Slovakia and looks to me like Israel there working well together at the front of the field, and this is, I suspect, going to be the case for a lot of them, as there's a spin in the background, the exit of turn 18, and who has gone round there? It's the number 21, Serbia. Oh, that's a nightmare for them in the early stages. And already, look, you can see the debris that they've kicked up on the circuit with that gravel there. That's going to cause them a bit of trouble here as well.
This is why we talked about it earlier, that one of the keys to this race is keeping yourself out of trouble. For those at the front of the field, they'll be quite happy with this, get into a rhythm. I think lots of teams will be looking to do at least 30 minutes for this first stint. There is one. It all just kind of checked up ahead of Serbia. I think it's Nikola Milkovic in for them for the start of this race. They won't have lost too much time because of that. Look
Spain.
at this. Spain, silver medalists back in the Marseille Games. Great move there. Very strong team. One of the favourites, I think, the Spanish squad. You've got some well-known drivers in there. Jose Perez, Germán Sanchez, but particularly former W Series driver Belen Garcia. Lots of experience in endurance disciplines, on the podium in LMP3 in the European Le Mans Series early this year.
Exactly. So fantastic group of names involved in this one. We've got, like you say, karting enduro drivers. We've got former Formula 3 drivers, former Formula 4, LMP3 drivers. You've got the likes of multiple different disciplines out there on circuit in form of gearbox categories as well. So much GT racers as well also out there. A great smattering of drivers. We'll be talking about them across the entirety of this 4-hour race. Belgium now with the fastest lap of the race. Last year's winners are now trying to close in on the field. They are in 8th place at the moment, and I've got quite a bit of traffic in front of them. Spain have now got the clear air there in 3rd place. They're tucked right in. They're going to try and close that gap up to the front runners all the way throughout this, but already 5 minutes in, Andrew, and my goodness, look at the ups and downs we've had out there of positions. Got drivers with teams with 7 places gained, United Kingdom, Czechia, also 7 places gained, Peru, 7 places gained, but then as well you've got teams who have had the bad starts as well, most notably the Netherlands after their early spin at the beginning of this race.
Yeah, and one of the key questions I think in this first hour in particular is, will any of those teams change their strategy now for the opening part of this race? It's not going to be the deciding part of this medal race. There's a move here from Israel. Jan Pinto down the inside, and Pinto for Israel takes the lead from Slovakia down into turn number 1 there. To go back to those strategies, so we know there's one fuel bowser. We know that means there's going to be a big challenge. Communication is a huge part of karting endurance racing, but ever more so with the situation that we've got here. If you've lost track position, do you risk it going a little bit further in this first stint, or do you cut your losses, deliberately put yourself, you know, on a bit of an offset in terms of the pit strategy? This isn't going to be a fuel limited race, ladies and gentlemen. The Sodi RT10s can go further than the 45-minute max limit for a single driver stint. So we might see some of those teams like Germany, like Lithuania, making some earlier pit stops. We're still going to be a good 25 minutes or so from where I think we're going to start seeing those stops. Here's a battle for 6th place. The United Kingdom and Andrew O'Neill racing for them right now after a very good start for Poland there in the number 19. For Gustav Wisniewski, who's a very experienced driver in owner racing, stepping here into the endurance categories. It's been a good start for the United Kingdom. They're up 10 spots.
They are indeed, but still a long way to go in this race. 3 hours, 53 minutes as we watch here the race leaders go to battle. The biggest question is are they being closed in from the drivers behind? And I'm looking at my timing screen. The answer to that is yes. Spain is closing in at around 2/10 a lap. The gap currently is 1 second. I reckon in a few laps we'll have some action. Here, though, we've definitely got some action. 3 wide into turn 9 in a 4-hour endurance race. You never want to see 3 wide at the start of a 4-hour race.
Oh, I do.
Oh, you do? I certainly don't.
It's a good move there from Georgia. I like the look of this Georgia team. This is a team. Not got this in throughout the whole field, but this is 3 drivers who all raced in the Marseille Games.
Yes.
So they know the format. Yes, there's subtle changes to it. Again, that fuel strategy is going to be a bit different in this edition, but they finished just off the podium, just missed out on a bronze 2 years ago. They've got that experience. I think it's Archil Chimakidze in for them at the moment. And yeah, keep an eye on Georgia in their number 10 kart, running nicely, 4th 2 years ago. Yes, lost a few positions at the start of the race, but plenty of time to work their way back through.
Yeah, they certainly have. Well,
Now you can carry on watching the karting endurance race for the next 3 hours and 50 odd minutes on the separate stream on the FIA Motorsport Games YouTube channel. You're not going to miss anything. If you want to watch the live racing, it's all there for you, but we're trying to give you an all-round view of what's happening here at the Motorsport Games. And who better to talk to about that than Stefan Ratel, who's the founder and CEO of SRO Motorsports and really the brains behind the Motorsport Games. So Stefan, take us back in time when you first thought of this idea. Where was it born, the inception, and the journey to get to where we are now?
First of all, you need to be, I think, fascinated by the Olympic Games. That was number one with me. The first one I remember having watched was Montreal in 1974 with Nadia Comaneci and everything. For the kid I was, to see someone almost my age becoming so famous, I think that was an aspiration from the start. And then being passionate about motorsport and frustrated that there was, and still there is no motorsport of any kind in the Olympic Games. So after waiting and waiting and waiting, the good thing would be to try to do our own. And the first one was during the Beijing Olympic Games, and at the time I was promoting the first races in Dubai, and at the time when Dubai was, you know, everything $1 million this, $1 million that, and they were building the circuit in Dubai, and I had the idea, I said, we have to do a motorsport game we have to do the Olympic game of motorsport in Dubai. It didn't work, but the idea stayed in the back of my mind. And one day the opportunity came because the FIA wanted to do a World Cup for Pro-Am drivers in GT. And I said, that's a bit difficult to promote. Maybe we could do something based on nations. And then we created, we had the opportunity to do it in Bahrain. The first, it was the FIA GT Nations Cup. We managed to put 20 nationalities together, and then looking at it, it was a night race. You know, it really looked great in Bahrain. And then I was with someone from the FIA, and I said, now we really need to do the Olympics of motorsport with other categories, and we made it.
Now, you've already had 2 editions prior to this one. Are you already thinking ahead of, in 2 years' time, is there going to be an even bigger version? What's the end goal?
I mean, you know, the end goal is to make it bigger and bigger and bigger. I mean, you know, we started with 1 category, then we did 6 categories, then 16 categories, then 26 categories. We started with 20 nations, then we had 49, then we had 72, here we have 82. I think the Mohammed bin Sulayem, president of the FIA, said it in his speech. The goal is to have 100 nations with 1,000 drivers. That's the goal, and of course we have to make huge progress in media, and to go to, you know, to have many cities wanting to host it, and then we win the day.
Now, of course, this was all born out of GT racing initially and your background in GT racing, but how much joy does it bring you to see all the different categories that we now have at the FIA Motorsport Games? Run through, you know, all the different categories that we have and how much you like to see them.
You know, exactly. I'm known globally as the GT man, but, you know, when you create something, it evolves as it progresses, you know, and initially it's true, we were GT touring cars, and we see it's not the grid that are easiest to assemble, and you have here at the Valencia circuit, where we also have Esport, which is the other circuit with the karting, and in fact I discovered many of what we could call grassroots motorsport categories, and they became really the center of the FIA Motorsport Games, and with so many different nationalities. If you go there in the karting, I mean, you have all these little tents, and I mean, you have 50 languages being spoken within 300 square meters. You know, it's really, and that is really the feel of the motorsport game. And I discovered drift, which is absolutely fabulous and super with a crowd, which is super popular. So I went to follow the rally yesterday. So basically, thanks to the motorsport game, I discovered motorsport in its entirety.
We just saw some clips of the different categories that we've got. You said the goal is to have 1,000 contestants from 100 nations. Are you also keen to get more and more categories of motorsport in? Are there any more to discover?
I have to say that on categories, we're kind of okay. We could have cross-country, one day we could have Formula 3, one day. but we need every grid to be full. And don't forget, as I said at the opening speech, we're going through the tough way, because in the Olympics, you can have different athletes of the same nation competing in the same categories. To make our life more difficult, we have only one athlete, one driver per nation, per category. And that is true, makes it all more difficult, but somehow it gives more chances to the small national federation, and the small national federation today are really the ones that are making the FIA Motorsport Games.
And in terms of the inclusivity, what was really telling when you're at the Esport circuit, but also here, is the range of ages of the competitors. 8 years old, like the karting race that's happening now, right from a very early age. But also one of the big FIA initiatives is to have the same kind of stream for off-road. So you have the cross karts as well. All of these, so someone, a young girl can watch another young girl competing in this and think, well, I can do that. It's really important.
And I think, we have, it was really to be with all these young kids. It's really great. And you have also a lot of girls, lots of girls. I don't know the final numbers. I said about 90, over 90.
It's over 100, over 100.
Over 100, so even more than I thought. So, out of 640, to have over 100 girls, we're on the right tracks. And that's really something we progressed from the previous edition. And it's also, we really welcome, because I always say, the more girls we have, the day we have as many girls as boys, we've doubled our potential, our client potential. So it's very important.
What about the fans? Maybe a word for the fans, because you're super international when it comes to the nations competing. What do you hope to see from the people who come here to watch this and who watch it on the stream?
I think it's as a fan, it's great, because in one day you see so much, and if you're ready to drive 30 minutes, you're going to see even more, and you drive another 30 minutes and you see rally. So for a motorsport fan, you see everything in a day. And I think that, but to get more fans, we also need this event to get more recognition. But let's not forget, the FIA Motorsport game is a toddler, 5-year-old, and 1 year he didn't get much education because everybody had a mask during COVID, so it's all very new. And what I've learned in my now long experience in motorsport is that you need time. You need time to develop anything.
Now, from an organizational point of view, we know what it takes to put on even a standard race weekend. To keep this kind of an event on track, like clockwork, with all these different categories, all these different personalities, teams, egos, give us an idea how smoothly it all runs behind the scenes.
Thank God I had the idea, but to putting it, the general manager of the game, Anthony Comas, will tell you more about that. All I know is it worked solely on this event for the last 2 years, and he moved here in Valencia for the last 6 months. This is the easy part, but building a cross-car circuit, which has been underwater for half of the event, this is a challenge. And no, it's definitely a complicated, and it's very new in motorsport to try to do everything at the same time in the same place. So yes, but we're learning as we're going, and I'm sure by the time we're at the 6th edition, everything will be perfect.
Well, Stefan, from a point of view of someone who's here for the first time, I can say you've done a very good job. It's super entertaining and it is fun being here. Thank you very much for joining us and giving us that insight. That was fabulous.
If you enjoy it, I hope everybody around is enjoying it as well.
I think they are. The mood is really good. Everyone's smiling. The sun's out. What more could we ask for, right?
We love the motorsport games.
We love the motorsport games.
Thank you, Stefan.
Thank you.
I think that's a good time to go back to the endurance karting, which is well underway. We've got a lot of hours to go, so let's see what's been happening in the meantime.
Can get around and get on their pace on one of either pedal settings, for example. You might have a driver say, okay, to save us having to change pedals from driver A to driver B, I'll be driver B and I'll race with not my optimum seat position or pedal position, but I'll be able to handle with that, maybe be half a tenth off, as opposed to fumbling around trying to get the pedals changed to get that optimum setup.
It depends really on how the adjustment mechanism is for either or, because I remember on some Sony rental carts back in day of
in your old life.
yeah, exactly, in my old life. they would have under the seat, you would have like, I don't know what they're called, but
like a latch.
Yeah, like a latch. Like you'd pull it out and then you would twist it and then you'd put it back in and twist it again and then pull it out and then twist it and like that. So you had to unscrew something to then loosen the seat, move it on the sliders and then re-tighten it up. Very time-consuming, very labour-intensive, not fun at all to try and do. And then the pedals would just lift up a lever and then slide it forward and backwards, and then it's all good. You were pointing at something.
I was, but I guess I thought we had a problem for Hungary, but it's fine.
Yeah, it was fine.
It's still there. It's still there. It was a slight moment of timing and scoring.
You tutted at me as well. It was very senior tut. It was like, no, right. You're quite all right. No. But yeah, so you had things like that where you could do it like that. But now, in these sort of modern, like in these RT10s, the seat mechanism is so much better. It's like what you get in a car. Literally just a lever, pull it up, slide it forward and backwards, lock it back into place. That is what you need. Something quick and easy like that, which makes it probably easier now in these modern rental cars to go for the seat, just slide it forward and backwards. And of course, a driver like that, when you're driving down the pit lane, could adjust that maybe themselves a little bit as, race leaders getting through there. Past some of the back markers and just putting themselves in a very precarious position. Was that Sweden in the number 23 they've just managed to get past?
Yeah, it was Sweden going a little bit deep on the exit of turn number 10, and that's another risk for the leaders out there. Not necessarily mistakes from themselves, but mistakes from other people.
Yeah.
And them simply being in the wrong place at the wrong time. With this being a single class from a technical perspective, in a way, and you see this in many different categories of endurance racing, this isn't an endurance race. It's a 4-hour sprint across a team of 3. And say, there we go. Thank you very much from Belgium. Say, come on, let's get on with this. So they're going to be pushing right to the edge. Yes, they're going to be taking care of the materials. They're going to be keeping off the big curbs. They're going to be keeping themselves out of the gravel. But again, if you're pushing right on the limit and someone has a problem right in front of you, you may not have time or the grip to react. But Belgium continue to do a good job. Nearly got their lead up to 20 seconds now. A few changes on that last lap. As I say, Sweden are now in 13th place, Peru as well.
Now, Neil, we've got a little bit of a break on this circuit here, but that does not mean that there's a break from racing action at all.
No.
We've had some drifting in the meantime. We've had cross-car. Let's have a look.
Yeah.
We, I think... we're looking at cross-car right now, which is a fantastic category. We were saying earlier that karting is kind of the entry to circuit racing, and cross-car is kind of the entry to everything off-road and rallying.
Yeah, so, you know, for many, many years, the sort of the ladder in motorsport was very circuit-oriented, and if you were a rally driver, your chances are you grew up on gravel roads in Finland. But actually, the FIA have started to really look at how cross-car can be used to grow young drivers that want to go off-road sideways in the mud. And it's very interesting. I didn't know this from what Stefan was saying, that circuit, which is at the Aspar circuit, you know, you can see the mud. Although mud is good, it was a little bit too muddy. Clearly it was a bit of flooding from all the rain. So they've done a good job to make it. But actually, if you're going off-road, whether it's the Dakar, whether it's cross-countries, whether it's stage rallying, you quite like mud. You know, you're not going to be scared of that. Also, on tarmac, we've got the drifting.
So another category that we heard is fairly new. Stefan Ratel was just saying it's introduced him, the motorsport games have introduced him to drifting, and it's going on currently, and the smoke is rising again. It's a great category to watch, isn't it?
It's beautiful, and it is incredibly difficult.
Yeah, I can imagine.
The not just throwing the car sideways in the first place, but then maintaining it while spinning the rear wheels with all of that power and using it so gracefully. It's an extraordinary skill. I mean, people kind of think of it as just hooning, and you know, there's all the kind of Japanese heritage and the illegal street racing, or the origins of it. But now that it's legit, now that it's kind of gone non-renegade, it still sort of retains some of its cool.
Yeah.
And so when you're in there and you've got your cockpit is full of tire smoke, but you're doing something that's so precise, and you're feeling with your butt cheeks, you're feeling with the foot of you know, the bottom of your foot, every sort of thing that the car is doing to be on the very edge of grip, trying to be as graceful, but as aggressive as you possibly can be. And to be honest, it was really nice to see Stefan's eyes light up because he said, I've discovered drifting thanks to the motorsport games.
And I think one of the things that makes this category so special is obviously going into the track, you have one person leading, one person following, so you're really heavily dependent on your competitor. So it is that kind of category that unites you in a way, because you depend on the other person's performance to also be able to show what you can do. I was going to say that when you said where drifting comes from, the only time I ever drift is when I don't want to drift. It's very involuntary when it happens to me. Are you a big drifter?
Well, when the autobahn's a little bit icy in the winter, maybe.
Okay.
Yeah, so we're all about the medals. We had a look at the medal table earlier today, but while that karting endurance race is happening, we've got another big medal race, haven't we?
It is time for GT. Medals are up for grabs, so I think it is important to head over there because this is where everything is happening and GT is ready for some podiums. So over we go to our commentary and GT.
Medals are at stake here at the FIA Motorsport Games because for the GT discipline, the cars are on the grid for the main race. They've had a qualifying race that sorted out this grid. Now it's an hour of racing, and at the end, 3 nations will have a medal apiece. The medals table is being led by Spain, but pole position for this race claimed by United Kingdom. The start driver is going to be James Cottingham aboard the Ferrari that he'd never raced up until about 4 hours ago, and won first time out. He shares with Chris Froggatt. It's going to be a fascinating race, that is for sure. 60 minutes with a pit window between 25 and 35 minutes. David Addison and Joe Osborne trackside. You're probably familiar with the GT3 concept. Well, some of the names, some of the drivers, some of the cars are familiar. The liveries are all different because they all carry the nation's colours, but this is going to be a fascinating hour, that is for sure. James Cottingham there with his hands device on is going to be the start driver for the United Kingdom. Hubert Haupt will be with him on the front row for Germany. And the Ferrari drivers then good to go. Chris Froggatt on the right as you look, the Sky Tempesta racing team operating the Ferrari. That was so strong, Joe Osborne, in the earlier qualifying race.
Yeah, dominant, won by nearly 15 seconds in the end. But dominant in qualifying 1 was Team Germany. Hubert Haupt, 6/10 clear of Cottingham in that qualifying. So there's different aspects at play here. At the moment, you would say it's favour Cottingham, but over 1 lap pace, this Mercedes from Germany was so strong. Hugely experienced Hubert Haupt behind the wheel, one of the best, one of the fastest bronzes out there. So the race between the first 2 is definitely going to be exciting.
So there we have the start drivers aboard, and James Cottingham and Chris Froggatt then, having had a race win, now won a gold medal. Antonia Rankin is on the grid with them.
Guys, it's been a good weekend for you so far. Are you feeling confident?
Yeah, absolutely. I think the car has the pace. James is starting in the best position. We've just got to keep it clean and hope we come out the first corner in first place, and he'll take it from there.
Yeah, it's like Chris said, it's about trying to manage the start of the race, and then, yeah, if we can hold that position, I think it's difficult to pass here, so that's what we want to do.
Good luck, guys. Have fun out there.
James Cottingham and Chris Froggatt have raced against each other, but never been a partnership. So it's interesting to see how that has gelled so effectively with that earlier win. It's Chris Froggatt's regular car. Chris Froggatt made his name in Ferraris before he came into GT racing in a Ferrari, then went Mercedes, then McLaren, then back to Ferrari. But perversely, it was Chris that had a track limit penalty and went through the gravel in the earlier race.
Yeah, he had a lively stint, didn't he? And he was lucky, I think, when he went through the gravel on the exit at turn 12, not to cause any lasting damage. Cottingham had a pretty relaxed stint, didn't have to overtake, had a good gap, but his pace was good. And then you see the field stretching behind another Mercedes. We saw a really good opening stint from Yannick Mettler, didn't we? Hand over to Dexter Muller, who will start that car. Had a good stint, not the best. We saw Hubert Haupt get past him and then pull away. So Dexter Muller will be looking for a little bit more pace than he had at the end of that qualifying race. Then we have the Spanish Audi R8 that always seemed to be in a battle throughout the race. So now it's starting more towards the front. Can they have a cleaner race, I wonder?
Now, Team Germany is another competitive nation. Finn Wiebelhaus will do the second stint, and the teenager is with Antonia.
Well, you guys, you're starting in second, but you've got a real amount of pace behind you. Do you think you'll be able to catch up to that Ferrari coming down to turn 1?
Sure we can. Like all weekend we were fast, so we just struggled in the race 1, learned out of the mistakes we did, and now full push and send it.
If you do get into the car for the second stint into P2, what will you do to get ahead?
Push, force them into a mistake, or just overtake. Yeah.
Good luck.
Thanks.
There is a master plan. You can't argue with that.
Yeah, it's quite one-track mind. I like it. Nice bit of dry humour as well, just trying to maybe take his focus on the stress that he will be feeling, because he knows in 25 to 35 minutes after this race starts, he will be getting in and bringing that car home, and he will have a good chance to determine what colour the medal is that car is going to take home.
Now, this man was the star of the qualifying race for Spain, Fernando Navarrete, who just charged and charged and charged, almost to the dismay of his co-driver, who leant over the pit wall and sort of pointed at his temples as if to say, just think about what you're doing. But having never raced that car before, Navarrete was a real gun. Yeah, he was a hot knife, wasn't he? And everyone else was his butter, and he sliced through really nicely. Did a nice celebration as well at the end of the race, parked up on the exit of turn 1 in front of the home crowd, obviously, for Team Spain, and gave that V10 a lovely rev. So, yeah, he seemed to be a doer, didn't he? You get some drivers that are quite passive, very calm, metronomic, whereas Navarrete seemed like he wanted to make a show, and I'm excited to watch him as well. And Spain, not just the host nation, but one of the ASNs, one of the nations that really does embrace the whole concept of FIA Motorsport games, whether it's up at the GT3 level or to the humble, in comparison, electric karting slalom. So for the Lithuanian team, the driver being strapped aboard is Arūnas Gečiauskas, and we can hear from the Spanish team. Let's go back down to join Antonia, who is with Jorge Cabezas, who will do stint 2 for Spain.
Jorge, what beautiful weather we have here for your home race. How special is it to be a Spanish driver at a Spanish weekend?
Oh, that's incredible to represent a Spanish team here on Spain, the FIA Motorsport Games, with all our fans. They push us to get the better result. Now we start from P4. I think we can go to the medals. Race before, Fernando have done a very good race. He have done a very good recovery in the final laps. Hope we can finish on the medals, and for sure on the gold ones.
I'm sure you'll be great. Now, we saw some pit signals during the qualifying race. What were those about?
The qualifying race was so difficult at the start because the track was a little bit wet. It was only one line dry. In the first stint, it was completely impossible to overtake. It was my stint, but I was driving with my head, pushing a little bit for the other ones to make he to have any errors. And then it works. They have got some track limits. They have some penalties, and like that we can improve and overtake some positions. And now is the final one, the important. Let's try to do our best.
All the best. Thank you very much.
Jorge Cabezas being interviewed. And this, what she was referring to in the pit signals, that was after Navarrete had blasted his way through the traffic. Instead of being happy that he'd gained a place, look at the frown. Jorge Cabezas, I think, felt that some of the energy was unnecessary for a qualifying race. What do you reckon? Yeah, interesting signal to throw to your teammate at 200 kilometres an hour as well. Indeed. So, yeah, if only we had a communication device where audio could be transmitted from the pits to the car, that would make life a little easier, wouldn't it? So there is the Ukraine entry that is going to be started here by Konstantin Gutsul, who dropped a little bit of pace, didn't he, in the second stint. It's going to be the bronze-graded driver in the bronze-silver pairings that will go first. I say that because Japan has 2 bronzes, but in theory, the quicker driver will be in for the second stint, but that's not to say that these drivers are slow, far from it. Hubert Haupt, go back to 1990, 1991, was part of the DTM Audi factory team, carried on racing for many seasons, went off to race single-seaters in America, and eventually called time on his career and built up his real estate business, came back to racing, and he's a shiny bronze, so very, very quick bronze driver. For China, That car dropped away also in the second stint, but Yaqi Zhang is going to start, and Yaqi Zhang will try to keep the car in the mix to then give way to Kang Ling, who did a really good job for China, keeping the car in the mix in the opening stint. Grid being cleared then. It's going to be a rolling start. Reminder, pit window 25 to 35 minutes, 56 seconds is the regulation pit stop time. We have represented Germany, Malaysia, Qatar, Spain, Chinese Taipei, Ukraine, Switzerland, Japan, Lithuania, China, France, United Kingdom. Gold medal 2 years ago, France. Eric Debard, who was part of that gold medal winning combination, is the start driver for this 1 hour GT race, at the end of which 3 medals will be awarded. So the drone hovers over the grid as now the cars are released, and the Mercedes AMG pace car, as it is, accelerates off down towards turn 1, and a last chance to get some warmth into the Pirelli tyres.
Yeah, no tyre ovens allowed. It's quite rare in GT3 world now not to be using any device to warm the tyres, so these drivers really having to work it hard. Then on the other end of the scale, there's a tyre pressure that the cars can't be below, so you want to get that as low as possible, because as the race goes on, the tyre pressure creeps up and it can go outside of its operating window quite easily.
United Kingdom on pole position, James Cottingham the driver. For Germany, on the outside of the front row, it is Hubert Haupt. On the second row of the grid, you will find Switzerland. Dexter Müller starts, and for Spain, it is Fernando Navarrete alongside. Then Lithuania, Arūnas Gečauskas is the starting driver, and for Ukraine, Konstantin Gutsul goes first. And a spin for Qatar. I'll come to them in a moment, because on the fourth row, China represented by Yaqi Zhang, and for France, it is Eric Debard. The spinning Qatar driver, Ibrahim Ali Al-Abdulghani, and for Chinese Taipei, it is Kuo Hin Ho. Then you've got Japan's Kai Nakanishi and Malaysia's Selim Rafiq to round out the grid. Now, Qatar should stay at the back of the grid because everybody had gone past the Porsche. In theory, therefore, it should start on the back of the grid, effectively its own row, rather than trying to retake the grid position. And looking into the distance, it's, I fear, doing the overtaking. So that should be a slap on the wrist at the very least for Qatar, shouldn't it?
Yeah, I think you can even see him flashing the headlights, trying to get his position back. But you're quite right, as soon as you drop to the back of the field, that is the position you must start in. So already a question for race control there before the lights have even been turned off and to green.
So the Qatar Porsche, it may be possible to communicate via the message line to say to the team to tell the driver start at the back. It may not be possible, and it may be decided that no, you've already committed the offence, so a penalty must come. We'll find out. The Qatar Porsche is absolutely immaculate. The colour scheme of the purple and the grey works so well on that. But up front, it is the red, white and blue of the UK taking on the black, red and yellow colours of Germany. And now they start to get themselves in that 2x2 Noah's Ark formation, ready for the rolling start. The pace car, as it is, will bail at the end of turn 14. Chinese Taipei Mercedes then rumbles into position on the outside look of Qatar's Porsche. Up they come to turn 14. For the nations, it is United Kingdom and Germany on the front row. For the brands, it is Ferrari and Mercedes. For the drivers, it is James Cottingham and Hubert Haupt. And the French Audi a little bit out of position in the middle of the road. That doesn't always go down well with race control. The lights on red on the gantry are about to change, and the medal-defining race for GT is go. Could get away by the Ferrari, and so for United Kingdom, James Cottingham tries to out-drag Germany. Hubert Haupt on the outside line tries to level with him into the braking zone, but Hubert Haupt can't get the race lead. So UK, Germany 1 and 2 as they sweep around turn 1. 1 and 2 run out wide, including Spain, including France. Germany to the inside for the race lead up at turn 2. And Germany tries to elbow up on the inside. Bit of contact between the two. Germany through. Hubert Haupt takes over the race lead, and that was a determined and a committed first couple of corners.
Great move from Germany there as we see Spain down the inside of the Ukraine. Interesting start from France, looked really aggressive. When the lights went out, they went nowhere. I think Chinese Taipei actually got a little contact on the rear because they expected the French car to go sooner than it did. In fact, China running a little bit wide now behind that French Audi, but great move from Germany to take the lead over the United Kingdom.
black and orange flags are being given to China and France. Now, that's normally a mechanical warning flag. So what that's all about on the first lap of the race, we'll try to research. It is black and orange rather than black and white, according to the message line. However, the leaders are coming up already out of turn number 11, and it is Germany in the lead as Switzerland goes a little bit wide there. Dexter Müller at the wheel of the Swiss Mercedes, and that brings Spain in the black and yellow and red Audi closer to the mix as they come now up towards turn 12. That's France versus China, and France just ahead at the moment. As for Germany, Hubert Haupt tries to build the lead on this opening lap.
Yeah, I can't see why they're getting a mechanical flag. Cars look okay, no smoke coming out the back, so have to see how that one plans out for them, both on the same sort of part of the track, but I can't see any logic there as we see the headlight flash from Spain on Switzerland. Looks like they've got some good pace. Pace is good for Germany. You can see the car twitch under braking tyres, still coming up to temperature. Remember, Spain looking for the cutback. Can they get the run on Switzerland into turn 2? Great overtaking opportunity, looking to the inside. Doesn't look like it's got speed, but Switzerland a little bit wide, then closes the door. Going to be side by side on exit potentially. Snap of oversteer wheels, windscreen wiper going. That's the button on the steering wheel. When the driver has a moment, can just catch that. So when he gets a chance, Navarrete will give that a flick to turn it off. Don't be fearful, there is no rain forecast for the next hour.
That's good news. Navarrete there, second gear. He'll grab third in a moment, and eventually, when he has a moment to breathe, he'll turn off the wiper. Then you've got Ukraine, Lithuania, France, China, Chinese Taipei behind in this long, long line of cars. Germany leading the way. 9/10 of a second was the margin. The top two escaping, but it's almost everybody else for third, isn't it? And look at this fight. China on the tail of France. Eric Debard for France. It is Yaqi Zhang for China. And the two of them together being reeled in again by Chinese Taipei's Kuo Chin Ho next up in the queue.
Yeah, still can't see any reason why they'd be getting the meatball flag at the moment. So they've just got to keep racing. Maybe the teams will go up and ask what the problem is. Spain looking to the inside, not really an overtaking opportunity, but a good chance to distract the car in front. But actually, Spain hit the apex curb and potentially lost more than they could have gained there. United Kingdom still 8/10 behind Germany, so not losing too much. Go on board with Spain, so close. Going to be hard to get a run out of the last corner. Look at these cars all grouping together. Who's got the top speed? We saw the Audi earlier really fast at the end of the straight, especially when Switzerland was stuck behind China in their Audi. China with that car on the far right, trying to get down the inside of France. They're still staying in the same position. Chinese Taipei having a much better showing so far at the start of this race.
To the inside line, Spain on Switzerland. Through for third place goes Spain. Switzerland tries to brave it out on the outside, but a really good pass by Spain. Through on the inside line goes Fernando Navarrete, and Switzerland drops down to fourth place. That Audi is flying, and Navarrete for Spain has got better and better and better every time we've seen him in the car.
Yeah, what can he do now? Can he close this gap and try and make it a three-car battle for the lead? But he's now promoted himself into the bronze position. Can he get a better colour than that? Looking at Ukraine, much stronger start to the race as well. At the end of that stint, we saw that car could still drop off the pace, but now looking good. But it is under attack from Lithuania from behind, and then to the inside for the Audi from France as well. We've got a real Audi battle pack here, haven't we? 4 different nations, all in the same car with 4 rings on the front.
Interesting, isn't it? Although the Audi R8 isn't really one of the favoured championship winning brands these days, it is still great for this type of racing where you can put customers into the car, but the teams have a wealth of knowledge of how to run it. It's user friendly. For an event like this, it is absolutely great. There is in China, or there used to be, the Audi R8 Cup. We've got an unofficial version of it here, look, in Europe, because the 4 of them, as Joe rightly says, are all together in a line. Diving now down towards turn 14. So riding on board with Lithuania. Up front, Germany extending the margin to 9/10 of a second and having also done the fastest lap of the race. But Ukraine about to lose a position possibly here. This is the run down towards turn 1, and the fight for 5th is going to stay just Ukraine's way, but up at turn 2 it could change again.
Tiny bit of contact, but racing instant so far. Still got the inside though, Lithuania to the inside, dives really well. Bit more contact, forces the Ukraine out, a bit more robust that time, but I still think it's on the caution side of fair. We will see what race control say. What's Lithuania got pace-wise? Ukraine need to settle. They need to stop the rut. They need to stop France getting through there. We still have no more information on those black and orange flags, sorry, for both France and China. So we'll just keep playing for now. The gap at the front staying the same. They are pulling away from Spain ever so slightly as well. So at the moment is a 2-horse race for gold in this race.
And James Cottingham is doing purple sectors on this lap as he tries to close the lead gap there. France on the tail of Ukraine. Ukraine, fending off China, fending off Chinese Taipei. So that four-way battle pack dropping down the hill now. Up front, it remains Germany ahead of United Kingdom. Hubert Haupt ahead of James Cottingham. A little bit wide goes Ukraine. France gets up the inside. Eric Dabar, the driver for France, but he couldn't really capitalise on that and wasn't able to get properly alongside. So he slots back in for turn 12. And Ukraine, with a better exit, just stretches the margin again. Yeah, but look how much Lithuania have pulled away. 1.5 seconds in under a lap already. And they're on the back of Switzerland. Dexter Muller now has another car to contend with, another Audi. And it looks like Lithuania have got the run on him at the moment. We saw the job done well by Spain. Very efficient overtake. Doesn't look like we've got enough speed riding on board at the moment with Lithuania. Look at the speed and the time we've been gaining to the inside. Is there enough room just up on the curb? Very fair from both drivers. As we see some contact in the back, China to the inside. I would guess that's France somewhere because they seem to be missing. And Chinese Taipei delayed as well. France has been delayed, but I think China is in the gravel on the inside there. Yellow flags obviously at turn 1. China is in the gravel, but not for much longer because fair play to Yaki Zhang. He's dug himself out, so the race will continue. There'll be a bit of gravel on the road for a lap or two, but sadly that's broken up what was a really good battle. Yeah, really good. It'll be interesting to see where they were. China were behind France, so I'd assume China's dived to the inside to try and overtake France contact, and both have gone different ways on the apex of turn 1. Not only is the Lithuania Audi flying, it's also now moved up past Switzerland as well. So Switzerland, Dexter Muller struggling a little bit at the minute. There's your lead gap. It's down to 7/10. James Cottingham for United Kingdom did the fastest lap of the race last time through. So the United Kingdom entry, the Ferrari, chasing after the Germany entered Mercedes. Hubert Haupt still leads the race, but there Chris Froggatt, who will take over the second place car, can see the gap diminishing. Do you remember at the start of the last race, Froggatt had a good start, but was quite consistent gap to Germany, and then suddenly the German car really dropped off of its pace towards the end of the stint. Wibbelhaus struggling. Is that happening again? That's Wibbelhaus there. He started strong, but his stint faded. Maybe it's a car issue, not a driver issue. Is this swinging in the favour of the United Kingdom and James Cottingham? The gap back to 8/10. It's ebbing and flowing. You can see on the graphic shown previously, it was only a 10th on the last lap, but it shows a trend. Is that trend going to keep going, or is it going to ebb and flow the other way? Riding on board here with James Cottingham. If you have a look on the right-hand side, you'll see Chris Froggatt, Jonathan Hui and Eddie Cheever's names, because those are the 3 regular drivers through GT World Challenge Europe in which this car runs. Add a different driver to the list on the outside of the car. It is James Cottingham, who is hustling on this Ferrari, and he's getting ever closer to Germany. So, third gear now grabbed, 4th, turn left. Down towards turn 8 they come, and the margin between them was down by about 1/10.5 within the first sector. So James Cottingham is very definitely keeping this car in the mix before you get to the Chris Froggatt and Finn Wiebelhaus fight into stint 2. Yeah, the AF Course, who run this Ferrari for United Kingdom, done a perfect job. I was just spying on his tyre pressures when we were on board. 1.7 bar across all 4. That is perfect. After 10 minutes of racing, they will start to stabilise. So they are really in the window. So if Germany haven't got their tyre pressures quite right, this is going to be a big deciding factor. The tyres are the only bit of the car that touch the ground. They're pretty important to generate lap time, and at the moment I think the Ferrari's got the advantage here. Look at the dash up to 4th, like you said. You can see the speed building and building all the way there. Ferrari's got great end of straight speed as well. Spain doing good, keeping that gap under 6 seconds. That stagnated a bit. Lithuania also seem to be bringing Spain back a little closer, but those gaps are staying quite similar. So James Cottingham for United Kingdom still having the fastest lap of the race to his credit, and the battle is on here for 5th. It's Switzerland versus Ukraine. That Switzerland Mercedes does not seem to have the get up and go that it did in the first race. I know it's a different start driver, but even so, Dexter Muller, one would have anticipated, given his experience, would be more of a match against Lithuania and Ukraine. Right now, he's having to work hard to hang on to a rather disappointing, by their standards, 5th place. Yeah, and the Ukraine car is catching him on the last lap, 3/10, 8/10 before, as we see Ivan Peklin there looking in on the teammate driving the Ukraine car, looking good. I think both of these drivers probably had a bit of coaching. Yannick Meckler there, the teammate, will be talking to Dexter Muller, just saying, just calm it down, just bring it back. He did a great job, didn't he, in his stint? So I think as long as that car can stay somewhere in this top 5, top 6, there's a chance they can still get an overall podium and a medal for Switzerland. Now the gap stretches marginally through this sequence of corners. For the race lead, incidentally, Hubert Haupt for Germany, the race leader, he's just doing purple sectors, so pushing on to try to get away from the United Kingdom entry. Well, he might be pushing on in the first sector, but he's only 0.06 of a second quicker. So here you can see what the gap is, and it's not very much at all. Last time over the line, it was 0.7 of a second, and this time as the leaders go by, heading into turn one, it's just over half a second. So the United Kingdom Ferrari is looking the stronger of the two.
Yeah, track limit warnings coming. Everyone's picking up one, but the first black and white, so the first serious track limit warning goes to Spain. So already they're on their last life. One more misdemeanor for the rest of this race, 48 minutes. They will get a 5-second penalty. Remember, we saw some of those 5 seconds being served in the pit stops. The car couldn't be touched. So maybe Spain need to have a bit of a chat to Navarrete and just tell him to think, point to their head, and just make him calm down and make him realise this is an endurance race. Relax.
Right now, though, far from relaxed. Germany, Hubert Haupt, the driver, and there, down the pit road, comes France. Now, that is Eric Debarn, and he's got a problem by the look of it, because he's going to arrive at the pit box. And the gold medal winner 2 years ago could be out of the race here. He was struggling a little bit. The car didn't have much grunt in the first race either.
No, I'm just thinking they still had the black and orange flag, as did China. And I saw the Pirelli technician go very quickly to the car. I wonder if the FIA checked the pressures on the grid and they were below the minimum. I'm speculating massively here. I'm just trying to think why they had a black and orange and then they've been able to be released. If it's the only logic I can apply to such an early mechanical failure flag when there's no obvious mechanical failure.
Well, let's see, therefore, whether China comes in as well for the same issue to respond to a black and orange. So the black and white flag flashing on the gantry there is the driving standards flag. Leaders go by, and the margin 0.7 of a second then. Germany hanging on to that race lead through turn one. And James Cottingham for the United Kingdom is tucked up behind, but possibly content to sit there and let Chris Froggatt, the regular driver, the more experienced driver of this car, take the fight to Germany in the second stint.
Remember how distraught Hubert Haupt was after the race with how much time they lost in the pit stop. So maybe Cottingham and Froggatt know they've got the faster driver change, so they don't need to win this race on track. Maybe Germany practice a little bit more in between the two races, but it's a huge deciding factor in GT racing is how quick and efficient you can make your pit stop and driver change.
Race leaders then accelerate up towards the turn 7 kink, and we are heading towards that pit window. Got about 11 more minutes. So the GT3 category has what's called the balance of performance that equates the different engines, different aspirations of the cars in terms of turbo or normally aspirated, tries to equate them as best it can. There is a BOP for this weekend, and that is why the cars are so evenly matched for the race lead. And here also for 5th and 6th, Mercedes versus Audi. Now, the other significant Mercedes you saw go wide there, coming out of turn 10 into 11, and that was Germany. Hubert Haupt at the wheel a bit. That brings United Kingdom a little bit. And so the cars now make that run up towards the right-hander of turn 12. So you've got there Switzerland. Behind is Ukraine. And as they go through turn 12, Ukraine's Audi rattles out wide over the curb. Up now towards turn 13 they come and make the run into 14 up towards the end of the lap. So you've got Germany and the United Kingdom with the gap 0.4 of a second now for the race lead down towards turn 1. They have gone. In turn, they are the best part of 7 seconds up the road from Spain. 4th, Lithuania, and then this is the fight for 5th. Ukraine's Ivan Peklin looks on, sitting next to Wolfgang Land, whose team operates that car. So Peklin will do the second stint. He'll take over from Konstantin Gutsul. And Gutsul at the minute on the back of Muller. This is turn 2. Speed building again as they wriggle their way now through 3 and 4, and then a short straight up towards turn 5. The Valencia circuit, one of these real sort of paperclip jobs where take a rectangle and then fold as much of the circuit in as you can, so you've got this constant switchback of corners.
Yeah, as a driver as well, it's pretty intense. There's not really much time to relax as we see China coming in, the other car along with France. Let's just see what happens here. This is for a mechanical failure. What are the teams doing? It is a Pirelli check on the tyre pressure. So I'm going to stay with my first guess that when Pirelli checked these minimum pressures on the grid, they were under. Now they're checking them in race conditions to make sure they adhere to the rules of being above the minimum pressure of 1.4 bar. The team's also checking their pressures and their way they go, but yeah, you can see the gravel still coming out of that car for its trip into the gravel at turn number 1.
So they have responded to that black and orange flag, therefore, by coming into the pit lane. The black and orange means mechanical problem of which you may not be aware. Come to the pit lane. So they're aware of it now, and the tyre pressure's checked and sorted. The lead battle goes on. We're getting closer to that pit window. Half a second between the pair of them. Hubert Haupt for Germany has never really been able to escape up the road, has he?
And just starting to come back to Kottering as we perfectly timed go to the graphic. 2 tenths, 3 tenths, 1 tenth, swinging that way and this way. Kottering taking the biggest chunk on lap 9, 3 tenths gained back. That gap now down to 5 tenths of a second. Starting to look like Kottering has got the chance to maybe mount an attack. Does he want to mount an attack? 8.5 minutes until the pit window. I expect both cars to pit as early as possible to hand over to their faster graded drivers. Either way, it's going to be a great second half of the race.
You could see how late on the brakes United Kingdom were there going up towards the hairpin. This is the battle for 8th, the Porsche from Qatar. No penalty looming for its start either, as far as we're aware. That's not even been looked at after the spin and retaking its grid position, which is interesting. They're going through is Japan. So this is the 8th and 9th battle. Qatar ahead of Japan, Porsche ahead of Ferrari.
Yeah, Japan has reeled in that Qatar Porsche quite quickly, hasn't it, over the last 3 laps. Big snap of oversteer as we first saw it leaving turn 2, so obviously pushing on hard. Japan were running pretty high in the first race, as high as 5th, I think, at one place. So it'll be interesting to see if they can rekindle that form in the second half, at the moment being slightly compromised by the Qatar Porsche. But to be fair, the Qatar Porsche is getting good exits. Such a good car for an amateur driver. That Porsche gives a lot of confidence on exit. The engine hanging over the rear axle gives the car lots of traction.
And for Japan, it is Kai Nakanishi looking for a way past the Porsche, closing up at turn 12. They flick through that right-hander, then that long left of turn 13 that in turn loops you back down to the end of the lap. The Valencia circuit then, playing host to the FIA Motorsport Games for the first time, joining the rest of the region, accommodating the roads for the rally, and the Porsche out wide loses the place. Japan ahead of Qatar then, coming up to the line. That, therefore, is the change now for 8th place. Japan goes 8th at the expense of Qatar, and of course behind with those pit stops you've got Malaysia up into 10th at the expense of France and China. It could barely be closer for the race lead. James Cottingham has not yet found a way by, but he's certainly not just prepared to sit there.
No, really not. They have got Team China in front as well. I think they could come into play potentially just before the pit stops. Very different lines there at turn 11. Typically go for a late apex, but Hubert Haupt in front fired it in early. He's still got a good exit, so that Mercedes is still giving him some good pace, especially out the corners. Rides the curb very well, that Mercedes. I think the Qatar Porsche just went wide and deep into 14, and there we can see Froggatt ready to take over for the United Kingdom. Time penalty for car number 22, our first penalty of the race. That's Chinese Taipei, currently in 7th place. That time will be added in the pit stop. And yeah, the Mercedes just pulling away slightly by the end of the lap.
So Chinese Taipei with a time penalty, running 7th at the moment, and we are round about now 6 minutes off that pit window opening. Up at turn 2, lead gap down. Germany still ahead of United Kingdom. It's Spain 3rd, but Spain not lapping quite as quickly as these two, even though they are close, even though possibly that Ferrari is being ever so slightly held up. Still their pace better than Spain in 3rd spot. So the hard work is going to be done then by Jorge Cabezas when he gets into the car for Spain in that 2nd stint. Spain, the medal table leader at the moment. More competitions being decided on this Saturday of the FIA Motorsport Games, but the medal table still headed by Spain from Italy and then Turkey. United Kingdom 4th in that table, and right now 2nd in the GT race, and right on the tail of Germany as they wriggle their way again on now towards turn 10.
Yeah, again, very different lines in turn 11. The Mercedes able to keep it much tighter. Costing swinging out. Doesn't look like he's got an overall pace advantage to make a move, but he is giving this car the best chance of pitting right behind and making it a pit stop race, because I do think both are going to pit on the same lap. Let's ride down the hill into turn 14. How's the car looking for Cottingham? Any oversteer on the way in? Yes, as he touches the curb. Gets it to the apex though. How's the exit? A little loose. Big snap of oversteer. You can see the lights flashing, indicating the traction control is there. What's our top speed like? Mercedes slightly getting smaller, so top speed looking better for the Mercedes at this point. Now stagnating, open the corner up into turn 1, get to the apex, get rid of any understeer, pick the throttle up, stay legal on exit. He was more legal than Hal, but I think Hal was just about on the white line. A hairpin here, so you want to V the corner off, go in deep, rotate the car, full throttle, flap through this little kink at 3, but use all of the curb, because that lets you be further to the left as you brake for 4. Again, you can really abuse the curb here on the inside, all 4 wheels. It seems to be getting away with that track limit-wise, but Mercedes really strong on traction. Just looks a little traction limited, this Ferrari. Let's check how it looks coming out of turn number 6. See if we've got any wheel spin. Rolls in great speed, catches the car, but then just has that slight rotation. Doesn't seem to lose too much time, but the Mercedes just pulling away ever so slightly in a straight lane. Hard on the brakes. Can have a double apex here, so don't worry about running wide, because you can rotate it in. Out really wide here. Use all of the curb through this very far chicane at 9 and 10. Hard on the brakes, and this is where we've been seeing the line difference of the Mercedes in tight and the Ferrari out wide, and it seems to favour the Mercedes more, in my opinion. It's the only corner where I think we're losing time is on board with the United Kingdom car. Everywhere else, I think the Mercedes is slightly slower, apart from turn number 11, but it does look like it's a pretty fair fight thus far in this stint.
And that hairpin you were talking about, down to first gear for United Kingdom, the Ferrari, James Cottinger, then up towards the line, out wide Germany, but just about gets away with that. And the team manager of France being summoned to the stewards in race control immediately. That is never good news. So France team manager is going to be called before the race officials. Leaders go by with another 3 minutes before they can think about bailing for the pit lane. And as you made the point earlier on, they're heading up onto the tail of Team China. Lappery is possible. Yeah, they've got to do at least 2 more full laps before they can pit in the pit window. So yeah, Team China are going to come into play here. They'll still be pushing on, quite rightly, Team China, so they won't have full focus just on their rearview mirror. Just because they're in last place doesn't mean they've given up. So could potentially trip someone up, and as the leader you're always the one opening the door, so it's your job to make sure there isn't contact. That's where being behind is much nicer, and you can just go for whatever gap may appear. Down towards turn 8 again comes United Kingdom, chasing Germany. Slightly tighter line by the Ferrari compared to the Mercedes of the German nation. And now down towards turn 10, the kink, 11, the hairpin. They come. Again, up the curve goes the Ferrari. That wider approach. Germany's going to go a little bit deep into the corner again. A tighter line by the Ferrari. And again, it doesn't really favour United Kingdom. Germany hanging on to that race lead, but they are getting closer to China, aren't they, to put a lap on that Audi. Yeah, great illustration from the drone there. We know it was a line difference from what we've seen, but that really showed they're almost different at every aspect of turn 11. And I just think if Cottingham could maybe mirror the German car for 1 lap, yes, they're different cars, engines in different places, but it seems to be working, and I would give that a bit of a chance, because we're just getting to the end of this stint, so we've got to finish this lap, but the pit window will open by the time they finish this lap. So are they going to catch China? Are they both going to box on this first opportunity? I think they will. Cottingham looks like he's got some easy pace, not even having to use all of the track on the exit like Hal in front. So Germany hanging on to that race lead, but in just over a minute's time they'll be able to get the stop out of the way, and we'll see which is the better drilled pit crew. Both squads so experienced in terms of pit stop style racing, whether it's in 1 hour races like this or longer in the different endurance championships for GT cars that exist. So the lead gap next to nothing at all then, as they run now nose to tail once more around the back part of the circuit, coming out of turn 6 now, the race leaders. Still Team China just up the road ahead. The window will open in over half a minute's time, so they should be able to pit this time. Hubert Haupt for Germany, James Cottingham for United Kingdom, still absolutely together. And in fact, it's going to be a very good lap on which to pit, because not only are they closing on China, but also there is another car just up the road as well, and it is Malaysia, so it stops them having to worry about back markers. I think Switzerland is due in as well. Malaysia has been caught by China and being impeded slightly. That is a battle for position. The leaders are bearing down on all of this, and it could get very leery indeed. And remember, those cars can also pit, so pit entry could be very busy, not just with the leaders, but some of those back markers. What are they going to do?
I think that everyone's going to dive to the pit lane, are they not? It's a late call from 3 of them. It looked like Malaysia stayed out. Is Germany going to be impeded by China? Nose to tail coming to the line. Don't have any damage. There's a bit of a clunk there just as we cut away from the forward-facing camera, and I saw Cottingham's head dive forward. Hopefully it was just his own brakes slowing him down, starting to loosen the belts. You can loosen, you cannot undo. He'll turn to the right. He'll then stop, undo the belts, undo the window now, undo the radio, door open, and the large, tall frame of Chris Froggatt. It struggles to get in, but he gets in that car quickly, and I think it could be a pit stop race between the two nations.
Right, so Germany struggled on the pit stop in the qualifying race. That's United Kingdom then, and James Cottingham gets out now. One of those less haste, more speed situations there for Germany. Hubert Haupt helping to strap in Finn Wiebelhaus. The pit crews have got to cycle these cars around as quickly as they can. They don't need to change tyres, maybe adjust the pressures. They don't need to refuel. So the Ferrari for United Kingdom is set, ready to go. Door already closed on the Mercedes then. Remember, it's 56 seconds line to line, and Germany's on the move. So the Mercedes blasts away. And where is the Ferrari in all of this? It's not yet moving. So Germany hangs on to the lead. The Ferrari is being released, but there's a problem. It won't go. It stalls. It fires. Time loss. United Kingdom loses time in the pits, and suddenly Germany has a big, big gap.
Swings the other way. That Ferrari doesn't have a clutch pedal, so you can't blame the driver. That looked like a systems error, and the Ferrari should just press a button, select the gear, and slam the throttle down. And you could hear the slam, but then the clutch didn't know what to do. So I think Froggatt probably had to cycle something there to get it to go. But that is a big, big problem, and that is a real shame for the United Kingdom.
It is indeed. So it's going to make an intriguing second stint, that is for sure. 33 minutes are on the clock. Spain, in the meantime, stays out. So over the timing line now comes Fernando Navarrete, who is the driver for the opening stint for Spain, and that car notionally takes over the race lead. Others cycling through after the pit stop, but it is on the road, the race now being led by Spain. But in real terms, Germany, having got the stop out of the way, clear of the United Kingdom, and a gap that was never more than tenths, may well be a few seconds come the end of this lap.
Yeah, I think it's going to be 2.5, 3 seconds minimum. They lost so much time. The German pit stop so efficient. We saw how much time they lost in race 1. They definitely practiced in between the 2 races, and that was really, really good job by Team Germany. Spain now have to push on the way in. Lithuania in the background in the other black Audi there, has really had a strong stint, and I think that could be another race building in the second half, Lithuania versus Spain.
Indeed so, and the battles that we saw in the earlier race now from the first stint should, in a sense, come alive in the second. It's the same drivers, but in some cases they've got some gaps to make up. One interesting car is going to be Switzerland, isn't it, when Dexter Müller gives way to Yannick Mettler. That has now served its stop, so Switzerland will be one to watch. Over the line has gone Germany, and 3.3 seconds the margin, Germany to United Kingdom now. That's the leader, that's Spain, but remember, this car owes us a pit stop, so it'll be due in within the next few minutes.
Yeah, we should get a great shot, shouldn't we, as the leaders pit from the road. We'll see potentially Germany and the United Kingdom coming down the pit straight, and we can see if Spain have done enough to close that gap. It was 8 seconds before the pit stop. They're staying out. They're going very long. Lithuania does box, so a completely different strategy here from what we're used to seeing with bronze-started drivers normally pitting early, but Spain doing slightly different, and we see France in the pit lane again.
Yeah, whether there is anything else in the system for France, given that the team manager had to go to the stewards, we'll find out. But Eric Debar gives way then now, and into the car will get Paul Everard. So the car will be yet faster as the Sansalon team, the French squad, turns that car around in the pit stop. So there is Finn Wiebelhaus now for Germany, and behind it is Chris Froggatt for the UK, who has just done an absolute best Sector 1, and a personal best is looming in Sector 2. So this is looking good as far as United Kingdom is concerned. Straight away, an angry Chris Froggatt is clawing back some of that lost time and taking the battle to Germany. Over the line they come now. So let's see what the gap is. 3.3 seconds last time, Germany to United Kingdom, and this time 2 seconds.
But black and white flag, car 93, they're on their final track limit warning. So Froggatt obviously used that up on that lap to catch up. Good to get the gap down, bad to have no more lives left with track limits for the rest of this race.
Chris Froggatt has done the fastest lap of the race and is hustling on as Spain, still due its pit stop, approaches the halfway point with just a second or so now to go, and another lap done by Fernando Navarrete. You get the feeling he enjoys racing this car. Comes over the line, so Spain staying out there for as long as possible, trying to build up that margin if possible and hang on to a medal place. It's not going to be a win in the race, I doubt, but bronze is a real possibility.
Yeah, time for 3 more laps if they want to use it. His pace has been good, but I do think that's potentially going to drop them behind Lithuania, just because Lithuania have done 4 more laps with their faster graded driver. So we're on board again with Froggatt. A slightly tighter line than Kottering into 11, but still not as tight as the Mercedes we saw earlier. It'll be interesting to see any differences that we can spot. Not using as much entry curb here into T12. Picks the throttle up early, makes the car run a little bit wide. I think we need a bit more patience there from the United Kingdom. Down the hill into 14. Do we use the entry curb like Kottering does? No, he doesn't. That's why we don't get the snap of oversteer. Car looks a bit calmer on exit as well, as we see Jorge ready to get in for his stint. You know it's in the next 3 minutes and 58 seconds.
Jorge Cabezas there to take over for Spain, which currently leads by 55 seconds, but a pit stop is 56, so it's going to lose the lead, and it's going to drop to 3rd, I would suggest, by the time the stop is done, because Wiebelhaus to Froggatt here, Germany to United Kingdom, is down to 1.4 seconds. Well, earlier on, remember, the Ferrari could not find a way past the Mercedes, but Finn Wiebelhaus is going to be asked to hang on under huge pressure for the best part of, what, 26 minutes by the time Chris Froggatt gets onto his tail?
Yeah, and Froggatt really just can't afford a penalty. I've said it already, but the team will be telling him that the 5 seconds that just gets added on will really hurt. You're right with the 55-second gap, but that isn't equating for the slowing down and speeding up as well. So I think it will be a bigger gap than that alludes.
Time penalties for track limits are now coming. Qatar has copped one, and also China. Kang Ling. So those are cars that are 9th and 11th being given 5-second penalties, and they'll have to be applied at the end of the race. And again, the differing lines that Germany and the United Kingdom take through turn 11 prevalent as they accelerate now along that short straight towards turn 12. But Chris Froggatt is now, for the United Kingdom, absolutely on the back of Finn Wiebelhaus for Germany, and the battle for what is in real terms the race lead is now well and truly alive.
Yeah, just trying to work out where I think Froggatt has got the best chance. Close a lot on the brakes there into 14. Wiebelhaus now will be really looking in his mirrors, trying to stay calm. The big advantage for Germany is the straight line speed here really takes away any opportunity, I think, for the Ferrari to overtake into turn 1, because it just stretches its legs, that Mercedes, so efficiently. Look at the gaps, 1.2, 6 tenths, then 9 tenths on the last lap as well. This is game on. I was about to say, when will the headlight flash game come? And there it is. That's our first instance of trying to put the pressure on Germany.
And a 10-second penalty for France for speeding in the pit lane. That was why the team manager had to go and see the stewards. So that was from Eric Dabard's stint. Meanwhile, this is getting very toey indeed, isn't it? There's almost contact between the two that time around as Germany fends off United Kingdom. But if Finn Wiebelhaus is going to do this for another 26 3/4 minutes, he is going to have really a medal, isn't he? So together they run. There's confirmation on the graphic of the penalty for France. At certain parts of the circuit, that Mercedes just stretches its legs a little bit, but the Ferrari so late on the brakes for United Kingdom.
I just think the Mercedes must be using its tyres more. It just seems to drop off so quickly. And the Ferrari just metronomic with its pace, and its roles reversed here now. The Mercedes having to run wide round 11 as we finally see Spain pit. That is a great stint by Navarrete. First time in the car, like we've said, getting out of the car super fast as well.
Also, fastest lap of the race, now Switzerland. Yannick Mettler is one of his missions. So Switzerland running 5th at the moment, but it might shake out differently after the pit stops. Certainly looking very rapid indeed, partly because Chris Froggatt cannot go any quicker because he's stuck now. The United Kingdom driver absolutely trapped behind Germany.
Yeah, it's going to be frustrating for Froggatt. Whenever you're in a car that doesn't have the straight line speed, you just feel like you're bottled up as we see Spain leaving. Looks like it's a comfortable 3rd. Was that Lithuania just coming out the last corner? I think it was, yeah, the 71 car. So it will be pretty equidistant, I think, between 2nd place and 4th place once Spain get up to speed. But yeah, Mettler is pushing hard at the moment. Big slide as well from Froggatt. Really happy. Team Spain there. Good job all round.
Fernando Navarrete's a great character, isn't he? He has had a big smile on his face all weekend. He's loved driving that Audi, and he'll be frustrated he can't drive it again, I think, this weekend. Meantime, a frustrated Chris Froggatt hasn't yet unsettled Finn Wiebelhaus, who has just got to be the world's biggest sponge, really, for 26 minutes and soak up all of this pressure. Chris Froggatt right there on his tail, and Finn Wiebelhaus, for the moment, has not made a mistake. I'm not suggesting he won't at some point, because it really is absolutely intense pressure, but Wiebelhaus is doing a good job thus far.
Yeah, Froggatt just needs to hope there's a hole big enough in that sponge that he can put a 296 GT3 car through, and I think that is going to be the opportunity. I would actually be saying to Chris Froggatt here, if I was his team, just turn the traction control up a little, look after the rear tyre. He's working it too hard every corner for no need. You're not going to make the overtake this easy. Just sit on the bumper of that Mercedes from Germany and just be ready to pounce when there's an apex missed from that Mercedes, and then that's your opportunity to strike. He just looks a bit nervy and a bit panicky. There's 24 minutes, just relax.
Here they come up towards the timing line then. So Germany up front, over the line goes Wiebelhaus. Behind him is Froggatt, and that, remember now, with 0.481 of a second between them, is the proper lead battle. We've got Ukraine in strife, incidentally, having just run wide over at turn 12 and off the road, but they are still in the race, but very definitely in the race, these two nations who have dominated the GT discipline this weekend. Germany and United Kingdom, absolutely nose to tail.
Gap's grown a little bit again, though, and again Froggatt now just starting to have to work harder on the wheel. Is he now starting to use his tyres up, potentially like the Mercedes a little bit more? Gets a face full of dust kicking up from the apex there at turn number 5. Rotate the car in. Still, we know the strengths and weaknesses of these cars. We're going to see the Mercedes pull away now, but it's the brake, it's really the brake zone, sorry for the Ferrari, that's super strong. Costering looking on, not looking best pleased, and I think that'll probably be because of the pit exit where the car just didn't go, and then I think that was their chance to potentially get the easy overtake on Germany, was in the pit lane.
Another penalty given to France for track limits, and a penalty for United Kingdom for track limits. Number 93, 5-second penalty. So Chris Froggatt has, I'm afraid, copped a 5-second penalty, and as James Cottingham looks on, if he's seen that message, he will start to process it. I'm not convinced he's seen it, but he will now, because it is on the television pictures that he's looking at rather than just on the timing screen. So this car, second on the road, has a penalty, and now, look, the message has got through to James Cottingham.
Yeah, facial expression change there, wasn't it? I'm not surprised. I would be peeved too if I were you, James. So the only opportunity now, what do? You force Germany into a track limit penalty and make it 5 seconds, and then you can still win it on the road. Do you think Wiebelhaus is going to do that? I don't think so. He's been looking very calm, hasn't been throwing that car around too much. Every time we're looking at from behind, he looks like he's in control of it. I think the United Kingdom have thrown away a good opportunity of a gold medal.
Well, Chris Froggatt is still hustling on, but the problem that he faces is if he makes another transgression. You know, for example, France has got this penalty as well and is still racking up track limit warnings. So, you know, that's not the end of the story. You touched on this earlier on in the weekend at the FIA Motorsport Games. You get a 5-second penalty. That doesn't then wipe the slate clean. You get any more infractions and the scale goes up.
Yeah, it's normally a different sport, isn't it, between these two teams, penalties decide it, but it seems like we're haunted in motorsport also with the penalties for the United Kingdom car.
Well, we should be well used to taking them, even if not benefiting from the outcome, but nose to tail they run. Germany and United Kingdom then together as they drop now through the right-hander out of turn 11. Finn Wiebelhaus, you've got to say, is doing a really mighty job of keeping that Ferrari at bay. United Kingdom's Chris Froggatt runs a little bit wide at turn 12, rattles it up over the curb, and James Cottingham is looking ever more pensive now, not only because they haven't got the lead, but also because they've got to then try and pull away by 5 seconds to negate that penalty.
Yeah, at the moment they're okay, aren't they? 7 seconds ahead of Spain, but yeah, that could change as well, and then suddenly your silver becomes bronze, and at one point you thought it was going to be gold, so that is the emotion of a racing driver, how quickly it can change.
So there's the lead battle. Now, while all this is going on, Spain third, but a further 8 seconds back. Fourth is Lithuania, fifth Switzerland, and sixth Ukraine. United Kingdom, again, oh, so close. And this is another great little battle on track. Looking further up the road, the back markers, you've got there Qatar and France and China all squabbling, and that is for position, because even though the two Audis have had to serve penalties, then they're having a good fight amongst themselves, and they're being caught by the lead battle. So here they come, and the fight ahead 9th, 10th and 11th. Qatar, France and China absolutely together.
I wonder if Froggatt could get past with 20 minutes to go. Could he pull 5 seconds on Germany? I think not, but again, that's another option, potentially get the gold. The other options are going to catch this battle pack, I think, before the end. Bit of contact there, maybe on the back. You can see a bodywork flapping on the French car as well. Shouldn't be too performance limiting in that, but they're battling hard and fair at the moment. But yeah, I think this could get involved in the lead battle as well.
Which is still Germany versus United Kingdom. It's the lead battle behind this on the road. Remember, France has had a penalty. China has had a penalty in terms of that stop earlier on for the black and orange flag. Almost contact France on Qatar. China out wide. That's Kang Ling against Paul Everard. The two Audis. China around the outside. The leaders are in the background, look. And China moves ahead of France on the way down towards turn 1. So China goes 10th and goes 9th under braking on the inside line. So Kang Ling released. Remember how quick he was in the qualifying race, and now with a clear racetrack ahead of him, he's on a mission. France on a mission as well. Paul Everard, the driver, on the inside there to get past Qatar in the Porsche. And the race leaders overall bearing down on all of this. It's still Germany ahead, but only just. The lead gap was less than 4 tenths over the line.
Great moves by China there. 2 places in 2 corners. Qatar just placing that Porsche in an awkward place, blocking well from France. Fair, but just asking the question of France, how much do you want it? They don't need to dive out of the way. They will get the blue flag, but they are in their own battle. So they're always told to hold the racing line and make the faster cars go round you. And around here at Valencia, that off racing line is very dirty, so it could be very interesting to see how the leaders play this.
So Wiebelhaus for Germany, Froggatt for United Kingdom. We're currently working lap number 26. We've got just about 18.5 minutes, give or take, to go. And Wiebelhaus will be mindful of that traffic. He's also very mindful of that Ferrari behind, so he can cover that off. But, of course, corner by corner, he's getting closer to this battle. France ahead of Qatar now, and on the lights is Wiebelhaus. Now, this is where Chris Froggatt may be able to capitalise. He's done more racing in his career than has Finn Wiebelhaus. He's done a lot of long-distance racing, a lot of races where there are different classes and you're having to thread your way through the traffic. Germany a bit stuck here, look, coming onto the pit straight. This, though, could be Wiebelhaus's chance to use all of the grunt and go of that Mercedes and try and get through the traffic. Certainly he wants to get past that Porsche, which is dropping away from France right now. Can the Mercedes make its move? Germany to the inside into turn 1. The United Kingdom goes through as well. So Wiebelhaus not impeded, but he doesn't benefit.
Yeah, Qatar did a great job there. They weren't actually getting any blue flags there, so they looked in the mirror and decided they should back out of it. But I do think they're going to catch France and potentially China. Maybe interesting on their pace and a bit of clear air again. Wiebelhaus has survived the first test there, but I think the French car will be more interesting because the pace is a bit higher, so the overtake won't be as easy.
What's that saying about it only takes 2 cars to make a race? It's been a fantastic battle, race long, hasn't it, between Germany and United Kingdom, Mercedes and Ferrari, and right now Finn Wiebelhaus ahead of Chris Froggatt. In 3rd place, it is Spain, dropping away lap by lap, in fairness. Even though these two have got traffic, even though these two are squabbling, they're still lapping faster than Jorge Cabezas for Spain. But a bronze medal beckons for the home nation. We look down from the drone, again, down to turn 11, the different line that the Germany and United Kingdom entries take, but Wiebelhaus has a bigger gap coming off the corner.
Yeah, and another gap closing, just looking down, is Switzerland behind Lithuania, now down to 0.3 of a second, so Mettler potentially going to be up to 4th in the next few laps. Froggatt still pushing on, bit of a gap to the Mercedes, sorry. That needs to be as close as possible because that puts so much more pressure on the driver when they catch that French car. If he's closer, they don't get the opportunity to back out of a move. They have to strike, otherwise they will be overtaken themselves. So I think this is what Froggatt needs to knuckle down now, this first part of the lap, as we go to that battle I alluded to. Switzerland all over the back of Lithuania. Can you get the run? We saw they had a bit of a straight line advantage at times on the headlight flasher. Lithuania pulling away, if anything. You can see the gap coming down and down over the last 3 laps. Doesn't look like he's going to get him into turn number 1. We've got so much action to watch here. It's quite frenetic.
Indeed so. So this is for 4th. Remember, Lithuania versus Switzerland, and Yannick Mettler, the Swiss driver, again goes to the inside. You get the feeling in this it is going to be when, not if, he gets through, whereas life is a bit tougher for Chris Froggatt. But Yannick Mettler was really, really quick in his stint in the qualifying race. Now, that's not to say that Jonas Karklis for Lithuania is a slow driver, because he's doing a good job at the moment of doing decent lap times and also hanging on to that place. The Lithuanian Audi then accelerating up towards turn 5. The leaders have just caught the gap down a little bit between the two. So United Kingdom coming back at Germany, but Jonas Karklis, who's been racing in the German-based GT Championship this season, has got Switzerland's Yannick Mettler right up behind him. This is turn 8 that they're coming into, and were Mettler to get by, he might be able to do something about Spain before the end of the race. So it's important that he gets on with the programme here. He's fully aware of that. Race leaders are over at turn 13. This is coming out of turn 11 now for the 4th and 5th place battle, and Switzerland again thinks about the inside, but it is not an easy track around which to overtake. Up through turn 12 they go. The lead gap, incidentally, as they have just gone over the timing line, is now 0.4 of a second, and Yannick Mettler for Switzerland crawling all over the back of Lithuania. The Audi repels the Mercedes AMG. They come up towards the timing line. Is this the part of the racetrack that favours the Mercedes? First of all, he's got to pull back, what, 2-3 lengths? Over the line they come. Mettler for Switzerland thinks about the inside line, but he just did not get there in time. So that Audi has got a good turn of speed here.
Yeah, it's doing really well, holding off the Swiss car. The other interesting bit, the lead battle, just looking out the window, they've actually cleared the French back marker, so that won't come into play for the two leaders. They were 0.6 of a second faster than the China car in front, so that might come into play. But remember, United Kingdom with that 5-second penalty, I think this is now getting less and less likely as we cut back to them. You can see the French car in the background that got out the way for these two, so didn't come into consideration to help the United Kingdom try to get past this car. Remember how much pace Chris Froggatt had and caught up to Germany, but hasn't been able to do anything since apart from get a 5-second penalty.
And get frustrated, I guess, as well, that he can't find a way through. The team may or may not yet have communicated that penalty to him. Were he to get the lead, they might say, right, come on, Chris, now you've got to push by a further 5 seconds. But right now, it is Germany being given a penalty as well. So that negates it all, doesn't it, in a sense, because you add 5 seconds to both of these. So it's going to be whoever crosses the line first. James Cottingham has a rueful laugh at that. Anything you can do, we can do. So Germany, the penalty now is irrelevant to a degree. It's going to be whichever car crosses the line first.
Yeah, they've both hit the post, so who's going to score and get it in the net now? I would have thought the team had told Chris Froggatt in the United Kingdom he had a penalty. Now they'll be telling him he got another penalty. Is that going to re-energise him to mount another attack? There's the gap to the China car. Maybe it won't come into play. Pace being really, really good of Ling, so they might not get it. Look how well-placed car that is. Can he get to the inside here? The gap is open. Is there going to be contact? Yes, there is. Where's it going to go? They swap positions. There was contact, and my first view of it was the same as James Cottingham. I think I would be happy with that as a driver. I think he was alongside enough. Yes, there was contact, but I think he was there at the apex.
So the United Kingdom takes over the lead of the GT main race, and Chris Froggatt now just has to stay ahead. Both of these cars have a 5-second penalty, so it kind of cancels out the other. So now it is up to Finn Wiebelhaus, if he can, to try to get back in front. 12 minutes on the clock, and a very happy James Cottingham watching from the pit lane. Now we'll see Chris Froggatt, who knows this car inside out, trying to get away. Wiebelhaus now on the lights, trying to distract Froggatt. But in the earlier race, Chris Froggatt was able to make good progress away from that Mercedes, and I suspect the same is going to happen here. So it was a bold move, but Chris Froggatt was very definitely re-energised, wasn't he? And was able to force his way up on the inside. So Chris Froggatt takes the race lead, but he's had another track limit warning. So he's not out of the woods yet, because he's now on 6 track limit warnings.
So he's got 2 more, I believe. Then it'd be a 10-second penalty, so 5 seconds more than the Germany car behind. It'd be good to see a replay again. My initial reaction was that it was a fair move. Why do I think that? I felt like the United Kingdom car was on the apex curve of turn number 5. If you're there, where else can you go? He was alongside enough for it to be a legitimate move, and I think Germany just about gave enough room, then closed the door towards the end. That was my initial reaction. Let's watch the replay and see if it backs up. We go on board. This is going to be perfect. So we get a great run out of here. We go to the inside. There's a gap there. We get to the inside. We're on the apex curve. I have to admit, we were further back than I thought, but we were on the apex. Could Germany have given some space to the United Kingdom and then had the inside into the following corner? I don't know. It's a hard one to call from that interior shot.
Yeah, Wiebelhaus straight away on the lights saying, I'm not happy about that, but he wouldn't be happy having lost a place even if there weren't contact. So nothing has come up on the timing screen for the message line to say contact noted or incident under investigation. So for the moment, the battle carries on between United Kingdom and Germany, and Wiebelhaus is not falling away markedly. The gap has stretched a little bit on this lap, but the Ferrari has not disappeared up the road. So Finn Wiebelhaus is doing his best to stay in touch. Late braking down towards turn 14 with just over 10 minutes of the race to go. What he needs to do is try and force Chris Froggatt into more track limit errors and try and force another penalty the Ferrari's way.
Yeah, roles reversed now, aren't they? But the pace is with the Ferrari, and I think he just probably needs a couple of laps, and he'll just be able to build that gap as we go back to this other intense battle, Switzerland versus Lithuania. Last time we looked at it, it looked like this, and 3 laps later, it still looks like this. Yannick Mettler super frustrated, I'd imagine, right now, because he knows he's got better pace, but can't find a gap past the Lithuanian Audi.
Down to turn 1, then still nose to tail, and Yannick Mettler getting ever more frustrated, but now he does make a move coming off turn 1. Finally, Switzerland is able to pounce, and the job is secured at turn 2. Through on the inside line he goes. Switzerland now up into 4th place, and there's still a chance of catching Spain before the very end, because now that he's been released, Yannick Mettler for Switzerland is going to be absolutely flying.
Yeah, their fastest laps of the race, Spain versus Switzerland, 8/10 different. So the gap now, 5 seconds, there's chance, there is a chance. Can he do it?
Chris Froggatt has had a driving standards flag. He's on 8 track limit warnings now, so he's getting perilously close to another penalty. He's got 9 minutes of this race. He's under attack, he's under pressure, but he's on 8 track limit warnings.
And what's he done? A purple sector 1.
Yeah,
so
indeed.
I'm not quite sure the team have communicated this in the correct manner of how to strategize this race. Has he done 9 minutes without doing a track limit penalty so far? No. We need a wholesale change in that United Kingdom garage, and they need to be going exactly there. There's the Germany team pointing that out. But you're right, 8 track limits there is very, very aggressive.
He's on 9 now. He's up to 9. Chris Froggatt is on 9 track limit warnings as he comes across the line. France are on 13, and they've had penalties. So the lead car, and it leads only by 7/10 of a second, is getting perilously close, as I say, to a pit stop penalty. 10 seconds for the United Kingdom for track limits. So Chris Froggatt, I'm afraid to say, gets a 10-second penalty, and the United Kingdom are in strife. And now this is going to favour Germany. There they are in the garage. Hubert Haupt says, is that going to help us? You bet it's going to help.
You probably can't believe it, in all honesty. There was one thing the United Kingdom needed to not do, and it's exactly what they've done. So this is really in the favour of Germany. Just to quantify, he's done 5 more track limits than Germany, so it's not likely that Germany are now going to do 5 more to make theirs 10 seconds. So I think that is race decided on the track limit penalty, and the United Kingdom have got 5 seconds more than Germany.
Now, it's come up on the screen as a pit stop penalty of 10 seconds. In other words, my interpretation, the car has to pit for 10 seconds, which would be the equivalent of a stop-go. Or are we just going to add 10 seconds on at the end because there isn't enough time left for making a pit stop? Your call.
I hope that was rhetorical, because I don't know. But,
well, yeah, but
I would agree, the way it's written, pit stop, you are stopping in the pits.
Absolutely.
And that will probably equate to around 35 seconds of time lost, which will really change it, and there will be no medal for the United Kingdom.
So right now, 0.6 of a second is the margin between United Kingdom and Germany. What this might do, of course, is help the charging Switzerland, because if Yannick Mettler can get up with Spain and get through, incidentally, Finn Wiebelhaus has just done the fastest lap of the race, so he's been re-energised by all of this. He's closing back up on the United Kingdom and does the best lap of anybody in the race. Spain to Switzerland is 4.3 seconds. If we got Switzerland up to 3rd, could they capitalise? No, a little bit too far back on United Kingdom. So on the track, the UK is leading. France is on a 10-second penalty for track limit offences. They're up to 15. So Chris Froggatt, or the United Kingdom rather's 9, is kind of nothing at all in comparison to 15 track limit warnings. I think Paul Everard for France has just got so fed up with this race. He's throwing everything to the wind, doesn't really mind. They're not going to win the gold, so what the heck? It's not like there were championship points available. There is the charging Switzerland. Yannick Mettler in 4th place, 4 seconds back from Spain, and lapping only about half a second a lap quicker. So he's not storming up onto the back with now just under 6 minutes to go.
Yeah, I think that's going to be a big ask as we see Navarrete looking on. I think he's probably been my driver of the weekend, to be fair, with the experience they'd had in the GT3 car being 0, and the performance, and even just the attitude of the car when he was in it. The body language looked so aggressive. I did enjoy that. You can see the gap there between Spain and Switzerland, 3.8 seconds. They're going to get time for 4 more laps. I don't think there's a chance for Switzerland to get up to the bronze position.
So, United Kingdom leading on the track, but it is Germany that is set to inherit the lead and the gold medal. Finn Wiebelhaus would love to win on the road, but a win is a win is a win. So, as the cars accelerate now up towards the timing line, does Chris Froggatt know in that car of the penalties that are heading his way, or is he driving this thinking that the race is his and all he has to do now is fend off the Mercedes?
I assume the team have told him he might be driving in denial, but I think he would have the information. The only thing he can do is he can do another 4 track limits until he gets 15 seconds and use those 4 extra track limits to try and build the gap, another 4.2 seconds to make it a solid 5 over Germany. But yeah, look at the pace of Mettler, 9/10 on the last lap. Maybe we're going to get a race on our hands here for the last place. I didn't realise quite how much pace he's got over that Audi, and gap now down to 2.7 seconds. Great pace from Switzerland.
Yeah, Yannick Mettler underlining why we think he's very good, and he and Dexter Müller a regular driver combination, so they work well as a partnership together, and there you've got Switzerland with that really creative way they've done the livery for that car, coming now out of turn number 9, the kink at 10 and up to 11 with 4 minutes and change on the clock. Lead gap 7/10 of a second. That's certainly not enough to clear the 10-second penalty. Having accrued the penalty now, Chris Froggatt seems to have calmed down because the track limit warnings have not increased.
Yes, he's got 4 to spare, like I said, so he might as well use them now. Be interesting to get James Cottingham's view on it, wouldn't it? Especially while the adrenaline's high. Has he just been robbed of a gold medal through no fault of his own? He had his own track limit warnings, but he hadn't attracted a penalty. So, yeah, it'll be interesting to see how that pans out. What's the gap between Switzerland and Spain as they break the line? Down to 2.2. This is going to be really close. Catching's one thing, overtaking's another.
Bear in mind, just going back to the UK and track limits, Chris Froggatt picked up a 5-second penalty, didn't he, in his stint in the first race, but he's gone overboard this time with the 5-second and then a further 10 being applied. So a 5-second and a 10, and that is just about going to keep him in second place, but it's getting a bit touch and go now because Spain is not that far away from the 15-second mark. However, it in turn is being caught by the charging Yannick Mettler, and I still come back to the fact that if Switzerland can get past the Audi, you then take those combined penalties for United Kingdom, they could slip to third.
Yeah, the gap now under 2 seconds, 1.7 seconds. This Mercedes, we've seen the Germany Mercedes really seem to struggle on its tyre. Quite the opposite. Very good team running it in SPS for Switzerland. And like you said, Mettler and Müller driving together for many, many years. Mettler, not only fast, really nice as well. Really a frustrating thing when you're racing against someone that's good and nice. When you're side to side of them, it's a bit harder to be horrible and push them off. Yannick Mettler, one of the good guys in motorsport. And it's good to see how much pace he's had all weekend as well.
Yeah, very experienced in GT terms, whether it's been in GT World Challenge, in International GT Open, in American races. He's getting ever closer, isn't he, to Jorge Cabezas for Spain. The clock has just over 2 minutes still to run as they come through, so they've got 2 more laps potentially, and the margin between them was 2.2 seconds last time. This time it is 1.2 seconds, so a really good lap by Yannick Mettler. But just the fact that he's getting closer doesn't necessarily mean he's going to get by, because as we've seen, the balanced performance works that, okay, the cars might be able to lap differently, but when you get them together, they run so equally, it's hard to get by.
Yeah, and we've seen some great overtakes from Mettler, but we know the Audi's fast at the end of the straight, so it's not going to be an easy job there. He will be thinking all the time. Drivers just weighing up where they think they're strong. Here we have Japan in that Ferrari chasing Chinese Taipei. Big slide out 12 to the inside for Japan. That looks like that should be job done as well. Great move getting the cutback done. And remember that Japan driver is a bronze driver as well against silver. So Wakasako's done a mega job all day, and a great way to end the weekend for him.
And so that is Peter Yang for Chinese Taipei losing a place. And it's a reversal, therefore, for 7th position, as on the road, Chris Froggatt still leads, and he is about to start the last lap as he slides out of turn 14. He'll see the Mercedes in his mirrors, and James Cottingham thinks but we were going to win a medal, we were going to win a gold. And over the line, the car comes with a lap to go. Unless problems hit that Mercedes, it's going to be a win for Germany. Chris Froggatt has just done the fastest lap of the race, 1:33.059, but the frustration is huge for that team now. United Kingdom on the verge of a gold medal, and track limit penalties have been there to ensnare them. I'm just pausing because China has been given a penalty for gaining an advantage outside of track limits. So Kang Ling has been given a penalty, but not for exceeding track limits, but for gaining an advantage by going off the track to gain a position. And there, look at this, for third, all of a sudden, Spain, Switzerland together, and Switzerland on its toes. Yannick Mettler hustling on. This, the last lap of the race. This for a medal. Spain, Switzerland, nose to tail. Out of turn 4 they come, short straight. Mercedes wider into the corner. Yannick Mettler trying to dodge around, trying to force an error out of Jorge Cabezas for Spain. They're up at turn 5. The race leaders, of course, ahead of them on the lap, heading towards the checkered flag, and then the unravelling with the penalties and a mistake by Spain. Door open, Switzerland goes through, contact. Mercedes clatters into the side as Spain tried to rejoin, but the place is taken by Switzerland in a pretty forceful way.
Yeah, brutal for Spain. Got on the throttle too early, car snapped of oversteer, hopped him over the curb, and he lost the place. The contact was Spain rejoining rather than Switzerland driving into him as we go back to the leaders.
One corner to go, checkered flag at the ready. On the road, United Kingdom is going to win, but on corrected times, it's going to be gold for Germany. In GT, Chris Froggatt crosses the line ahead of Finn Wiebelhaus, but Germany will take the gold medal with the penalties to the United Kingdom, and Germany delighted. There's applause, there are smiles, and it's going to be a rather po-faced garage, no doubt, for the UK, but we need to see how close to 15 seconds behind the UK entry the Mercedes of Switzerland is. Up towards the line they come, and I think United Kingdom are going to be good in that second place as across the line goes Switzerland. And yes, third, it's a bronze medal. James Cottingham thinks, well, okay, at least we hung on to that, but frustration that it wasn't a gold. So Germany, United Kingdom, Switzerland, and on the last lap, that was a tough battle for a medal.
What a race, all the way through.
Wasn't it?
The drama was great. I think the result is ultimately fair. The track limit penalties have just hurt the United Kingdom too much. I still maintain it was a fair move to get the overtake done, but there are our winners, and congratulations to Germany.
Yeah, indeed. There was nothing ever from race control querying that move at United Kingdom on Germany, and the track limit penalties were there. You know, it's monitored. There is telemetry to prove whether you have or haven't done so, but fantastic. Finn Wiebelhaus and Hubert Haupt are gold medalists.
And potentially for the team, Haupt's racing team himself, is this their last time in a Mercedes before they go to Ford? What a way to end that relationship with a gold medal.
Indeed, so they've got that car out tomorrow in GT Sprint. Finn Wiebelhaus will drive solo in the 40-minute race, but yeah, it's their last weekend representing Mercedes AMG. There is a Ford programme for next year, we understand, for Haupt Racing Team. It's been a great association with Mercedes AMG, and yeah, a good way to round it out with not just a race win, but a gold medal as well. The German drivers in a German brand taking gold. So Yannick Mettler then in this great battle with a sideways Jorge Cabezas, who tried to get back on the road, and bang.
Yeah, Mettler wasn't moving over to make that easy. It was a fair bit of contact, to be fair. Not malicious, just desperate, I think. And
Mettler in the middle.
Yeah, in Spain, unfortunate there, just probably panicking on how quickly Mettler caught, got greedy with the throttle, and around came the rear.
So the result, with the penalties applied, confirms that win for Germany, and 8.5 seconds being the margin. Don't forget, Germany also had a 5-second penalty, but the extra 10 for the UK, negating that and putting United Kingdom entry to second. Switzerland for the bronze medal then, ahead of Spain, Lithuania 5th, Ukraine 6th, Japan ahead of Chinese Taipei, China ahead of Qatar, Malaysia 11th, and with innumerable penalties. France, plus a pit stop, it was enforced, and 23 track limit warnings. France in 12th. They were the gold medalists 2 years ago, but the gold medal in GT in the 2024 FIA Motorsport Games will go to Germany. It will go to Finn Wiebelhaus and Hubert Haupt. Well, it was a race that kept us talking all the way through, wasn't it? Fantastic racing and some good scraps all the way through. The qualifying race was interesting enough, but that was a proper one. And yeah, you could argue it's a shame that track limit penalties affect the result, but you know, some drivers obeyed the rules, others were a little bit more cavalier about them, and the way to avoid the penalties, don't exceed the track limits.
it's fair. I know to the viewer at home it might feel a little beige, but these track limits are clinical. There's cameras, straight to race control. There's no beige whatsoever. It's black and white, and that's how it should be decided.
And we're not quite done yet with penalties, because Chinese Taipei has just picked up a 30-second penalty for having more than 2 mechanics working on the car in the pit stop. So although the result at the moment shows them as 8th, that might well be changing pretty shortly. So the confirmed result of this will be in due course, but it ain't over till it's over. Well, what a race, and the Team Germany car drives through the paddock, heading to the village where the podium will be, the fan village, a key part of the FIA Motorsport Games. And there you can see the podium, the stage, and the car arrives then for the drivers to clamber from it, or the driver, and join his co-driver Hubert Haupt. It's a great way of doing the podium, this. Instead of it being in the pit lane, you take the car to the fans, and the German contingent, I'm sure, are going to be absolutely delighted with that. I think I'm right in saying that that is Germany's first medal of the Games, subject to anything else that's happening away for esports. Hubert Haupt is the first one to congratulate Finn Wiebelhaus, and a huge cheer goes up in the background. Brilliant stuff then, and Team Germany takes gold in Spain. Pirelli caps for our winning drivers. Finn Wiebelhaus ready to take off a sort of stealth-like crash helmet. No colours, and rather sinister it looks as Hubert Haupt helps his co-driver. So a great job done, and Finn Wiebelhaus was soaking up all of that pressure. Just a small mistake that opened the door. It'll be interesting to hear his thoughts on that robust move from Chris Froggatt. But Team Germany takes gold, and Hubert Haupt and Finn Wiebelhaus are with Antonio Rankin.
Oh, congratulations, guys. Well done.
That's the dinner.
Oh, okay. Maybe. Right. Well done, guys. Congratulations. That was very well earned.
Yeah, thank you very much. It was a good race. Close one in the end. Yeah, but we stayed off track limits, and yeah, that's the key.
Yeah, well, absolutely amazing. Germany won.
That was really a difficult race at some points there. Track limits became a really big issue. How did you manage to stay on the track?
Just stay on track, it's not a big deal. I mean, if you stay on track, for sure you're slower, but I could still do the fastest lap, so for me it was no issue.
That was really hard. Everyone had track limits, but we had one less.
You did so well, guys. Congratulations, go celebrate.
And those celebrations are starting just about now, aren't they? So really happy, Hubert Haupt. He has been a long time racer, and it's great, isn't it, to see that combination with, we touched on it earlier on in the weekend, but the sort of old stager, the old master, Hubert Haupt and Finn Wiebelhaus, who you get the feeling you're going to hear a lot more of in his GT racing career, and that is a really good way to round out a first full season in GT3 racing.
Yeah, a wise head on young shoulders, it seems, in Wiebelhaus there. So hopefully he can keep going with this winning way.
Indeed so. Looking down then from the drone across the paddock, the drift track is there. The celebrations are going on with the flag, and a fantastic race for Team Germany. Rather less so for United Kingdom. They can reflect on that in due course as well. To decide the medals in GT, a 1-hour race blasted into life with United Kingdom and Germany going toe-to-toe down to the first corner. And although United Kingdom took the advantage, it wasn't long before Germany, thanks to Hubert Haupt, was able to muscle through on the inside up at turn 2. Little brush between them, it got a bit physical, and James Cottingham went out wide. That gave Germany the race lead, United Kingdom second, and Switzerland in third spot. And that will be the situation for much of the opening part of the race, as drama behind took France, Chinese Taipei and China all in the wars. With the wrong tyre pressures set, China and France had to make enforced pit stops to see the scrutineers and the tyre technicians, and when the pit window opened there was trouble for the United Kingdom. That hesitant getaway from the Ferrari cost them time, and it meant that Chris Froggatt had to do a lot of catching up against Finn Wiebelhaus, and catch up he did. He slashed the gap and then spent many a lap glued to the back of Team Germany. Driver change for Spain as Fernando Navarrete gave way to Jorge Cabezas, and they were looking for a medal until the very last lap, but a delighted Navarrete had enjoyed himself in his first GT3 outing in an Audi. France, Qatar, China, all busy squabbling, and a great effort by China, gained 2 places virtually in one. Then for the race lead, United Kingdom saw half a gap. Chris Froggatt put the Ferrari on the inside, and with a bit of contact, he was through. It looked as though it was going to be a win for the United Kingdom, but there were track limit penalties coming. First for the UK at 5 seconds, and then 5 seconds for Germany, and then a further 10 for United Kingdom. And for third on the last lap, contact and a change, Switzerland moved ahead of Spain. So, United Kingdom crossed the line first, but with effectively 15 seconds worth of penalties over the 5 seconds of penalties for Germany, it meant that Germany would take the gold medal. Up to the line came United Kingdom to win on the road, but Finn Biebelhaus and Hubert Haupt win GT gold medal for Germany at the end of a great race.
Herzlichen Glückwunsch an das deutsche Team. Congratulations to the German team. I had to switch to German, I'm very sorry, but they took their first gold.
Yeah, took gold in the GTs. They're right behind us there. There's our podium, and we're about to witness our first podium there, which is on the stage in front of us.
We can't hear a thing. It is very loud, so hopefully you guys can hear us okay. The vibes are great. We've got a DJ up on the stage. The champagne is ready to flow. The teams are behind us. And I'll see if I can grab him for a quick moment. He's in the mix with one other driver, but I'll see if I can slip in there. Kann ich ganz kurz mit euch sprechen? Ja, wie war's für euch? Erzählt da draußen, ihr habt die erste Goldmedaille.
Ja, super, Goldmedaille für Deutschland, sensationell, also ein Riesenerfolg, wir haben richtig Spaß gehabt.
Habt ihr es gleich verstanden, als dann die Strafe kam für Großbritannien, dass für euch es jetzt nach einem Sieg aussieht?
Ja, das Team hat mich direkt aufgeklärt, deswegen bin ich hinterher gefahren, habe keine Attacke mehr gesetzt und war super.
Es war dann nur noch defensiv, nur noch den Titel verteidigen und bring it home.
Ich habe gehofft, dass wir den 4. Track-Limit nicht mitbekommen. Und somit hatten wir uns 5 Sekunden gespart.
Herzlichen Glückwunsch und viel Spaß beim Feiern. So I asked them what it was like out there. They said, fantastic, we got gold. What else would it be like? It was fabulous. I asked them if they clocked right away that with the penalty that Great Britain got, that they had the gold. And they said, yes, the team told us we've got gold if we just defend the title now. So they sat back, stayed calm, and brought it home. Okay, we're going to go back to commentary for the podium, and we're going to celebrate here in the mix. Join us for that, I would say, right?
Right now.
Looking down into the village, looking down at the podium area, which is where the medals are going to be presented shortly. United Kingdom for silver, gold for Germany, and bronze for Switzerland. At the end of our GT main race, there with the beard is Dexter Müller for Switzerland, and Yannick Mettler. He deserved a bronze, didn't he? That was a really, really hard stint he drove.
Yeah, mega effort, and yeah, Müller has put a lot of faith in Mettler, been driving together for quite a few years, like we said. Really good characters as well, but she crashed into Dexter Müller rather hard in a qualifying session at Monza, and he found it very funny, and yeah, generally nice guy. So I think the podium has been well decided, and everyone is in their rightful position.
And a beaming Stefan Ratel, who I think will have enjoyed watching that because it was a great race. So the third place drivers then make their way onto the podium. The bronze medalists are here, and it is for Switzerland, Dexter Müller and Yannick Mettler, who are on the podium. Then for second, for silver, United Kingdom's Chris Froggatt and James Cottingham. Chris Froggatt is the one that walks up first and kind of has to accept the fate, really. There's no arguing with the ref on those track limits with the amount of data that there is and telemetry that there is available these days. But even though they got a penalty, it's still a win, and it's gold for Team Germany, for Hubert Haupt and for Finn Biebelhaus. The top step, the gold medal, will go to Germany. So the drivers all present and correct, and the national anthem now of the winning nation. So for Team Germany then, the national anthem plays, and the drivers ready to receive medals. The podium, which is going to be a very busy place over the weekend, because it's not just used, of course, for the race categories, but for everything that's here at the track. And then, of course, at the end of Sunday, there is the closing ceremony where everybody is celebrated. But there are the medals for Switzerland, the bronze medal to Dexter Müller, now to Yannick Mettler. Then at the other end of the podium, silver awaits for United Kingdom, Chris Froggatt and James Cottingham. The first time they've been a partnership. I wonder whether it will be one that continues or whether it's going to be a one-off. We'll see. There from Team Spain come the medals for United Kingdom drivers, James Cottingham and Chris Froggatt. Well, they gave it a good shot, didn't they? Tried as hard as possible. Handshakes to our gold and bronze medalists too. And then we'll get the medals presented to Finn Wiebelhaus, to Hubert Haupt, as the winners of the GT discipline at the 2024 FIA Motorsport Games. And this is quite something for the drivers. Medals, of course, not that common. It's normally a trophy, but it's a great concept. And you can see a very proud Hubert Haupt. He wins for his country, he wins for his team, and he wins for his co-driver, he wins for himself. Great efforts, and truly a really, really good race.
Yeah, Megan, it's really good as a driver to get something different to a trophy. All they ever end up doing is stop your roof blowing away stuck in your attic. So a much more socially acceptable size thing you could display in your house with great pride. But yeah, I think Froggatt there will be thinking it probably is the wrong colour as he drives all the way back to the hotel in the hard shoulder.
Absolutely right. So Chris Froggatt then with James Cottingham. They're ready to celebrate with the champagne. James knows exactly how to make a big fizz out of this as he bangs it on the step, but I'm afraid the UK a bit slow with the corks. But Hubert Haupt soaks everybody. Finn Wiebelhaus races again tomorrow in GT Sprint, but that is the end of the weekend as far as Chris Froggatt and James Cottingham are concerned. Their work is done, and they bring silver for United Kingdom, bronze for Switzerland, and the gold medal to Germany at the end of a really enthralling GT 1-hour medal-winning race. The GT3 category, a mainstay of the FIA Motorsport Games. And at the end of a great race, Finn Wiebelhaus and Hubert Haupt win in GT for Team Germany.
Hubert Haupt and Finn Wiebelhaus.
There is a lot going on here. I can't hear a thing. I hope you can hear us. The DJ is popping off and the party is about to get started. It was a fantastic ceremony. I saw my country win gold. I'm happy.
Congratulations. It was really good. I mean, a huge crowd. Spectators very, very interested in seeing an actual medal ceremony here in the heart of the paddock of the circuit Ricardo Tormo. It was really quite emotional, it was good, and it was great to see. And of course, at this moment, there are plenty of other competitions happening. The karting endurance race is going on, and there will be a gold, silver and bronze medal being awarded to that in the next couple of hours. But I tell you what, one of my favorite things over there, of course, the karting you can watch on a separate screen. Most of the other sports that are happening right now have their own separate stream on the FIA Motorsport Games YouTube channel. So if you have a look, if you fancy one of those, you can go and watch them. They're live. But if you want to stick with us, I think we should have a look at some drifting. What do you reckon?
I did not hear a word of what you just said. No, I heard the end, drifting. I'm always up for some drifting. So I reckon we join the commentary team and do like a little bit of drifting.
Yeah, let's go drifting.
Yeah, let's do some drifting.
Y luego tenía otro chico,
que
a ver si lo localizo, no.
Next one, Christos Kantaras from Greece, really wide there on the first corner, hitting some cones there and yeah, pushing that limiter to the maximum. The Greece driver was in P18 after the first qualifying run. Right now, of course, we'll try to better that. And wow, so much angle for the driver from Greece. And yeah, getting a little bit too early outside zone. Not fully on outside zone 7 as well, but outside zone 8 is there for Christos Kantaras, representing Greece. I think one of the lowest drift cars we see, or somehow it looks really wide and low. The car of Christos Grantzaras, his BMW 36. It was committed, we can say that for 100%. It was really committed, this run, but maybe, yeah, some small things missing here and there, and let's see if he can better the score. We have, he says that he has 3.2 liter engine, which mean that could be a BMW M3 turbocharged engine as well, 800 horsepower. So so nice, nice to see some different choices for engines as well, because of course we have the V8s, the LSs, the LS and other V8 engines. We have BMW V8 engines. We have, of course, lots of 2JZs. I'm sure that's the most popular engine here around. We have the new age 2JZ, which is the B58. We have some like race engines, V8 engines who are revving up to 8,000–9,000 RPM. So we have lots of different stuff, and I see that we have two cars with really high capacity. That's when I'm like strolling through that field. The biggest engine on the grid has the Belgium driver Peter van Gorik. He has 7.4 liters. Oh, wow, that's a big American engine there, with 650 horsepower. And then we have the second largest engine is in Christoph Bluch's car, 7.3 liters with 900 horsepower. So 0.1 liter less, but 250 horses more. Okay, here we have the results, and Christos Grantzaras betters his score, 79 points, up to P14. So I think a solid effort there by the driver from Greece. As the next one up, the driver from Uzbekistan, Dilshod Yusupov. He was in P29 after the first run. Right now tries, of course, to better that. The driver from Uzbekistan. I think Uzbekistan is participating the first time in drifting at the FIA Motorsport Games. I'm not sure if they were in the previous one. And yeah, with every meter getting better and better and getting more to the outside zone, as we have seen by some drivers previously done. So I think, of course, not the best run you've seen, but quite solid effort for sure from Dilshod Yusupov, as we will see it once again in replay. And yeah, missed that outside zone 1 completely. Outside zone 2 with one wheel only in. Inner clip was there, that's nice. And here, yeah, outside zone 3, unfortunate. Outside zone 4, that was missed there as well. Yeah, some mistakes here and there. Here I think he was with one wheel off. That's another thing the judges don't like. So yeah. But this is qualifying, as I said. The big battles, the important battles, will be tomorrow, starting from 1 o'clock here on the live stream of the FIA Motorsport Games YouTube page, or YouTube channel to be precise. So mark that, it's 1 o'clock Spanish time. So check the time difference from your country to Spain, and then you will have the right time when the top 32 finals will begin in drifting tomorrow. But still, we have a long way to go in qualifying. Right now we have 8 drivers done, which means we've still 22 drivers to go on their second qualifying attempt. And the next one up should be the one with the biggest engine, Peter van Gorik from Belgium, with his 7.4 liter V8, yeah, for sure, 650 horses, and E46 with an M2 body kit. Yeah, some drivers are just writing BMW M2, but they have some E46 underneath them. But some drivers are, yeah, saying, okay, it's a E46, but with an M2 body. Okay, here comes the score for Dilshod Yusupov, and wow, that's a big jump there from 51 to 69. That's nice to see, and up to 24th position. I think he was 29th or something after the first run. So solid improvement there by Dilshad Yusupov from Uzbekistan. And here comes Peter van Horik from Belgium. And yeah, unfortunately missing out outside zone 1 completely. Outside zone is really far away. And now going with 3 wheels, I think, off the track and almost spinning big angle there. A bit of a messy run there, and I think he's out of the rhythm right now, Peter van Horik, as he tries to navigate through the track. And yeah, I think he knows this run is over before almost it even started, or it was over after the first corner. And here going really wide as well. Maybe, of course, one thing I want to talk about is the tires at some point, but yeah, let's check on the replay first. But he had solid points in the first one. He was in 20th position, so no worries for Peter van Horik. So let's see what happened there. I think everything was quite okay, and here he was on the inside. Oh, and here he was. Yeah, of course, one thing that is, or how the track is evolving, with every run you get more and more and more rubber laid on the ground, and the drivers, where do they lay it? On the outside line where they have to be. So I think he was not there where the grip was at some point, and that's why he slid through and off the track. So that's one thing what I can think of. And the other thing, of course, if somebody uses one pair for both qualifying runs, then in the end of the second qualifying run the tires are dead. Like they game over. They look like slicks almost. So that's why I don't know, some drivers I'm sure are using 2 pairs of tires for qualifying. I have to check with the regulations. Actually, maybe they're allowed to, but I don't think so. But yeah, so some drivers, just to save tires, are using 1 pair of tires for both quali runs, and some drivers, I'm sure, will or can use 2 pairs of tires. So yeah, that's an interesting fact to check. And we have 0 there for Peter van Horik, 3 wheels off. That's 0. So still he had has the 72 points from the first run, and that safely puts him into tomorrow's race. And next one is Bas Mol from Netherlands. He had a really good first qualifying run with his BMW E46, and what a nice flick there. Really long on the handbrake, I think, and missed out outside zone 1. Outside zone 2 is there, lots of smoke as he navigates through the track, coming to outside zone 3. That's well. Outside zone 4 is there as well. He sits 6th right now after the first quali runs, and yeah, right on the edge there on outside zone 6, hooking it good and solid with outside zone 7, and then the last corner, the last zone, and that's beautifully precise driving there by Bas Mol from the Netherlands. Nice to see how he how he did drive in the first, and of course in the second run as well. So enjoy the replay and enjoy the second quali run from Bas Mol. And here we see the standings as they are right now. And the drivers are allowed to use new pairs for every quali run, a new pair of rear tires, that's what I meant. But some drivers, I'm sure, are trying to save some tires for tomorrow's competition, because we have had lots of practice. We had 2 times 2 hour sessions. Of course, they were divided in groups, so every driver got 1 hour in each practice session. Tomorrow they also will have practice in the morning, so they will be practicing for the tandem runs. I'm not sure how many will practice and how many tires are left for them, because the surface is quite rough. It eats the tires. Maybe the speed is not there. 86, 1 point better, Bas Mol in his second run, and that puts him 1 position up to P5. So Basmul from the Netherlands, I think the fans can be happy with him. And now we have Koji Tada from Japan. Here we see him sitting on the right-hand side, of course, in his Toyota GR86, as he was in 4th after the first runs, and nice flick there, and wow, that's almost a backwards entry there by Koji Tada. Lost a little bit of, had to lose some angle at some point there, and but he managed to salvage that, as he is filling out that outside zone 5. This is outside zone 6, the longest one. And yeah, beautiful sounding car, beautiful sounding engine, everything all right, and beautiful looking, real true JDM car, this Toyota GR86 with Koji Tada behind the wheel. And he is doing some kind of a half 360. But yeah, he tried it already, at least. Yeah, here we see almost a backwards entry, a little bit late on the throttle. If it would have been a lead run, the chase car would be quite angry with Koji Tada at that point. But yeah. Otherwise, I think yeah, it's a stylish run, because I love this Japanese true drifting style, and it differs from the style that we have maybe in Europe and also in the USA. So. It's the original like drifting style. We could label it maybe like that. But like every sport, every discipline, it is evolving, and it has evolved from lower speeds to higher speeds to more grip to grippier tires. And there are tire manufacturers who are making specially tires for drifting. So not only they're driving. I haven't mentioned that they're driving semi-slick tires all around. And yeah, they're getting grippier and grippier with every year, I would say. And there are manufacturers who are, yeah, specifically making tires for drifting, so that they last, yeah, around 2 runs, but they have the most grip at that point. Okay, next one up should be the Argentinian Rodrigo Gallo, as we are waiting for the score for Koji Tada. And 91 points, 91 for Koji Tada. 3 points more and 1 position up for the Japanese driver. So we see next one up is Argentina, then we have Sweden, then Spain, then Hungary and Portugal. The next 5 countries getting ready for their second qualifying run. Rodrigo Gallo is up and running, and he is going for the initiation, and nice initiation there, really wide line, gets to that outside zone but comes back, and here he fills it out, at least half of it. He was only in P29 after the first qualifying run. He is on a mission, he has to get better his score, and he's trying to do that. Maybe not the highest speed we have seen. It looks like he's like spinning the wheels and standing still, but yeah, he's moving forward. Oh, and he's moving too much, and that is a 0 there for Rodrigo Gallo. All the work he tried to put in the first part of the track doesn't matter anymore, and yeah, he comes to a halt and he drifts an opposite lock, and that's a 0 for sure for Rodrigo Gallo. Yeah, so something is missing grip-wise from the car. It sounds, it spins the wheels, but when it comes to moving forward, it's not so fast. So yeah, the team and mechanics have to think maybe a little bit about that, how to make the car a bit faster. But yeah, on the other part, if you make it too fast, like that it has too much grip, then the car won't slide as you want. So yeah, it's a difficult compromise to find. As we have, of course, the score, and I'm pretty sure, and I would be surprised if it's not a 0 there for Rodrigo Gallo and his second run. And yeah, it is a second. It is a 0 and 53 in the first. That puts him into 29th position still. as we're moving on to one of the best qualifying runs in the first attempt. That's Joachim Andersson from Sweden. Can he better his score? I think he had 93 points and he was in P1. Yeah, exactly. And now, no, he doesn't. Fill out outside zone 1. Not so committed as in the first run. Outside zone 2 was better. And here we comes outside zone 4. Real fluid. Outside zone 5 is nicely done as well. Joachim Andersson, I think the Swedes can be proud of his qualifying runs. The first, of course, was the more beautiful, I would say, at the beginning at least. But here, yeah, lots of smoke. I think, how can he see where he's going? That's sometimes, I think, difficult through that whole smoke. But yeah, over the line. And a 360 from Joachim Andersson as well with his Nissan S14.5. I think it was almost a copy-paste run from his first, but with the slight difference that here he was only with one wheel in outside zone 1. So otherwise the run was, I would say, pretty much exactly the same. But yeah, let's see if the judges think maybe differently, and then he will get a quite similar score, or maybe he will get a little bit less of a score. Anyway, we are getting ready for the next drivers. And the next one up will be the Spanish local hero, local matador, Ruben Bolanos Lopez from Spain. And we will have the score for Joachim Andersson's second run as well, coming up right now on your screens. I would say 3, 2, 1, and it's coming. Okay, it's coming. It's on the way. It's on the way, and we should have it quite soon. And some cars, yeah, in the background in the paddock are driving by. Some loud cars. And it looks like it wasn't an easy decision for the judges to get the scores in for the second run for Joachim Andersson, as we're still waiting a little bit for them. But yeah, Ruben Bolanos Lopez, I'm sure will try to pull. And 89, so a little bit less points for line and for style as well, but still keeps his first position with the 93 points. Will there be a driver who will go further than that?
Drifting is something I haven't spent a lot of time with yet, and it's really starting to grow on me. What a great competition to watch.
Are you hooked?
I'm hooked! So hooked!
And kudos to the distinctive tones of Arturs Virbilis for guiding us through that. Paldies Arturs doing a great job, and that competition is ongoing, and we will see medals in there, but they're so rad and gnarly, and it's cool. It's cool.
It is very cool. Another thing that's cool that I got hooked on this year is rallying. Now, it's not just one rally competition that we've got here. We've got historic, we've got tarmac, we've got gravel. What are we about to witness? Because it's a lot to keep track of, but there's going to be medals.
It very much is. Luckily, in a moment, we've got an expert who can explain it all to us. But yesterday was gravel day. Medals were given out for the people who were just doing gravel. Today is tarmac day, so very different. One thing you'll notice is that the cars are lower down and on tarmac spec tires. So that's the big. There's lots of sort of setup changes to tackle the different kinds of terrain. So these cars have come back from the stages which are out in the wilderness on closed public roads around Valencia, and they've done the stages on tarmac today, but they will now do the super special stage here on the racetrack, which is tarmac, which is good, because it was odd yesterday when they were doing gravel, but they had to do the tarmac stage at the end of the day. But yes, I think we're about to see the conclusion of the tarmac day of rallying for Rally 2, Rally 4 and Historic. Got it?
Yes, I think so. The historic cars I can always distinguish. They look very different. I can point at them. Yes.
Way before you were born.
Yeah, way before I was born. Gravel and tarmac, I'm still working on, but I've got you by my side, and we've got another expert who's even more knowledgeable than you, hey?
Yeah, in fact, I've got some questions for Marina. Marina, if you'd like to join us, thank you. Now, Marina Dunjak, you're kind of in charge of all of this.
Oh yes, here normally I am the FIA Rally Category Manager. I work in WRC, but here this year is my first time in Motorsport Games. I am so happy, so amazing and different. And I see that all the people is enjoying so much. And we are so happy to having so many ASNs in the rally category this year. And the number of cars are increasing to 40 in the entry list with the different 3 categories, Rally 2, 4 and Historic, yes.
And just break it down for us a little bit, because today has been the tarmac day, so soon we will have the medals for all the different categories for tarmac, is that correct?
Correct, yes. After the stage of today we will know. This is stage that we have for Ricardo Tormo, 4 kilometers stage. When this stage finish we will know the medals for today, because yesterday we got already our gravel medals, 2 for Spain and 1 for Italy, yeah.
Now of course you are Spanish.
Yes, I am.
To give us an idea, obviously you have your very professional hat on as an FIA rally manager, but as a person from Spain, to have this event here and these amazing roads around Valencia for rallying, both gravel and tarmac, how does that make you feel?
Oh, very good. I am so proud that Spain is willing to receive the Motorsport Games, and I would like to say to any other ASNs to join Motorsport Games in the future as hosting city, because it's so good. It's very good for Valencia as well, and it's very good for the motorsport in general and for the national competitors as well, yeah, of course.
And when you're talking about ASNs, for people watching at home, they're these sort of associations for each sporting nation, correct, all the different FIA member clubs from around the world. Yeah. Anyone you're particularly pleased about that came a long way here? Because there were competitors from India, there are competitors from all over the world.
I have seen a very big delegation from Sweden. Yeah. Sweden delegation with a lot of competitors, a lot of guests and VIP, and especially we have had all of us in the different disciplines, especially meetings to talk about the different categories, how to improve and to help them to improve their own disciplines. Yeah, very good.
And obviously, if you take off your FIA hat for a moment, yeah, you'll have been pleased that Spain won 2 rallying medals yesterday. Do you think that could happen again this evening?
Who knows? Yeah, in rallies, until the last stage, we don't know who is the winner. Then we will see. But happy that other ASNs as well win some medals, of course. Yeah.
But as a human, I'm sure you'd like to see Spain winning.
Yes, as well, with the other ones.
Okay. Thank you very much. Muchas gracias. Suerte.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So, the Parc Fermé, look at that, that's lovely. There's a Audi S1, there's all the modern and old. So let's join the rally commentary with David Addison.
Now there for Team Spain, ready to go on the rally stage here at the Valencia circuit is Alejandro Cajón. He has been so dominant this weekend. It doesn't seem to matter whether it's tarmac or gravel or whether it's a permanent race circuit. He has just been unstoppable.
He has won every single stage today and won most of yesterday. His teammate Jose Suarez, who won the gravel element yesterday, not participating today, and so effectively, Team Spain have won every single stage. He is, at the end of this stage, if he completes it, able to pick up a medal for that tarmac. It will be his first medal, but he's also gunning for the overall and was so good yesterday on gravel as well that he has a 2-minute advantage. Unfortunately, that gets cancelled out for the medal stages tomorrow, so his advantage for the rest of the rally is completely nullified. But for the tarmac aspect, we do look at his 42-second gap over Turkey's Ali Turkan and consider that as his opportunity for a gold medal at the end of this. What is it? About, well, it was 3.5 minutes with a gravel setup, but these cars are now set up for tarmac, so theory should be a lot faster.
Indeed, because they're better suited to a race track. It was very spectacular yesterday with the cars set that bit higher. There was a lot more yaw and lean in the cars. They didn't really handle. It was quite spectacular to watch. But now you're looking at tarmac cars on a tarmac surface and much more rapidly than yesterday. We seem to have got to this point on the stage as the clock ticks on down for Alejandro Cajón, then the Spanish driver. Very successful he has been in Spanish events over the last few years. He was a silver medalist in Rally 2 years ago, wasn't he, in the Marseille version of the Motorsport Games. Peugeot Rally Cup champion, Spanish Junior Rally champion as well. So Alejandro Cajón in the Toyota GR Yaris. He's got the right kit. and he himself a very quick driver.
Yeah, certainly the best professional team in the paddock. Teo Martin Motorsport have run GT cars as well, and associated to the Motorsport Institute in Madrid, MSI on the side of the car there, and a huge amount of money put into engineers that are then allowed to run cars. Don't worry about the gravel. Rally cars are allowed to do that.
Yeah, but it's a tarmac stage. You said they were set up for tarmac, not gravel.
Let's also not talk about track limits, because we're ripping those up as well. And there are limits. You're not allowed to. You have to follow the line of the circuit, so you can't cut across the grass and miss a corner completely. But we're a lot more liberal about what bits are used. Looks so much faster than yesterday on gravel setup to this tarmac. Much lower, much more stiff, gives the driver a lot more reactivity, because of course they're threading the eye of the needle through the mountain stages today, very sinuous in parts, and you want a car that can react to that. The sun is so low that Alejandro Cajon putting up his right hand to shade the sun from his eyes, and comes to the line to register the first time of a 2:26.9.
So that's the target for everybody else, blasting his way over the line as we get set then now for the Team Turkey car. This is Ali Turkan, silver medalist in Rally 4. So you've got the 2 silver medalists of 2 years ago, upper category, and now going for gold in Rally 2. Turkish rally champion. He's been a Turkish sim racing champion as well. And Ali Turkan is a Red Bull athlete, and he's been there or thereabouts, a regular in the top 3 over this event, but he's never quite had the pace of Kakon.
I talked earlier about the fact that there were the landslides that fell on the first stage of the day. That was repeated in the afternoon. But, of course, in usual rallies on tarmac, you'd have a gravel crew that would go through and check the condition of the stage, because they would have recce'd it on Wednesday. And, of course, the storm came in Friday evening. So those landslides had not been seen by the crews. Race control did give warning about the first 3 kilometres being very, very dirty, but did not tell them about one of the last corners of the stage that had a massive amount of mud across it. And Ali Turkan actually ended up in a ditch on the outside of it. Somehow, not only did the car still look neat, but he didn't damage it at all. Reversed out, lost 17 seconds, but for the rest of the day has played it safe. And so safely in silver overall, and safely in silver for Rally 2 tarmac. Without a big problem now, I think there should be another medal, because of course he got silver yesterday.
In the gravel competition, right. So Ali Turkan now aiming to try to beat a 2:35, the best gravel time that we had last night, 2:49. So that shows you the difference, as Ben was saying, with the right setup for the cars. They look actually less like rally cars and more like race cars in a sense. I don't mean that unkindly, but as Ben makes the point quite rightly, they are set up now for the tarmac. They haven't got the same role, and they are biting the road that much better. We've got Rally 2, we've got Rally 4, we've got Historic. The Historic is self-explanatory, I guess. The difference between Rally 2 and Rally 4?
Rally 2, so these cars, the last step before Rally 1, which is WRC, 4-wheel drive, something around the region of 300 horsepower, and really, if you compare it to Formula 1, it's Formula 2. There is Alejandro Cajon celebrating yet another medal for Spain. Yesterday, 2 medals in the competition. Could be another 2 this evening.
So they were the medal table leaders with 2 golds thanks to the rallying, and the third has just gone that way then. So Ali Turkan did a 2:29.2. Next it is Alejandro Mauro Sanchez for Mexico in the Skoda, accelerating his way now out of what for the racetrack is turn 8, perversely up to turn 7, and before you get to turn 6, he's going to flick behind the corner, make the way down now towards the perimeter roads.
So Mauro Sanchez with a puncture yesterday, competing in the overall only, so not in the individual days. So we don't consider him for the tarmac competition. But such has been the amount of attrition today. We've lost Ollie Mellers, who damaged his sump in his iris after the first stage of this afternoon's loop. And we also lost the German car that was participating in overall. So we actually only do have 3 overall cars left in Rally 2. Lots of understeer from Mauro Sanchez. So he is not de facto bronze, because he's guaranteed a medal, I should say. Mexico guaranteed a medal. He will go up against Turkan and Cajon in a 3-ray rally cross rally style event that we'll have tomorrow afternoon, and he could still get gold.
He could indeed, but it's 3 lanes, isn't it, that they run?
Yes. 3 different tracks, each taken once by each competitor, effectively therefore competing 3 laps of the circuit.
It's a long stage.
Kilometers. Yeah, 12 kilometres. And this is 4, so it's going to be a 6 to 8 minute lap.
Indeed so, and there's one of those for Rally 2, one shootout for Rally 4, and for Historic as well. So this is Alejandro Mauro fighting the car out of that last chicane, back onto the power, up towards the timing line with a 2:26.9 to beat. He does a 2:29.172, so slightly slower than Alejandro Cacon, but quicker than Turkey. So it is Spain, Mexico, Turkey, as next we turn to Georgia. The next car onto the stage is going to be that of the former 4 times Georgian hill climb champion, Sandro Tavakkiladze.
Yeah, he's a 10-time Georgian champion overall, but very little competition outside of Georgia, and his first ever competition in a 4-wheel drive in a rally.
Right.
Georgia entering both Rally 2 and Rally 4 for tarmac, and neither have any rally experience whatsoever. So to be 3rd fastest on tarmac in the first stage of the day was absolutely remarkable from Sandro. And unfortunately, over the rest of the day, he has faded behind those that have got up to speed a little bit. But this is remarkable. It's actually a car that participated for Ecuador yesterday, and the guys spent the whole night ripping off the livery and transforming that car into a tarmac car. So it's done some miles. Luckily, it wasn't too badly damaged by Ecuador yesterday, and now is in the hands of Georgia.
Yeah, I was just thinking, it's quite a gamble, isn't it, to come all this way and pledge an entry and hope that somebody else doesn't damage the car.
There was a spare one I saw actually.
That's a relief,
yeah.
Right, okay. So Sandro Tavakkiladze then up towards us as the Team Georgia entry accelerates now down towards turn 1, but then flicks off the road, again onto the perimeter, the access road, and it will rejoin after another handbrake turn down at the bottom. Rallying, of course, hugely popular in Spain, so no surprise that the fans are out in force late in the day to watch all of this, as then going across pit exit, up the main straight comes Tavakkiladze with still that time to beat for Alejandro Cacon through the chicane, up towards the timing line, and let's see what that is going to do. It's going to be a 2:38. That's going to put him 4th fastest then. So 2:38.574.
Now, here's another potential medal winner. Bronze in Rally 2 tarmac for Kenneth Madsen at the end of this stage, potentially. Didn't participate yesterday. Danish Championship is only on tarmac, so he said, well, I don't have any gravel kit to do a gravel rally, and I've never really done any graveling. So tarmac, and has basically been there or thereabouts. Been close to Ali Turkin on certain stages, but hasn't been able to really take any chunks of time out of him, other than the first stage when Ali was in the ditch. And so it has been, it's going to be about half a minute, the difference between Ali Turkin and Kenneth Madsen by the end of the day. But nice to see a Citroen C3 in the field, the only one. The car looks nice and clean. He's had a good day. Tyres not too badly used. And he was quite surprised when I spoke to him earlier about the difference in surfaces here in Spain versus what he's used to.
What have they done in terms of service, both through location and also regulations?
No, so they will have set the cars up for the morning. They did 3 stages, then they came back here to Circuit Ricardo Tormo to do a service. I think it was a 45-minute service, so you didn't have a huge amount of time to change lots and lots of things. Kenneth going very, very wide there to make it as wide as possible through that particular corner, and even the back end stepping out. But then that's it. They come back this evening into a regroup, which is basically a parc fermé where you can touch the cars outside of those specified windows. So if you leave a stage, you go through a time gate, and then you're free until you need to get into the next time gate, which you're given a certain amount of time. You are allowed to park up on the side of the road and change the settings. So these guys probably will be putting on some clicks, making the suspension even harder for here than they had in the slightly rougher mountain roads that we saw earlier today.
Kenneth Madsen then goes 2nd fastest, 2:36.889. That was a very, very good run. Others have been less fortunate then. This, in replay, is a big, big spin.
Wow, odd.
And time lost.
Almost like rear-wheel drive kicked in and there was nothing from the front there. This is...
That's Luxembourg, isn't it?
Yes,
Fernandez.
exactly.
Yeah.
Steve Fernandez, yeah, constantly within a couple of seconds of Kenneth Madsen, but fading throughout the day. Luxembourg putting all of their, as you would, because your national championship is also on tarmac, both a Rally 2 and a Rally 4 entry for Luxembourg.
So Steve Fernandez in the Hyundai then accelerates towards us. with co-driver Steve Kerfel, and now back onto the tarmac, speed building, but having thrown away a big chunk of time at the start of this stage, it's not looking overly promising, is it? As there, Kenneth Madsen then 1.7 seconds slower than Cacon. That was a really good run. So he is in the tarmac competition. He's not therefore eligible for that shootout tomorrow. Now, these, I'm still asking questions, I know, but these 3 laps, they do 3 different lanes.
But don't worry about that today.
I want to know, are they all marked out by cones, or do you have 3 different starting places? Do you start side by side?
All 3 will start at the same point as they're starting today. The third variant, the third car, will actually miss out quite a lot of that first section of the lap and head straight onto the back straight.
Right.
So he'll be well ahead, but then he'll have to do the other 2 laps. And basically there are 3 laps, there are 3 cars, and each car has to do a different lap on a different time. So they do end up covering the same distance.
Yeah.
And it's a bit like a super special in rallying, where you'd have them side by side and then cross over, race of champions styling. That's another way of looking at it, but there isn't bridges, and a lot of the circuit is the same. No contact is allowed, though. It's not that rally-crossy.
Okay, we'll take your word for that. We've had spins, at least. Steve Fernandez then coming up towards the line, but you can see as the clock ticks on down, he's already in the 40s. It's going to be a 2-minute 50 plus, conceivably, this, because of that spin. 2:46, in fact, so he got through the chicane, but Steve Fernandez then doing that time, but much, much slower than Caron.
So that, I think, by the looks of things, is the last of our Rally 2 4-wheel drive competitors, because we have now switched to Team Spain and Rally 4. So Sergi Perez then, who has already won a medal yesterday in Rally 4 gravel, is now on course to take Rally 4 tarmac. He's 1.5 minutes ahead of the rest of the field. He's dominated, much like his teammate, all through the day. He only missed out on one stage with Karim Kazaz, the Turkish driver, winning that particular stage. So not quite as dominant as Cajon, but very, very competitive indeed, as Fernandez gets his time card to the end of stage timing. That's the co-driver handing over a time card, the time card verified by the officials, and the time written. I don't know whether all of that's necessary in the days of the digital era, but I'm not close enough to the top of the FIA to suggest a digital version. And it's all done anyway digitally by the clocks, by Chronomoto, who's been doing the timing.
Yeah, it's a tradition, isn't it? The good old time card days, but it's fascinating to see how rally technology has moved on, and being able to track cars through a stage, looking at split times, and the timekeeping is being done behind us here at the circuit in a room, even though the cars have been out on stages miles away for the last 2 days.
And they have no live timing, no live cameras showing the cars, but they will know instantly if a car has stopped, and they will know how it stopped. So it's not just a case of it's no longer doing any speed. It's it stopped with a G-force of, and that potentially is an accident. Therefore, we need to speak to the driver. They can then communicate with that driver to find out if they're okay or not, or usually the driver presses an OK button if he is okay. And actually, I think by regulation has to within 15 seconds.
Yeah, and you can be fined or penalised if you don't do that. So yeah, right. The first Rally 4 time then is a 2:44 out of the chicane and a 2:51 across the line. So Sergi Perez then goes through, and that's the target. And in fact, that Rally 4 time quicker than a spinning Rally 2. So Perez faster than spinner Fernandez.
Oh dear.
And lots of tar smoke from Brazil. Luis Stedili behind the wheel of his Peugeot and squandering a little bit of time there.
Yeah, so that's another gold for Sergi Perez. He's not going to be beaten by 1.5 minutes on a stage that's only 2.5 minutes long. So Spain pick up yet another gold, this time in Rally 4 tarmac. And you have to say, he looks incredibly strong in Rally 4 as well, because his competitors in Rally 4 have also been falling by the wayside. We've had a lot of extra Rally 4 cars entered just for the tarmac element today.
Yeah.
But in the overall, there's very few left. So Luis Eduardo Steedle is actually in silver medal position, even though he's nearly 10 minutes back overall on Sergi Perez. But he will be participating in that medal stage tomorrow afternoon, unless he retires in front of our eyes in the next minute.
So Stedili then for Brazil, accelerating, avoiding the markers. Now the Rally 4 cars, smaller engines, you can have 1600s, you can have 1 litre turbos, but they are 2-wheel drive and by their very nature underpowered. So there's a huge amount of effort has to be put in to maintain the momentum, not bog down, not lose speed, because it's really hard to get the momentum back as more Spanish celebrations continue. They got 2 goals yesterday and 2 more today. They are sitting atop the medal table still. Whoop. Very, very committed to the hairpin comes Stadil.
I'm sure I saw co-driver Guillaume Moraes there waving his hand furiously, as in, no, I said stop. I said put the brakes on now. It looked as though it was quite animated inside the cockpit there, so he knew that the braking perhaps was not working. Or maybe it's just the driver's white gloves, not sure. But either way, he's managed to get through without hitting anything. And that's good, because Brazil yesterday did have an impact with a wall, and today the car looks nice and clean.
And the time done is a 2:56. Now for Germany, this is Tom Kessler, who's been a regular within the top 3 today on the stages, as he was on the gravel yesterday. He's had a busy weekend.
And the reason why he's been in the top 3 is because we lost Martin Koci on the first stage of the day from Slovakia. Just understeered wide into a hedge, unfortunately, for Martin. So from a very comfortable 2nd overall, that has promoted, therefore, Tom Kessler up into bronze medal position. He did have a bit of a scare this afternoon when a stone got lodged between his brake caliper and therefore had no retardation and was using only the handbrake for the second half of the 2nd stage to slow the car down. Then he managed to dislodge the stone and carry on. He said it's okay, but he has been pretty much smoking consistently when he gets out of the car to calm his nerves.
I was going to say it wouldn't be rallying without some sort of strange problem, but equally it's good to hear that there's still characters with a cigarette in their hand, like Timo Salonen, who always used to get to the end of a special stage and light up one of his good old Marlboros. Right, Tom Kessler then comes towards us, part of Team Germany, and this year's German 2-wheel drive champion. He's been the DMSB Rally Cup winner a few seasons ago, and knows how to get the most out of these small front-wheel drive cars.
Yeah, so it will be really interesting, even though he's got 12.5 minutes on Sergi Perez in the overall. That gets forgotten tomorrow, and we'll have Steidl, Kassa and Perez head-to-head in that medal stage. And if he's strong on tarmac, if he's strong on this kind of environment, then he's just as able to get a gold medal as Perez is.
Yeah, no matter what the gap is going into that stage.
Yeah, well, we forget about it.
Yeah, indeed, it's from 0. So across the line goes Tom Kessler, and it is a 2 minutes 49 to the split, so that puts him quickest in Rally 4. That's a really, really good effort, because he's over a second faster than Perez.
Exactly, so that bodes well for Germany tomorrow. I'm sure that Spain won't be particularly happy with that particular regulation, especially being 10 minutes, 12 minutes ahead of Germany, but it does. I like the idea. It gives it something different, and we don't have Rallycross represented here in the Motorsport Games, but it is pseudo Rallycross.
That's a thought for the future, isn't it? Because we've got the cross-car circuit up the road at Aspar, so it is conceivable, I guess, to run a full Rallycross idea, as long as you can find the right specification, the right regulation that's
You'll have lots of French and lots of Scandinavians.
Yeah.
And a few Brits, perhaps.
Well, I'd say it depends kind of what spec you use.
Oh, no!
Drama there at the hairpin. And this is for Pragati Gowda, the Indian driver, who's stalled it on the handbrake, gets going now, but a good few seconds lost, sadly.
She much preferred today, even though she's a gravel specialist in India and in France. She said it was just much easier today than yesterday. Yesterday, in these little underpowered Peugeots, would have been really, really hard work. The stages were so rutted and full of big boulders. And so she just got slightly over-enthusiastic on the bar here. Round it goes. And there's a barrier in the way, so she can't continue. But that's the first scrape of that car all day, and it was orange in the orange bit.
So you never noticed.
No, exactly.
Yeah, it's all beautifully camouflaged. So Pragati Gowda, the Indian national junior champion, French gravel competitor this season, comes down to an equivalent hairpin, and that's much better.
Maybe she's got a slight issue with brakes.
Understandable if it's had a tough day, and they've got plenty of time to battle for tomorrow. So there's the chicane and then the run to the timing line and the stage end.
Pragati is part of the overall, but I'm afraid she is going to miss out on qualifying for the medal stage unless something happens in scrutineering overnight. She's going to finish a very respectable 4th in overall, ahead of Chinese Taipei, and most importantly, finish the stage. Here is Chinese Taipei. Look at the state of this car. The left-hand side of this car has really had some stories to tell. And when I went and spoke to Hussan Lee, earlier on. I said, what did you do to the door? He said, oh, I rubbed it up against a barrier on this stage last night. And he's managed to dent both the doors. I said, well, that doesn't explain what you've done to the front of the car. He said, it's not what I've done to the front of the car, it's what the wall did to me.
Right.
That was his answer.
Right.
His 7th ever competition and his first in international. He said, in Taiwan, it's a bit different.
So Hossein Lee comes down the first of the two sort of perimeter road sections where the hairpin awaits and flicks it through fairly nicely. There's another tight corner next up. Co-driver, of course, sitting alongside will have the route, will have the notes and be able to warn the driver of what's ahead. But compared to some of the stages, with all the wide expanse of a circuit, it must be a very different feeling.
They've done quite a good job of the front of that car because it was looking a lot more sorry pre-stage when they arrived after the end of the last stage. They were the last car through the last stage before it got red flagged. We'll get to that in just a second. But that was all really dragging along the floor. So a bit of tie wraps and a bit of engineering ingenuity by the two of them, and they've got it looking prettier.
Prettier, yes. But as long as it's still going, and as long as it gets them to the end of the stage, then a result can be determined very rapidly on this part down to the hairpin. Let's see how it fares through. Pretty good. So no time really wasted there. And now just that final chicane. One or two drivers have got a bit close, haven't they, to the tyre stack. You take too much speed in and you're really going to struggle through the second and third parts of the slalom. Turkey getting ready to go as they're up towards the end of the stage comes Chinese Taipei. So the timing being to be broken, and Hossein Lee goes through 2:59.7. So ahead of India is the outcome of that. Now the next one to go is Kerem Kazaz, who we've only seen today, the youngest ever event winner of a Turkish championship round.
We were supposed to see him yesterday, but he had a drive shaft failure on the very first stage of the day. Entered into all three competitions, as Turkey have done in their Rally 2 competition. And look at the state of this car. It didn't look like that at the start of the last stage of the loop, but he got lost in an orangery, having run a little bit wide.
What?
This is how he described it. He ran a little bit wide because he forgot to brake as hard as he needed to. His words, got lost in an orangery, as in a place where you grow oranges, and couldn't find the stage again. And in process of doing that, ran over a tree stump and ripped off the front of the car. He's done some, I think most of that's cosmetic. But either way, I've just lost internet. But I think he should be on course for a medal.
Okay. We'll see as he wriggles his way then now back onto the racetrack. It's a lightweight model, that's for sure. Bodywork shed, at least he's got the lights still. But that's going to need a lot of love before its next outing, isn't it? But Turkey, one of the ASNs that have really, like Spain actually, really embraced the idea of FIA Motorsport games. And as you say, entering in Rally 2 and Rally 4 in all three elements of it as well. The country is represented in esports to a good degree in GT sprint tomorrow, and we've seen in other categories as well. So Kerem Kazaz in his Peugeot down towards the hairpin.
Right, so this is critical then.
Go on.
He's lost a load of time in that last stage, and dropped from 2nd to 4th position. But depending on how he does against René Nola, who's coming up in his Corsa, could find himself back with a medal, because he's only 1 second behind René Nola coming into this stage. That's only just recently been updated because those drivers that were not able to finish the last stage of the loop get a notional time based on the competitiveness of the guys ahead of them. Basically, the stage was blocked because Greece hit the wall and bounced back into an arm guardrail, and blocked the stage, so there was nowhere for anyone else to go through. Stage red flagged, cars re-diverted in a different direction to come and join us here, and notional times given to the second half of the field.
So that affected Rally 4 and all of the historic. Some Rally 4 and all historic, yeah?
Yeah, exactly. But Kerem Kazaz was ahead of all that, and he had his own adventures.
Orangery related.
Yeah, and Georgia did the same thing, actually. Georgia also ended up upside down in an orangery. At least they... Oh, my camera person gave me a really good joke about juicing it or squeeze the most out of it or something. I've forgotten it, so it's useless now. But anyway, ended up in an orangery, and there's plenty of oranges everywhere.
Well, the danger, I suppose, of being in the orangery is that he's been pipped. But
I knew you would come up with something.
It's not necessarily any good. But for Turkey, then, that was a good effort, because that was the fastest Rally 4 time. That's the 6th best. So he's ahead of Germany, so that's important to go back to your point about the result.
And if he's 10 seconds ahead of Holland, that are coming up in a bit, he could move himself back up to silver medal position. So we've still got plenty of stories. I love that. We've had it both days, didn't we? We had a change in historics yesterday's final stage of the day. And I think we're going to see the same thing in R4 tarmac this evening.
So what's left of the Team Turkey Peugeot limps back to Park Fairmate. Here's Sweden, and oh dear.
So this is
just getting away with that.
This is Heidi Rylan, and complete bad of me, but I assumed that she was co-driving her father, and she's not. She's driving her friend. But just the generation and the way they were chatting together, I completely assumed wrong. And she's been pretty good today.
The Ford Fiesta, another of the popular cars for Rally 4, which is really the accessible international category these days.
Yeah, we've obviously seen a lot of Peugeot 208s over the course of yesterday, but there is plenty of different brands, and the Ford Fiesta, built by M-Sport Poland and actually used exclusively as the junior WRC car, and works on certain surfaces better than others. Even whenever you talk to anybody, they'll tell you one car's better than the rest. She hasn't quite managed to get the handbrake on to get round this hairpin, so a bit of a three-point turn.
So time lost, but getting away now, now we go to Reninola.
Yes, important. So Reninola at the moment with bronze medal for Germany in Rally 4 tarmac, but he needs to beat Karim Kazaz, and Kazaz at a 2:48.3, which is the fastest of the Rally 4 competitors. So it's a tall order to ask, and he's only 9 seconds behind Nard Ippen from Holland, that's also got an amazing story we'll get to in a second. Okay. Let's watch how difficult it is to drive one of these cars around this circuit. Lots of understeer in these cars, always. You have to be patient. You have to, if you can, set them up so the rear of the car rotates, but that's easier to do in a circuit race when you have known elements than when you're out on a stage that should be tarmac but has loads of gravel, and you don't know whether the slide is too much or not enough.
And also Reninola is another previous German two-wheel drive champion. He's won the two-wheel drive part of the Mid-Europa Cup. He has been a junior champion within the Mid-Europa Cup as well. He's taken part in the European Rally Championship in the junior division, so there's a lot of experience in this car.
That doesn't look too bad for the moment. Not asking too much of the front tyres. The idea here is you almost get the car to rotate from the rear, and therefore the front doesn't have to do too much turning, as you do with any front-wheel drive car. But because these are not set up for circuit racing as such, it's a bit more tricky. That was nice through the hairpin. Yeah. We don't have any intermediates to kind of build you up to see if it's going to be faster or slower than Turkey, and who's going to get those last medals for the day.
There's one at the end of the chicane, isn't there? And then there's the final one. So you've got a time at the chicane, and then about 100 metres or so further up the road is the final time. But what they're aiming for here is something better than a 2:48.3. It's a 2:41 at the last split, and as he gets to the timing line, 2:48, 2:48.8. So Reninola is going to go behind Kazaz
by 0.540
of a second.
Wow.
Close, eh?
But by 0.54 means that Nola stays ahead of Kazaz in the overall. Right. Because the gap was 1 second. And that's less than a second.
It is.
So Kazaz has stayed behind Nola. Now we need to turn our attention to Holland, and this is Nard Ippen, who doesn't have a very good relationship with the circuit here, because in his shakedown lap, he managed to hit one of the tyre stacks and double roll the car. If we get a close-up shot, you'll see that every single panel is scraped quite heavily. Yet, he's been competitive all day, and he's looking potentially to get himself a medal. It is Nard Ippen driving the car, rather than Christians, who is his co-driver.
Right, so Nard Ippen accelerates them back to tarmac and trying to salvage something after a tough start to the weekend. Nard Ippen is another of those drivers that's done quite a lot in a short space of time, really, as he heads towards us. So Nard Ippen, the Dutch driver, comes now with the clock ticking on down. Remember the time they're now aiming for, 2 minutes and 48. So he's got some time to find here.
He's got a 9-second advantage coming into this stage over Reninola. He's got 10 over Kerem Kaziz. So he can afford to give away a bit. And actually looking at the pace, even of someone like Stiedel, it's not 10 seconds slower than Kazaz or Nola. So I'm saying here that Nard Ippen, from being upside down on Thursday, could find himself with a silver medal at the end of the day, thanks in part to Turkey going orange hunting on the last stage.
Let's see then, the former co-driver turned driver does a 2:49.0. That puts him now 8. So it's Kazaz, Nola, and then Nard Ippen.
Yeah, so Ippen is silver then, and Nola holds on by half a second to bronze.
Yeah, Nard Ippen, former Clio Trophy runner, as now we go to the Portuguese driver, Rafael Cardeira. Pretty experienced, bearing in mind he started way back in 2012, and the Portuguese car, one of the most colourful.
Yeah, 4th fastest in the last stage of the loop. Although actually that's a notional time, so that means absolutely nothing, does it? One of the cars that obviously was not able to complete the stage. All of that story, by the way, regarding silver and bronze has come about because Greece should have been in collecting bronze. They were comfortably in bronze going into the last stage, but it was them that blocked the stage, that had a collision, and therefore handed, in theory, Turkey an easy medal. But then they went off the road, and it's all played out here on the circuit in Valencia, the circuit Ricardo Tormo, with Netherlands getting a silver and Germany getting a bronze. So it's quite hard to follow when you haven't been following the whole day, but I hope I've explained that as clearly as my brain is allowing, having had 3 hours sleep.
As long as we know who's winning medals, it is all fine. And we know
I think we've kind of covered the medals
decided
now.
Tomorrow for the top 3 that are entered overall, and we know that somebody decided tonight. So now we can just enjoy the last few cars that aren't going to be pitching for medals, but are still trying hard. And then we do have to think about medals because we've got historics to come yet, and they're going to be, I think, next. I can see an Audi Quattro in the distance, which has arrived. So Andrea Zivian is going to be away shortly. You've got the Toyota of Ben Mellors there as well, and so the historic contingent will be well spectacular around here as well. Cardeira then to round out Rally 4 comes towards us. I think there might be one more, in fact, after Cardeira. There should be there, yes, Hugo Arellano, the Luxembourg driver, Suzuki Cup champion a good few years ago, and in his Peugeot, the WRC France competitor, but mainly a Benelux and Fiesta Sport Trophy competitor these days. He's going to be the last driver from Rally 4 as he heads now up towards the approach to turn 7, and then before 6 we'll flick left and go onto the perimeter roads. There he is through what looks like quite a fast section, but it's a narrow entry through that gate.
And he was committed through there. The rear end of the car was stepping out for a very long time. Hello, Rafael. Hugo Lopez in the Portuguese car yesterday, and Portugal deciding to split their 2 drivers in Rally 4 to participate for individual medals. Luxembourg, takes the tyre stack with him.
First one to do that, I think, all weekend. So Hugo Arellano, who we didn't see yesterday in the gravel competition, brings the tyre stack back onto the road, so the marshals will have to attend to that. But he's trying, isn't he? Look at this. Great to watch. Load of tar smoke.
That's a front-wheel drive car. It shouldn't really be allowed to do that. He's unfortunately got the honour of being the only car to have a puncture today. And so he should be well further up the field, but a loss of 3 minutes with a puncture and a change in stage has meant overall miles away. So this is a victory lap, really. This is just an entertainment lap, and there is some celebrations for medals.
Indeed, from Germany, as you look at Luxembourg in Rally 4, we've got the UK in historics on the stage as well now. Ben Mellors in his spectacular Toyota Celica that we'll come to very shortly, as first up now towards the flying finish in a moment will be Hugo Arellano then, out of the Rally 4 for Luxembourg aspect. To the line he will come, and 2:43 at that last split over the timing beam. 2 minutes 50 is the time then, and that actually is 11th overall and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6th within Rally 4. And it was well worth watching, so we'll watch it again in super slow-mo. Look at that for the drifting as he accelerates his way through the corner. Just to make the point quickly that the driver and co-driver do not need to be of the same nation, if you were looking at the flags on the window just there.
Yeah, it's based on the driver nation.
Yeah.
We've got a few people who've got split nations. That reminds me that we don't have a donut. Every time you do a super special stage, usually you have a donut in the stage where you have to go, you know, a drift, but we've got plenty of drifting going on behind us, so perhaps not necessary. Historics then. Ben Mellors, super fast in gravel all day yesterday, and actually has had his advantage reduced to 1 minute and 40, but has been in control enough to look good for overall honours. Well, qualification for the medal stage.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, he did have a stage win early on in the day, although today has largely been about Andreas Zivian, and the last stage didn't happen at all. So it's been a frustrating time for the Historics. This car is a well-used Toyota. It's not a period rally car. It's a period car made into a rally car, if you see what I mean. And Ben Mellors drives it hard, and he's upholding family honour now, isn't he, with his brother out of the event.
You can see how much grip he has versus what he had yesterday. Yeah. He really is able to lean on it, and the inside front wheel is lifting up on that car, so a little bit soft on the rear. That's where the power is delivered from, and usually it's only the stadium super trucks that lift their front inside wheel, isn't it?
It is indeed. Well, this is going to be our target time in Historics. Andreas Zivian, or Zippo as he prefers to be known, he's on track with the Audi Quattro that we'll come to in a moment. First of all, let's have a look at a Toyota time, because into the chicane charges Ben Mellors, scrapes his way through, 2:44.1 at that split, and as he crosses the timing point now through the flying finish, we go to the Audi. Ben Mellors' time 2 minutes 51.8, so that's what the Quattro has got to try to beat. Four-wheel drive, of course, against two-wheel drive from the Toyota, but the Audi looking very different in its tarmac setup today.
Yeah, absolutely. Amazed to go down to the garage last night and see the boys refitting every single part of their suspension upright set and differentials for that car. I mean, there was nothing on it when I was having a look, sort of 2 hours after the end of the last stage. They did get to bed before me, but they were still up well beyond midnight to get that car.
Playing for sympathy here.
Yeah, I'm feeling it today. Ben Mellors there then. No medals yet, but tomorrow we'll go up against Zippo for the gold and silver.
But it's going to be interesting, isn't it? Because tomorrow it's going to be about horsepower. 3 laps of a race circuit, 3 long laps, so 12 kilometres or so plus. It's going to be about grunt and a turbocharged Audi Quattro versus a Toyota. I'm tempted to say this is going to be the car to beat, isn't it?
Well, it was last year, wasn't it?
Yeah.
But it was domination throughout the whole event last time in France, and pretty much domination on tarmac today. Zippo said it was a much easier day. Everything is still facing in the right direction as it should be.
Do we know where Zippo comes from as the pseudonym?
No.
No, not totally, no.
But he's a very charismatic guy to chat to, and loves to... he was talking to Emanuele Pirro for a long time about this car, as you can imagine.
Maybe it's Zippo because he's now lighter, I don't know. Into the chicane he will come then at the end of the pit straight, and Andreas Zivian, the gold medalist in the historic rally division last year. He, as Ben made the point just now, absolutely blitzed everybody last season, 2 years ago, and won that medal stage. Goes across the line, 2:47.1, and that is much quicker than the Toyota, and that effectively is over just 1 lap of the circuit.
And that's also faster than all the Rally 4 cars. Yeah. So that was a very, very fast lap time. He then gets gold for historic rally tarmac, so another gold medal. We had to tell him yesterday that he got a gold, so I hope the guys down there on the ground remind him that he's just won another one.
Now this is Antonio Sainz, the brother of Carlos Sainz Sr., uncle of Junior therefore. Struggled a bit yesterday on the gravel. We were thinking maybe today would be a kinder day because the Porsche likes tarmac. Has it been a better day?
Yeah, it definitely has. Oh yes, well done Zippo, you've remembered. It has actually, and unfortunately due to some of the cars falling by the wayside over the day, mainly Wojciech Staff and his Ascona retiring before the start of the last stage, Antonio Sainz has now found himself into the medal stage.
Right.
So we are going to see this Porsche up against the Audi and the Celica tomorrow for the medal stage, but it definitely didn't look that way. And if he does that on the medal stage, it'll definitely be bronze. It didn't look like that this morning.
No,
that's
true.
for sure. And we had some really fast single entry tarmac cars today as well. A couple of extra escorts that were really, really performing. But even if it wasn't a particularly hard day tarmac-wise, and it wasn't a particularly hot day, we did have quite a few retirees, I'm afraid.
Yeah, I think we've only got one more car to go, which is Siegfried Meyer's Volvo, which is on the stage, and then I think the course closing car is already at the stage start, ready to go. So Antonio Sainz in a car that you would think would be well suited to the racetrack. It looks perhaps more like a historic race Porsche than a historic rally Porsche now, but Antonio Sainz, who is quite happy to stay out of the family limelight, but enjoys his historic rallying with good success as well. Gets down to the hairpin here.
It means that we lost that lovely little Alpine.
Yeah.
The A310 overheated on the first stage of the day. We had James Potter in his Ford Escort RS. That did the morning loop, but retired at the start of the second half of the day. We had the Volvo 544 that retired yesterday, so we didn't see that today. Didn't come back under super rally conditions, and as I say, the Ascona also retiring on that last stage. So it has a rather depleted the historic field, but it is still a pleasure to see the three cars that we're going to have in our medal stage, and it looks like the parents are delivering their children to school.
It does, rather. Antonio Sainz.
And to be fair to the drivers in that car, in the Volvo, they are as much along with the joke as the rest of them. They do really believe that it's an unusual beast.
Just to finish off about Antonio Sainz, slowest of anybody. That was a very, very circumspect run, and I suspect the Volvo actually might even be quicker. This is Siegfried Meyer at the wheel of the Volvo 240 Turbo, which is just about going to get through the gap there. But it really does look, doesn't it, as though the taxi has arrived. No, we've got one more car. We've got Ford Escort still to go, and then the course closing car. But there's a long hold before the Escort gets underway. That's the Swedish entry, isn't it?
Is there a long hold? No, I think that's okay. We've closed up the gaps.
Okay.
Yeah. The over the rear wheel arch of that Toyota, it says nobody suspects a Volvo. Sorry, Volvo says nobody suspects a Volvo on the livery. It's the only thing, and it says it in English, even though it's a German car.
From a Swedish manufacturer.
Yes.
Yes. From Sweden, though, comes a Ford Escort, British registered, but left-hand drive. This is the car for Krista Hedlund. No rally stage is complete without an Escort Mark II, even in this day and age. And he is accelerating his way then as the last car through. How is the Volvo getting on? Well, here it is, down to the last corner of the stage.
Oh, it's got good lock.
It has, and it's got lots of lean in the suspension. This is from earlier on in replay. Understeer, brake, stab on. What do we do now?
Does it rotate?
It just about does. It leans.
It's leaning, yeah.
It heads for the curb. It heads for the gravel.
Oh, it's okay. Oh, he's gone quite far in.
He's still in the gravel.
Look at the suspension. Wow.
And there it is. Barely a mark on it. And the German team's Volvo for Siegfried Meyer through at the end of the stage. The last car is the Escort Mark II of Krista Hedlund. It makes just a wonderful noise, an Escort Mark II. Even now, decades on, it is still one of the great rally cars. So many, sadly, over the years have been destroyed against trees in forests all over the world. But in the late 1970s, these were the rally cars. All the private teams that ran them, they were winning world championships even up to 1981 with Ari Vatanen. There is Antonio Sainz celebrating a medal, another one for Spain. And Krista Hedlund in the Escort then, now with that very patriotic Swedish flag on the roof, comes to the end of the stage.
Yeah, that's a silver medal. Missed that one out. Silver medal for Spain with the depletion of this field. And it looks as though, oh no! Tried to get a slide on and it corrected itself.
That's the Volvo line.
This is going to be a medal for Sweden, a bronze medal. 1 minute and 14 off the Porsche. Actually, no, I don't think the Porsche was that slow, but I was about to say maybe you can make up minute and 14 on the in this last stage. It's so pretty, this car. It's so well prepared.
And it's a proper tarmac rally Escort, isn't it? The look of it, the low line of it.
It's got tiny, tiny, tiny wheels.
Yeah.
In comparison even to some of the other Escorts we've seen.
The Volvo, by the way, Siegfried Meyer, still quicker than the Porsche of Antonio Sainz. So when I said it was a circumspect run, I wasn't kidding you. There's that British number plate on the back of the Escort. Krista Hedlund will be the last driver into the chicane then.
It has been a wonderful 2 days of rallying. We've expanded from tarmac to a gravel and tarmac event for the Motorsport Games, a huge undertaking for the organising committee, but they provided us with beautiful stages out there and a very, very entertaining 30-odd car grid, and it's provided us entertainment out there in the fields and in the forests, and also on the circuit here. One last medal stage for the overall tomorrow. Maybe not as traditional rallying as you like. Set up a lovely slide there, but it kind of gripped for him.
Yeah. The execution didn't quite come out as expected, did it? But he made it lively to watch, and thankfully no real dramas, a little bit of wayward running, and Krista Hedlund ending up ahead of both Siegfried Meyer and Antonio Sainz, so the Escort beating Volvo and Porsche.
In the stage.
In the stage, indeed, yeah.
But bronze overall after a full day of tarmac rallying and a little bit of gravel rallying as well.
So lively stuff, as we expected, from the Rally 2, Rally 4 and historic rally contingent. And the final car through the final time control at the end of stage 14. Stage 15 is for only the top 3 that are entered for the overall competition in the 3 divisions. So it will be effectively one run for each of the 3 categories that we have tomorrow. So this is the classification of stage 14, and we've mixed them all up here. This is taking 2 and 4 and historic in different orders. That's why you've got, for example, Italy 6th overall. But Rally 2, Alejandro Cacon time was the best of anybody, ahead of the Rally 2 Dane, Kenneth Madsen, and the Rally 2 Mexican, Alejandro Mauro Sanchez. Turkey 4th, and then Sandro Tavakeladze 5th for Georgia. The best of the historics, that was Italy, Andrea Zibian. The best of Rally 4, Karin Kazaz for Turkey. 7th overall, and 2nd of Rally 4 was René Noller. 3rd, Nard Ippen, that was Germany ahead of Holland. Historics, it was Italy ahead of the UK, Ben Mellers, and then a long way down after that was Sweden, Krista Hedlund in the Escort Mark II, taking 3rd fastest on this stage.
Neil, you can say what you want, but the Sainz family can race.
Yeah, it's amazing, isn't it?
No matter what age.
Yeah, I mean, I used to spend a lot of time interviewing El Matador Carlos Sr. Now Carlos Jr. is in. Do you have to go? 1 minute. 1 minute, okay. We'll have a quick word with Antonio.
Got 1 minute, one
I'll
minute.
Give you 40 seconds, how was it?
Okay. It was excellent. I was really lucky, but sometimes races are like this. I'm extremely happy, and I have the opportunity tomorrow to fight a little bit more. That will be great. It's fantastic in my country to win the silver medal.
That's it. That's a classic rallying, is that the co-driver is very keen to get them to that time control on time, because he has a very specific window that they have to check in there. Rallies can be won or lost if you don't do that last bit of admin. Yeah, so
you did say it's a lot of admin.
Yeah, so I just had to make sure that I got out of the way before they lost their medal.
So it could have
been
your
my
fault. Yeah.
Totally.
Well, I hope they made it in time.
Because when you get the stare from the co-driver, you know that they run things. They are in charge of when that car goes from A to B, and the driver just drives. But yeah, that's the brother of Carlos Sainz Sr. and the uncle of Carlos Sainz. And those cars will be out on stages again tomorrow. But Spain absolutely dominating.
They're smashing this. And I did overhear some of the Spanish team being very confident, saying, "Oh yeah, we're gonna win this thing." And I think they're absolutely doing it. But this morning yesterday was their first gold medal in this competition ever, and now they're acing it on first place. So impressive.
It's very, very
impressive. The night, or the evening night, I'm saying night, it's middle of the day, Kayana. No, the day isn't over yet. We've got more finals coming up, which is super exciting. The eSports finals. So they're not happening here, they're happening in Valencia, which you might have caught up on by now. Again, on a separate stream, but we're going to have a look there.
Yeah, big. It's crucial. It's crucial gold medal time. GT first, I think, and then after that, Formula 4.
Let's have a look at finals in the eSports category.
We see the cars are on the grid. There's just over 1 minute to go. We'll do a full formation lap, and then it'll be a rolling start, Chaz. And unbelievably, feels a bit surreal to see this one. We'll be drawing this, the Esports GT section at least, of Motorsport Games to a close in 24.
It's incredible, isn't it? It's come around so suddenly as well, because we had so many races yesterday. We had 10 races in the end, with all the quarterfinals and the last chance races, 5 of them in each category. Then we've had 2 semi-finals in each of the categories today as well. It's mad to think that there is actually an end to this. It just seems like a series that will go on forever, and hopefully the FIA Motorsport Games goes on for forever as well, because in between these races, some of the things you won't have seen obviously in the live stream when you've been following us, the people that we get to speak to here, Paul, whether it be drivers, personnel, even just on site here at the museum as well, the people behind the simulators as well, and everybody that's here to represent their nation in this competition. There's just so many wonderful people here. I wish we could showcase each and every one of them on the stage, because they're all great.
Yeah, could not agree anymore with that one. It really is so satisfying to see such an eclectic collection of personalities as well. Very different people from very different backgrounds, very different parts of the world, coming together, family unit as one, to hopefully showcase the world of esports sim racing to a much wider audience than is often possible. And just little things. You and I have both been in this game for a while. I've had a conversation on the stage a few minutes ago with the FIA telling me how important sim racing is to them.
Yeah.
Wow.
It's incredible, isn't it? Because, you know, it's the world governing body of motorsport as we know it in almost all competitions. It's just amazing to have them on board here and see that they recognise this as level with everything else that's going on here at the Motorsport Games. It's not just a subcategory of something. Yeah. It is a category of the FIA Motorsport Games, and they respect it just as much as we respect them as well. It's lovely to work hand in hand with the FIA. Obviously for us as commentators, we get fancy shirts with FIA logos on as well. It's a beautiful memento to have, but still, it is just amazing that it's all come together like this, and definitely the word is togetherness in all of this, and even all of these nations as well. There's a lot of nations here that aren't even racing in this, that were racing in this Esports GT competition, and they're here to watch and here to enjoy what is going to be a fantastic spectacle.
Yeah, really is a fabulous spectacle, is absolutely the word. I've used festival as a term as well to summarise how this all is, and it's a festival of the real and the virtual racing, and it's putting us on the absolute map when it comes to us virtual fans, isn't it? It's really given us that opportunity to shout as loud as we can to the world, this is what we are, this is what we do, come and have a piece of it for yourself, because it's wonderful.
Yeah, it's a great way to showcase it and just give everybody an idea of what the top level of this looks like. And the wonderful thing about it is there's so many levels below this as well, you know, from the grassroots racing leagues that you get on either a set of Corsa Competizione, where it's just a couple of friends running for a laugh, whether it's national championships, whether it's high-end organised league racing as well that you have to go for. There are so many steps up to this point, and there's so much more. This is just the tip of the iceberg, but it's a very well-polished tip of the iceberg, isn't it, Paul? Because these are the finest drivers in the world.
Yep, they really are. They're representing their nation, not themselves, not a team, not a consortium, not a conglomerate, not a group, not anything, but the place in which they were born and they live. All the sim racers that are of their nationality look up to these drivers. They want to be these drivers, and that kind of representation is something rather spectacular indeed. So now, folks, watching in the arena and watching at home, the time for talking is over. Not for Chaz and I, of course. It's now the time for the action. So, we are ready. It is finals day. Somebody is going to be a champion in the next 1 hour's time. Can I have a big cheer from the audience to get us going here? It's the FIA Motorsport Games GT Cup. We are go on the final race of the day. Champions will be made today as we head down into the first corner. The Brazil have the inside line. Czech Republic trying to buy into this one as well. Germany, a bit of contact further back. That may have been the Malaysian entry. 4 cars facing the wrong direction, but up front Germany slipped down into second. Brazil are our race leaders, and Belgium are in there as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Belgium right on the back of them here, trying to go through the left-hand kick into the hairpin. A few drivers just faking a move to the inside. That's France side by side with Japan. Little bit of a kiss there, door to door, really trying to put pressure on one another. Hopefully no contact on the exit. That was tidy stuff from France. We saw some very well calculated maneuvers earlier on by Matisse from France. And right now, Soto Muto is having to focus, get back in a rhythm here with Slovakia, and then the Netherlands right behind. The drivers and the cars that seem to have dropped away were Malaysia, the United States of America, and Singapore. I was going to say there were a couple of red cars in there as well, and I was hoping for their sake Singapore was not one of them. They started 9th on the grid, Malaysia started in 8th, and the United States as well started in 14th position. So a few cars from the mid-pack dropping down, Paul, but it's a long old race. There's plenty of time left to go, but at the minute it's Brazil leading the way, and well, we've seen them do this before, haven't we?
We have indeed. Brazil, they're an incredibly competitive outfit in any realm of sport, it has to be said, although motor racing's more my bag than anything else, and it's absolutely being represented again. Igor Rodriguez behind the wheel of the number 17 machine. He's converted that pole position courtesy of his success throughout the course of the competition in the quarterfinals and the semi-finals, and now he's leading in the grand finale. Second position, Czech Republic, Wojciech Fihala behind the wheel of that car, Niklas Huben. For Germany in 3rd position is the current medal placement holders, but we're only 2 minutes in, Jazz. There's 58 left to go. I've got a funny feeling that things may just change a little bit.
I think they absolutely will, Paul. You're absolutely right, but Brazil lead the way. That is a matter of fact at this moment in time. Just having a quick look at the top 5 positions there, you know, and nobody in the top 5 currently has ever won a medal here at the FIA Motorsport Games Esports before, and we've never had a repeat winner either. So we've had, so far, Australia, Costa Rica, Italy, United Kingdom, Netherlands and Spain have all won medals, whether they're gold, silver or bronze. Nobody in that top 5 has ever had one before. Spain are the highest placed car at the moment that have won one. Last year they came 3rd, or last time, sorry, 2 years ago they came 3rd.
And the reason for that is because esport sim racing is so accessible to the masses. You can really low barrier entry compared to, let's say, real world racing, so you can get in there in every 2 years we run the FIA Motorsport Games, and that gives drivers the opportunity to put in the work, to qualify through their performance, to go to their local ASN and say, look, this is me, this is what I'm all about, and they can represent their nation. So you do get a high churn of drivers because the opportunities are so available in comparison to pretty much any other sport in the whole world, I'd say.
Yeah, definitely. It's a sport you can do from home while still competing with other people all around the world.
Amazing.
There's not many that you can do that with, to be honest with you. So the fact that these guys have that accessibility to be able to hone their craft and practice and get as good as they have been, to then come here and compete together. We've spoken to so many drivers already this weekend that have said it's so lovely to be in the same room as these guys, because they have a sort of added respect when you can see the other person there next to you. You know, it really brings the respect levels right to the brim, and it's great to see that that's what they want. Hong Kong, China have been given an early drive-through penalty here with 56 minutes left on the clock, and that is a massive, massive shame for them. Maybe some involvement in the contact in the opening stages there, Paul, because it was around that part of the field, or just in front of that part of the field, where it all, I'm afraid, went to pot.
Yeah, that's a real shame for Hong Kong, China. They've been good value for money, it has to be said, over the course of the competition thus far. 15th position they are in currently. They have 3 laps, of course, we all know the drill, to go and serve that drive-through penalty. Drive-through pit lane at the mandated pit lane speed limit. Then they can get back out again and carry on their merry way. Having a quick look at Morocco at this moment in time. They're down in 12th position. Estonia are the car that they're chasing in number 20, 49 and 22 respectively. Remember, this would have been good for us last time around because we needed a top 10. It's only the top 3 on this occasion. Morocco then recognising that one. They know they need to get their skates on nice and early. Have a look to the inside, too wide through the final corner. Very, very nice. We don't see that one pulled off successfully very often at all. It continues for the run down into T1. This is a danger zone. Jazz and I have both highlighted this as a pinch point on this circuit. Estonia have the slight overlap, but they do seem to have a little bit more discretion than the Moroccan machine, so they do run wide, give them the racing space. Morocco take the position. Estonia almost hung out to dry. That's Greece buying in on the action. And look here, Philippa Bakina for Australia. She likes to look at what's going on and tries to get involved as well.
Started 18th on the grid, did Philippa as well, so another fantastic drive up the order already, just a couple of laps in, 4 places gained. Portugal just behind as well there. Ricardo Lado will not take this one lying down. There's Philippa making the move down the inside, trying to fill that gap, but doesn't quite work at the moment. Ricardo just behind them, waiting in the wings for an opportunity to come his way. And yeah, it just dawned on me as well on that previous lap actually, Paul, that this is the first race in 2 days where we aren't just looking at either a top 10 or a top 5 for people to progress. This is the savage sort of of nature of what we have in like a karting race. In karting, a lot of the time, if you're fighting for a certain plate or a certain championship, you either win the race or you may as well have not, well, not turned up, you know what I mean? That sounds harsh, but you either win or you don't. Whether you're second, whether you're 25th, you have the same result effectively, second or 25th. That's going to be the same here if you're outside the top 3. It's bronze, silver and gold for those top 3 positions, obviously in reverse order, sorry, and then nothing else.
And much like the complete polar opposite to what we've seen up to this point, there's no playing the percentages game.
No.
There's no ho, I'm safe, let's stay where we are.
Yeah.
Elbows need to be out. They don't need to be out, Jazz. They need to be sharpened to the finest point they've ever been fined. You really have to push. Belgium, 4th position, fabulous result. 4th at a race of this level. Wow, well done you, amazing. 4th in this competition will give you precisely 0 reward. So you've got to be 3rd. You may as well throw it to the wall and finish in 4th and just give it everything you've got. If you're Germany, so don't want to be hearing that news, but you're currently in the bottom step of the trophy medal awards.
Yeah, absolutely, and like you say, it doesn't really amount to anything if you finish in 4th position. Sure, you get some lovely airtime, you get 2 Northern English blokes saying that you've done a good job, but that's about it. And you have to then sort of swallow your pride and come back again in 2 years and try it all over again. But at the same time, while it is really, really harsh and very cutthroat, as we've been saying, that's part of the entertainment here in a format like this. You get a medal or you don't, and it's those top 3 cars at the moment that are on their way to medals. Brazil have been absolutely flawless so far in this competition. So too have the Czech Republic. All that comes down to, in terms of their grid positions, really, when you think about it, was how they qualified at the start of the event. Because 1st, 2nd and 3rd cars were 1st in each of their groups. So it was 1-1-1, 2-2-2, 3-3-3 and so on. So that means that the only reason Brazil start ahead of the Czech Republic in this race is just down to qualifying times, because they've both won their qualifying races and semi-finals up to this point.
Yep, absolutely. It really is all down to the finest of margins. We're riding on board with the Chile car momentarily there. Beautiful picture-in-picture shots we see from the driver's point of view in the cockpit of that big Mercedes AMG GT3 Evo. Fabulous car, GT3 regulations, some of the best racing anywhere in the world. And the Chilean vehicle is currently in 3rd position. Belgium are the team just ahead, but they don't seem to quite have the pace of our top 3, sorry. And if you're Chile, or even if you're Spain or France or Japan further behind, you're going to be well aware, painfully aware, it has to be said, that you need to clear the obstacle of the Belgian car, otherwise you're going to start getting detached, and life gets a little bit harder in that kind of scenario.
Yeah, it's a very physical barrier in front of them, isn't it, that Mercedes right now, because at the end of the day they can see the top 3 getting further and further away, and they've just sat behind them at the moment. It's not that they're hanging back necessarily, they're all pushing as hard as possible, which leads me to think maybe some people with nothing to lose a bit further back might try something tyre-wise.
Sure.
You never know. The strategies are going to be important here, because we have a 10-minute pit stop window in the middle of this race. It will start when that timer at the top of the screen counts down to 35 minutes to go, and it will end when there are 25 minutes to go. The cars have to enter the pit lane inside those 10 minutes, unlike Venezuela and Turkey did. Otherwise, they will get a penalty at the end of the race. Here's Japan. Sotomuto now right up behind Matisse, the French driver, and the two of them have both had bit of an up and down weekend, actually. Sotomuto did really well, took a win obviously in his quarter-final, but just hasn't had it on tap today really in terms of the performance. The French driver earlier flew up, but obviously they had a tough time at the start of the competition, so they've both been at different sort of levels at different points.
Yeah, absolutely. They're just missing that little final lick of pace, I think, for Japan at this moment in time, or certainly up to this point. I dare say that things might be a little bit different now. It's really into game time, because often elite sports people, real or virtual, you just find that bit more when it really, really, really matters, don't you? And I think Sotomuto for the Japan team is doing a very good job at this moment in time. France, as you asked me, who am I looking out for? I said that nation. They started 11th. They're already up to 7th, but I don't think Japan are particularly enthusiastic about letting that car get away just yet.
No, he's going to absolutely stick with him, because as well, you know, these drivers, they watch each other's races. They know where everybody will be in terms of pace and what they've got in their back pocket. Right now, Estonia have Australia in their back pocket, but not in the way that they're looking after him. It's the fact that Filippo Pachina's very aggressive-looking Mercedes is right up behind them and hoping to get another position gained. That's the BS competition livery, I believe, with a tweak for the Australian colours on it. Looks absolutely fantastic. Filippo racing for BS competition in league racing all around the world.
I've not clocked that. Actually, I've always been an admirer of the livery, but I've not noticed that one, and it does look absolutely sensational, the Australia livery. And I do love the way that these nations are representing themselves and their personalities and their cultures through the liveries of their car. It really is an all-encompassing sort of experience of, hey, this is who we are, this is what we're about, and we're going to express ourselves through the medium of virtual motorsports, which is it sounds like a marketing tagline, but it really is so true, isn't it? It's fabulous. It's another step up above again compared to even the great competitions that we've seen throughout the industry.
Yeah, it's another real sort of angle of sim racing is the self-expression through the livery worn on your virtual car. You know, it's so easy to change liveries in sim racing like this that, you know, there's no logistics of sending the car away to get wrapped or anything, or worrying about the wrap getting damaged and, you know, spray painting the thing either. You can have really fancy designs on these cars at no added cost. You can just spend a bit of time on Photoshop or something and sort it out, and they look resplendent. And hats off to all the guys and girls that have sorted out the liveries for this competition as well, that obviously help us identify these machines and help identify what country they're all from, because they look amazing in every respect. Right now though, Belgium under pressure with Chile just behind, and then Spain waiting in the wings as well, and they're not at the moment on for a medal, any of these teams, but you never know what can happen in front. We've seen drive-throughs come at any point, Paul, and to be fair, no team has been completely immune from them.
But we talk about the medals, and we've spoken about that a lot, because obviously that's the prize at the end of the road. But we've spoken to several nations over the course of this weekend where they're a more developing scene in the world of esports and sim racing. And yes, everybody wants the top three in the medal, of course they do. Yeah. But for some of these nations, actually being into this final and finishing as high as you can is a massive achievement for a small, growing nation that's building their infrastructure, building their support and their passion. And we all know this from, there's another stupid sport, it's got a round thing and 11 people kicking about, I don't know what it is.
I don't know what it's about.
The passion that grows in there, that you can build in a group of people by success, and that's what they're trying to do here. They're trying to say, hey, fellow people that live where I live, look what we're doing, and get some support behind it, and that's massively powerful as well, isn't it?
Yeah, it completely is. You said it yesterday, actually, that, you know, there's legacies to be built here, and there's lists and lists of people that have achieved this, that, and the other, whether it comes to the Olympics or even the FIA Motorsport Games. What they're doing now is, rather than adding to a list, they are building the list from the start with these first couple of years in this competition. They will be some of the founding fathers of these sorts of events. You know, it's going to be amazing to see in just a few years how many of these names are around, how many new names from other countries have come in and got on board with this as well. This is just the beginning, and it's only getting better.
These will be the Alberto Ascari, Juan Manuel Fangios, the future generations, these drivers. More than that's really quite exciting. Hopefully we're the Murray Walkers, but I doubt it significantly. As France go on the defence from Japan, and again, Japan, Sotomuto, we've spoken about this already in this race. We were sort of saying they've struggled a little bit in the last couple of races. Well, they're absolutely on form at this moment in time. In fact, here we go to the inside of France. Will they both make it through the corner? The French team stay around the outside. Japan to the inside, just have to give that one up. Well played, not to fight it too far. Know the battle's lost. Live to fight another day.
Yeah, they didn't push too hard there and run wide. It's very easy to make contact there, whether it's France trying to make sure they don't go too wide with the track limits on the right, or whether Japan try not to run wide from the apex itself. You've both got to have the same sort of responsibility in that corner, whether you're the outside car or the inside car. Slovakia are now coming into the picture as well, just behind this lot. Now we look back at Belgium, still ahead of Chile and Spain. Chile looking a little bit more apparent than Spain at this moment in time, but the Spanish car not right with them at this stage. It's just sort of, again, waiting in the wings is definitely the phrase, isn't it, at the moment, as they just keep that slipstream down the start, finish straight, and then they use the twisties to stick with them, put a little bit of pressure on, and as we've seen, Phil, the mirrors says, here's a battle, Paul.
Yeah, here we go. This is the Australian entry and the Estonian team side by side. Estonia does very, very well to get out of that one. Almost loses the car, does just Perec, but he holds on to it in nice style. That opens the door, though, for Australia and Filippo Bacchina. Bacchina gets it done, and a round of applause as well from the arena to say, well done. That was a lovely, lovely pass from Australia. They're now up another position. They started in 18th, Jazz. They're now up into 13th.
Really solid progress by Filippo Bakida so far. And it's corners like that, actually, where you can hang it around the outside. As long as you keep the car nice and smooth, you can keep it all the way around the outside, pinch the other car to the apex, and they have to take a compromised, slower line and then try and make it work from there. Here's a move from Japan down the inside of France now, still side by side through the hairpin. They're going to go through a left kink. That's going to give the advantage to Japan for just a moment, but France is going to be in the inside for the next part of the corner. They're still door-to-door on the exit. We saw this on the very first lap, actually, Paul. France back down the inside once more. Japan's going to have the inside again. Are they going to have the run, though? Is Sotomuto going to be able to keep his nose down the inside? Yes, he is. And I think he might get this moved on the exit. Can he now? A slide from France again. They're still side by side, Paul.
This is brilliant, really classy racing from these two drivers. France don't get the job done, but they go immediately on the attack. Will there be enough racing room? Contact between the two of them. That's opened the door for Slovakia to say hello. I'll have a piece of this action. Thank you very much, gentlemen. And I'll take that one away. Sotomuto, though, for Japan says no thank you. I'll take it back. And he does indeed. Survives the attack of not one, but two cars. Brilliant driving from Japan. They hold on to 7th position. The Netherlands are buying into this one as well. They must have had stroopwafel for breakfast. So fast is what they're going in this race. Beautiful stuff.
That was fantastic, absolutely fantastic. I never once thought in my career that I'd ever just randomly shout the word Slovakia, to be honest with you. We've got France as well now trying to buy into this, because Japan has started to stretch away a little bit with all of this scrapping that's going on. There's a drive-through penalty for Morocco just come up on screen as well. They're serving that immediately. Morocco definitely have been one of the more entertaining teams, actually, in all of this. No disrespect to any of the others, of course, but they have been absolutely on it at all times, not scared to make a move down the inside. And now France just need to recover a little bit, just recuperate. They've got a little bit of attention there from the Netherlands as well, but now they need to just think, right, Slovakia's back in front of us. That's not the be-all and end-all. Give it a few laps, do that bit of reconnaissance that we've spoken about, where you've just got to pick out where you're quicker than the car ahead, and then try and go forward once more.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we said it during the live. That was a classy bit of racing from those drivers. And again, you may not necessarily be in that top 3 position just yet, although we've got 42 minutes left to go. But it is all about putting on a show, representing your nation, and really showing just how good of a driver you are. And that was some really, really good driving. Netherlands, though, still trying to get involved in this one. At the back of that shot, that's really opened the door for the Netherlands. It's been a very good result for them, hasn't it, to get into that fight in 10th?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm just looking on the grid sheet. They started 12th on the grid, the Netherlands, so they have improved on where they started the race. Let's not forget as well, Paul, we always say it, that if you can finish a race in the same position or above where you started, it's not always a bad day in the office, that is it?
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely, especially at this kind of level. Qualifying, I think I said it earlier in the weekend, which feels like months ago now.
It does.
Qualifying is one thing, hot lap pace is one thing, executed for 60 minutes time after time with a changing balance of a car, with changing track conditions and other drivers around you is an entirely different prospect altogether, isn't it?
Yeah, it really is. And we've seen it in certain competitions in the past where they've had hot lap competitions. You know, you set one lap and that's your sort of mark on the competition, whereas in most other cases they try and get you to do something a bit more consistent, get you to do repeated laps and see how consistent you are over a stint, whether that be in a race format or whether that be on your own without the aid of any slipstream, which could obviously interfere with lap times and so on. This, though, is as raw as it gets. This is go out there, race each other, have fun, goodbye, enjoy it, and we'll go and talk about it. But yeah, this is the most raw form of a competition like this. Look at this train of cars here, though. We've got Greece, Australia, Portugal, Estonia, United States of America, Sweden, Malaysia and Singapore in there, all from 11th back to 18th place.
That's a nice recovery from Malaysia. That was one of the cars I saw at the back of the shot on the opening lap that was in some kind of drama. So Malaysia, first and foremost, is my hobby horse thing. Well done for keeping going, loving that stuff, keeping in the race. But more to the point, well done for getting really back into the fight as well. Okay, we're a bit further away from the top 3 than we would like. You're certainly still in a shout for a top 10. And Greece, under all the pressure in the world, Bakida for Australia, climbing over the curves, climbing over the car in front, trying desperately to find a way past. Can Australia do it now? On corner exits, much smoother than the Greek machine in front. So Bakida, she's going to be tempted. There's a temptation to look into T1. Often it looks like it's on until it isn't. Will the Australian car pop out? Thinks about it, thinks better of it.
Yeah, I like that. Lovely little quick move there. And often you see drivers do that quite slowly, don't you? They sit down the inside for ages, and there, Philippa now makes her move into the hairpin. It's going to be interesting to see if she makes this stick, if she can then, well, just disappear off in front. Usually we don't see that move completed that early after that corner there. A nice little round of applause from the crowd. Instantly Portugal are going to want to move on this, but watch that BS competition liveried car now get moving just in front, because I think Philippa's going to disappear over the horizon and go chasing that further battle. This battle, actually, which is, no, sorry, that's a bit too far. I do apologise. It was Japan, Slovakia, France and the Netherlands that I was referring to. I got a little bit excited there. I got ahead of myself. There it is.
It is very easy, though, to get excited, to get wrapped up in it all, isn't it? Such as the level that we're seeing on our screens here today. And again, France, this is a nation I'd like to speak about. I thought they'd been moving up a little bit harder, but they seem to have got into some kind of stride. Slovakia has got into the middle of that fight now. So France are down into 9th position. Japan all the way up there in 7th, all on their own. And Slovakia doing a really stealthy job in the background. We didn't see it on shot, but they snuck up there into 8th place. That's a really, really good bit of driving for that particular car. Netherlands going a little bit wide through the final corner as well. That's going to limit their potential down the following straight, but it is still very much game on in this middle pack. France have a look to the inside. No, not on this occasion. Wise bit of play there. Can Matej Leato do anything about the car in front? Bit of follow my leader through this bit though, Chaz. Difficult to find any kind of side-by-side opportunity unless there's a mistake from the car ahead.
Yeah, absolutely. I think unless they've started the lap very, very close together and right in the slipstreams, it's really hard to sort of find an opportunity around here unless there's a mistake from the car in front. That's often what sets this up. You've got to think about the corner exit rather than the corner entry when you're attacking on this part of the circuit. We've spoken about it so far quite a bit this weekend, that this is a track that is surprisingly a one-line circuit, as we say. There's not a lot of corners where you can take differing lines and get away with it, and it's also a very compromising circuit. If you make a move here, for example, now in the middle of this pack, the car we're looking at is Sweden. If they made a move on the United States now, Estonia would have maybe a 1 or 2 second gap behind them to the cars that have just had a battle. You can very easily upset the rhythm of you and your competitors if you send it down the inside here. So they've got to pick their moments, haven't they?
Do not readjust your television. It is exactly right what you're seeing. This is not a replay of the start. That's live pictures. All those cars nose to tail all the way through the field. It is so impressive to see this, how close we are together. Only 25 minutes or so into the race. Really sensational stuff. We cycle back to the Belgian entry in 4th position, coming under increasing pressure from Chile. Chile trying to find a way past. Spain keeping a watching brief. Host nation as well. Pressure is on for the Spanish outfit as Chile looks to the inside.
Yeah, Chile having a little go here and there, and that's the thing again, just filling the mirrors, trying to take a look down the inside to unsettle the car in front, because as soon as you aren't following conventionally, the car in front is going to look in the mirrors and go, oh, hang on a second, I don't like that. And then they're going to just think more and more, and you get in their head instantly. Whether they'll admit it or not is a different factor, but you will get in their heads, I can tell you that for free. Portugal have remained behind Greece here since Australia moved ahead of the latter, but Australia are now getting further and further away. Philippa Bukina continuing this incredible pace. Ricardo later there, a face of concentration as the United States makes a move down the inside of Estonia. They're very close to contact. Estonia uses the wider line to get a run. United States actually have took their nose very cleanly down the inside. No, actually, no overlap before this hairpin, but look at that, making their intentions known. And while Sweden are distracted by the battle ahead, Malaysia say, hello, bright yellow car coming down the inside. Thank you very much. Very subtle, Paul.
Yes, that was wonderful. The overtake was certainly subtle. The livery most definitely is not. No. And that is a beautiful move by Malaysia. Nakib Aslan behind the wheel of that car. Of course, a very, very decorated driver in real and virtual motorsports in Malaysia as well. And he's only been in sim racing, believe it or not, for 5 years, but he's showing massive tenacity and speed at this moment in time.
Yeah, great prowess from him as well. There was a mistake there, unfortunately, by Sweden, and Singapore now make their way through as well. They're in the lower reaches of the order. Just 25 more seconds and the pit window will open. I can't believe we're getting to nearly halfway through this race, to be honest with you, Paul. That's gone very, very quickly. Now, here is the second place battle. Now, don't forget, these are medal spots here. We can't really call them podium spots. They are, but they're medals, really. We've got Czech Republic with Germany right behind. They've got 7.5 seconds back to Chile. So right now, if you're Germany, this is not the time to hang about, is it? This is the time to get a move done if you can stay with Czech Republic as the pit window opens, and just do it while there's a big gap around you and you don't have anything to lose.
For Germany, this is the time to dive down pit lane. in my opinion.
Yeah.
It does seem like Nicholas Huben is a little bit pace limited on the Czech Republic ahead of him, although a mistake there for Germany. Loses a couple of tenths of a second, almost a contact between the two cars. Do something different to your rival. If the Czech Republic car doesn't pit, if I was Germany, my money is get down pit lane, serve that mandatory pit stop, put that 1 litre of fuel on, and buy yourself some fresh air. We know Nicholas is quick, we know Germany's quick. That's their opportunity, in my opinion, at this stage.
Yeah, absolutely. They have to take that chance, don't they, to not get held up. They have to maximise the pace all of the time. As we say in a race like this, usually when it comes down to tyres and fuel, if you have to think about how much you put in or whether you take tyres or not, it's spending the least amount of time stationary as possible. Here, because the pit stops are so short, you have to just make sure you maximise every second that you're on that track. Don't give up a single tenth. Cars coming into the pits now. First one in is the home nation, Spain. United States were having a fight with Estonia there. They've decided it's their time to duck in as well. There was another car in the background there coming in also. Was that Sweden? Yes, it was. But the Spanish team are the first ones to pit here, Paul. Interesting that they've decided to duck out of that battle.
Yeah, very interesting. I think they came in from around 6th position, if memory serves me correct. I can't be entirely sure if that's massively accurate, but it will be interesting because, again, in one of the previous races, Estonia were the first ones in. They jumped up no less than 4 spots and into a qualification place. So this could work out very, very well for Spain, depending on where they re-enter the racetrack. If they're not getting involved in any traffic. Czech Republic and Germany, as you were, still in 2nd and 3rd position. Germany, they made that mistake on the previous lap, have closed that back up again. More evidence that Nicholas Huben and the German outfit are quicker than the Czech Republic at this stage at least.
Yeah, it surprises me that Germany didn't come in. I think you've made the absolute perfect call, to be honest with you, Paul, that they should pit at this point. But once again, it's one of the prettiest cars in the field, this
really
Brazilian car. It's absolutely gorgeous. And we just don't get a chance to see it because it just drives off over the horizon. We only ever get to look at the back of it, don't we? But I tell you what, Igor Rodriguez has been absolutely untouchable so far. And if he wins it like this, it's just going to highlight such an impressive motorsport games for him. No news is good news, and what a flyer he is on. This is just, we're going to run out of superlatives very quickly for this, I feel, Paul.
We really are. In fact, hopefully we stay with Igor for the entirety of this lap, because we've just seen so little of the Brazilian entry, but it really is great driving from Igor Rodriguez, representing his nation, representing himself and all his fellow sim racers and Brazilian nationals all around the world. Superb performance once again. France have dived down pit lane, as of Malaysia and Singapore a little bit further back. Big Igor Rodriguez there, we see him picture in picture, a picture of concentration, it has to be said. And again, was suggested maybe when he's got a bit more similar pace competition like the Czech Republic in this race, it could be a game on, but he seems to have just dig around and found another couple of tenths of a second in his back pocket, like you do with an old tissue or a bit of change. He's found lap time when looking around in his pocket. It's amazing.
Yeah, or a receipt that my accountant asked for 3 months ago. You know, something like that. But to be fair, I mean, we have to highlight the fact that Brazil aren't just having a great time here in the Esports GT category. Let's not forget Luis Tavares won a race earlier on in the Esports Formula 4s, so they're both having a really good run of this in the FIA Motorsport Games 2024. Now, will Germany come into the pits? Our director knows that we were going to talk about that. They know us so well by now, Paul. Now, are Germany going to come in? No. That still surprises me. That still surprises me. Maybe he feels that he isn't pushing as hard or he isn't getting held up as much as we seem to think.
And it seems to be an esport thing. I've commentated on so many 1-hour ACC races with a mandatory pit window in the middle, and they just seem to refuse to do anything other than slap bang in the middle of the pit window or right at the very end. Yeah. Never any of the middle ground. I've never quite understood that one. But for my money, Germany are categorically being held up at this stage. You've got to do something different. If you continue like this, then you put in the onus and the emphasis all on the racetrack, and that's a risky business to do.
Yeah, absolutely is, and it's like there's no shame in pitting early. Like it's almost as if they're sort of embarrassed to do so, isn't it? Like the first one to crack, so to speak, and that's not the case. It's just a case of, look, run your strategy, and you've got to adapt as well. That's the thing we see in endurance racing so often, that a team will have a plan who's going to be in the car and when we're talking about the longer 6, 12, 24-hour races. But something could happen in the first hour of the race, or even just in the first couple of hours, that throws all of that out of the window. Sure, you can plan for as long as you want, but you have to adapt to what the race has served up for you in the opening stages.
No plan survives first contact with the enemy. That's what they always say, and that is absolutely true.
no belters this week.
Thank you very kindly, sir. I occasionally try. And yeah, but it's very, very true. You decide everything, you work it out, you sat at home, you look at the telemetry, you look at all the permutations, all the calculations, what could happen, and if this happens, I'll do that. If that happens, I do this. The very, very second that you get into action, all of that gets thrown away because this is a living, breathing beast. It's a motor race full of 20 exceptional drivers. Everything changes, and usually corner by corner, if not lap by lap.
Chile into the pits now. They're the next ones in. Belgium continue on their merry way. Slovakia also coming into the pits, so too Australia. With the pit stops included, of course, Filippo Pachida had made it all the way up into 8th position before that pit stop, which is brilliant to see. Sweden have a 5-second penalty. I'm not sure if that was something to do with a bit of the battling that they were having earlier on, because they seem to drop down a bit already, so maybe some drama there caused by them. Unfortunately, they have a 5-second penalty. That will not hurt them too much, but still, it's going to drop you down a little bit, isn't it? At least it's better than, well, it's worse than having no 5-second penalty.
Yeah, and of course they'll serve that one. In fact, it's after their pit stop, so that will be added to their race time at the end of the race. Normally, if you get a penalty before you make your mandatory stop, you'll hold for that amount of time and then go through the service that you've requested in your menus. On this occasion, though, for Sweden, it will be added to the end of their time. So here we go again. Let's take another look at Germany. The fight continues for second position. Do we say second position, or do we say the fight for silver, which is more appropriate in
like
this race?
Yeah, this is the fight for silver, isn't it? I mean, Brazil at the moment very much clutching on to that gold medal, and it's not like they've had to hold it that tight up to now, is it? They really do have a firm grasp on it, though, it's safe to say. Germany pit now. Finally, they decide to listen to Paul. A team listened to you straight away earlier on, and they were right in the pits as soon as you mentioned it. But this time, Germany say, "Now, watch this. We're going to teach this English man a lesson. We're going to say, look, we're not coming in now. We're not going to crack." But this might also help Wojtek Fiala, because he's not got a car now putting him under pressure for the next lap or so before he pits.
Really, Fiala now and the Czech Republic team, he needs to counter that one by jumping down pit lane himself for the first available opportunity, minimise the undercut opportunity that the Germans are trying to earn themselves with this race. It's going to be really interesting. Germany, of course, came into pit lane in 3rd position. We saw that on our screen. We're not really interested where they rejoin for now. It's where they filter back out once everybody's made their stops. In particular, this car right here. And I do think Wojtek Fiala, actually, the Czech Republic, they are sort of closing that gap bit by bit to Brazil. It's not quite as extensive as perhaps I maybe thought it was a few moments ago, or maybe that's a bit of a mental mirage I had.
No, I agree with you, actually. It does look like visually they are closing in on them. Only a tiny bit, but the Brazilian car's lead is not getting bigger by any stretch of the imagination. 2.8 seconds last time, last sector. Let's have a look. It's 2.9 now, so maybe we should shut up. But no, you know what I mean, though. That's only a minimal gain, if anything. And we've seen the accordion effect at this circuit before, where certain sectors it stretches out, other places it really does close up again. So we'll have to wait and see whether that lasts. They're into the pits, and I'm not sure. Yes, I was going to say Czech Republic, if anything, if they don't already react to Germany, they will probably react to Brazil when they come in. What a gorgeous-looking car the Mercedes-AMG GT3 is from the front. Such an angry anglerfish of a car, isn't it? It's got that big anglerfish gob on it of a grill, but it looks so aggressive for it.
Yeah, it really is a great piece for engineering. It's a fabulous initiative from the FIA and SRO, the Motorsport Games, for putting on a single make this competition. So there's absolutely nowhere to hide for the drivers. But speaking of nowhere to hide, while those two drivers, first and second respectively, Brazil and the Czech Republic, are trundling down pit lane, look what's happening here. Germany came in early. Germany are going to be very close on corner exit. There is the Czech Republic, gets the car back going again. But I think Germany, by dint of stopping earlier, have got this one done, and yes, they have. Team Germany up into 2nd position. That is an absolute perfect example, Chaz, of why the undercut is awesome.
Absolutely is, Paul. Yeah, you're absolutely on the money there. And the thing is, as well, the question now is raised, and it's a completely benign question, but we're going to ask it because we're commentators and we love to speculate. How big would that gap be if they'd have come in a few laps earlier? Exactly. Would they have been able to do that even earlier? And would Czech Republic have then pitted earlier as a result? We're never going to know, I suppose. Well, we could ask them later, I guess. But Chile now are right in front of Japan. They were a bit closer together earlier on in the race, but in the way that Chile were, well, They were the car in front to begin with. Japan actually were a bit more preoccupied with France. Morocco, again, the most entertaining team we've said. They had a drive-through penalty earlier. Now they've got a stop-and-go 30-second penalty on top of that.
Yeah, they're collecting challenging situations, Morocco, at this moment in time. It seems really have been great fun to watch them on track, but they do seem to be making life a little bit hard for themselves. They're plummeting down the time in tower. They're in 19th place now. That stop-go 30 will be a real painful penalisation. 4th place Chile. They've got Japan just behind them. They're doing a great job at this moment in time. Japan trying to find a way past. Let's cycle back to Spain. They were one of the teams that came in very early, but I wrote it down for Spain. They came in from 6th, but they're now running in 7th. Although the car ahead, I didn't notice that one, is the Belgian entry that hasn't stopped despite the pit window having closed.
I don't know how they're missing it. I really don't. I think it's just miscalculation. They don't, surely they don't forget that they have a pit window, because they see in the game, they see a very similar set of graphics to what we see. At the top of the screen, they'll have the timer counting down, they'll have it say race 4:40 p.m. just like that. It goes white when the pit window's open. They have the world's most unenthusiastic engineer in their ear that will say the pit window is now open. My brother and I love that. Whenever
Gergo, we really love you. We did the voice for that one. We really love you.
Oh my God. Sorry, I didn't know you knew him. Gergo, we love you, but flipping it, mate. Put some back into it. Spain in 7th place though. They're going to be wondering, why is this Belgian car not stopped? Why are they suddenly in front of me right now? And they're going to want to dispatch of this thing very quickly.
And this is scary. This is scary for an organiser, scary for a driver, scary for the crowd. That Belgian car, in effect, because they've not made their stop, are now invisible in terms of the results. That's going to get a disqualification at some case down the line. Spain don't want to go side by side and get any kind of impediment. In fact, they do want to go side by side, and they get it done very nicely indeed, taking all of that problem I was about to speculate completely and throwing it away.
That's what he said there. Have one of them. Down the inside of Belgium he goes. And this is quite an interesting element of this now. Does the Belgian car know it? And does Matthias Kuhn say, you know what, stuff it. I'm going to get my elbows out here. I'm going to spoil someone's day. Not necessarily spoil someone's day, but, you know, have a battle with them. Don't just roll over and let them by.
Yeah, absolutely. Get charging, see what you can do, see what you can deliver. You've got to be in it to win it, as they always say, and you've got to be charging as hard as you can. And now we look back to Chile, forward, should I say, to Chile once again. This has been a really good little understated drive from these two, Chile and Japan. 4th and 5th position. That's a bit of traffic that's coming out of pit lane in front of us. That's the drive-through serving. Morocco drive-through serving team, should I say, coming out in front. There we go. That took a lot of saying. And how they're going to get in on this one as well very soon, and that could be Soto Mutu's opportunity to find a way past.
Yeah, Morocco known in this race, I believe, as the pit lane relations correspondent by the look of it, unfortunately. And it's not been a race for them to remember. But at the same time, though, you know, to give them massive credit, one thing Paul and I always advocate for when we commentate together is if you've had a bad race, if you've had penalties or had incident early on, you carry on and you push on till the end. Never give up. You're still representing your country at this level. They are still, as we said earlier, a finalist here at the FIA Motorsport Games. They've still got a massive amount to be proud of to get just to this point.
Just to even get to Valencia, to be part of the FIA Motorsport Games, is so deeply impressive. And there's France. That's a team in a little bit of strife. I think I've put the knockers on this one, because I said they were going to be a team that moves forwards. They're actually made all the way down in 10th, 9th by the time that Belgium had taken out of the equation. Did not see that one coming. Look at Australia. Hello.
Mine versus yours now, isn't it, Paul? These are our two picks for real favourites of this race, or ones to watch anyway. And Paul picked France after their fantastic surge through their semi-final earlier on. I did the same with Australia, and Filippo Bukida and Matthijs Leitao are going at it here on the circuit, with Netherlands just in front, then Slovakia ahead of them out of the final corner. And we have 21 minutes and change left to go in this race. And I tell you what, Paul, I mean, look at that shot down there. It's still a very close race by all respects.
Oh, it really is. Fabulous stuff from all of these drivers. There we go. Morocco got out of the way of this particular fight. So great driving, great awareness from the Moroccan team to realise they're not in this competition. They're a lap down. There's no point being involved. So they've got out of the way. That's given Chile now a little bit of clear track in front of them to try and charge their own little fight with themselves and Japan. Soto Muto behind the wheel of that car just doesn't quite have enough to get alongside as things stand, Chaz, but he's going to be getting bored with 20 minutes to go, seeing the back of the Chilean car in front, and you've really got to start pulling the plug sooner rather than later and making that move, don't you?
Yeah, definitely. And this is the thing, when you're at such a high level like this, you need maybe another 5% over the driver ahead of you to make an easy move of this. If they can only find 1 or 2% here and there, it's so difficult to get the run on them and show just how fast you are at this level, because everybody's really closely matched. It's great entertainment though, and we love to watch it. Chile won't want to focus on the car behind though. They'll want to focus on the car ahead. Not that they can see them, and that's what makes this difficult, because when you're just chasing numbers, you're just chasing lap times, it's so tough as a driver, especially in esports, when you get so much information shoved in your face on the screen. Right now, they need a physical incentive and a car in front of them visibly to go chasing, but they're almost the entire length of the start-finish straight back on Czech Republic.
Yeah, it really has been a fabulous performance so far. With 19 minutes and 35 seconds left to go, it is Brazil leading from Germany with the Czech Republic, the final potential recipient of one of our medals here in the 2024 FIA Motorsport Games. Chile in 4th place, and the next up Japan, fighting hard still in the wheel tracks of the car in front. And then of course it is the host nation Spain. They had a little bit of a slower start to the race than they expected, but they're doing a good job in 6th position just behind this particular lap.
Yeah, definitely, and let's not forget as well that they are the home nation here, so added pressure for them to finish that high up. They will still be mighty proud and get one hell of a reaction, we can tell you. Sotomuto, ever concentrating here, really tucked up behind that Chilean machine. As I said just earlier in the day, actually, Sota's one of those drivers, a real face of determination and focus all the time, until he's having a good time. Then he's the most animated driver you'll ever see. He's so happy and all over the place, it's brilliant. But right now, really focused on the mission at hand. Don't forget, he was the only driver to win one of the quarterfinals from not pole position, so he will be very pleased to take that away from the FIA Motorsport Games, if not a medal to go with him. But still, 18.5 minutes left, Paul. Let's not forget, that's almost 2/3 of what one of the earlier races would have been in the competition, so still a long time to go. This could all change.
And it's wonderful that you should reference the earlier races of the competition, because again, spoken to many drivers over the course of this weekend, and they've all suggested tyres aren't, let's be generous and say they're not quite as grippy as they started the race when you get to around the 30-minute mark, and that was a cause for concern, so much so that one driver told us they moderated their setup to protect the tyres in race and potentially give away a little bit of lap time in qualifying. So this is a 1-hour race. We're going to really start to see some people struggle versus others as we get to the conclusion of this one.
Yeah, definitely. I think there's going to be a definite sort of imbalance with the drivers and teams that have looked after the tyres in the early stages and drivers that haven't. And we're going to see that pace change suddenly, whether that's because they know they can push more or whether they just have looked after the tyres enough and they maintain at the same level all the way through. There might be drivers that peak early, there might be drivers that peak at the end of the race, because another element of this is that certain drivers are really good at driving around a car that's got absolutely shattered tyres on it. And you know, you've always got to be really careful with the fact that some people, they overdrive it near the end of the race. They're not as let's say they're not sort of sympathetic to the tyres. There's no mechanical sympathy, that's the phrase,
there we go, yeah,
with the car later on in the race. So you will see people overdo it, I think, in the last stages. We had it with, was it Belgium earlier on in the day, that were in, I think, 2nd position in their race, and they had a few cars behind them. The car was all over the road as they tried to stay in front. Didn't seem as in control. I think we're going to see a little bit of that here, because out of all the races they're going to push hard in, surely this is the one. As Philippa Bukida going a little bit deep there into the final corner. Australia now ahead of France, and just inside and outside the top 10.
Yeah, this is a great bit of racing. We're riding on board, looking back from the Netherlands, car number 2, 9th position, 8th when we take Belgium out of the equation. And that is Australia on the recovery charge. Very quick to the apex is the Australian car, but then loses a little bit of momentum on corner exit, the accordion effect. Very much on show there with the Netherlands. Everything's looking a little bit more dramatic than they would perhaps hope it would be at this stage in their rear-view mirror. Philippa Bukida in Australia is very much the next one in the list, and then it is France and the United States of America almost as one, trying to climb over that Dutch machine in front.
Yeah, there's fantastic battles going on up and down the field. Well, right now, Netherlands will be maybe a bit worried, if anything, because they'll have seen the progression of Philippa Bukida through the order now and think, oh no, that Australian one's here again. That fancy dazzle camo one is suddenly in the rear view mirror. And the Netherlands, obviously, in one of the sort of standard liveries here that we have for the weekend. There's nothing too fancy about it at all, and it's definitely an aggressive-looking livery on that Australian car. Certainly sets it amongst the others, or sets it apart from the others, I should say. Right now, we know that Santamart is going to be watching that rear view mirror with great interest, thinking, when is this Australian car going to make a move down the inside? Philip has actually upset the rhythm a little bit there. May just take a second to get back into said rhythm and hopefully not drag France too closely into the mix either.
Yeah, Bukida is definitely one of those drivers that I think she harboured ambitions of a medal opportunity coming into this one. The last race we saw, really incredible recovery drive, secured her place into the final. As I was going up onto the podium to do the interview, she was coming off, and I just sort of looked at her and nodded and thumbs up, saying great drive, because I was waxing lyrical about her performance. She just had a face like thunder, steaming that it wasn't the big result, because she knows how fast she is, how fast Australia are, but being so far down the running order at this level, it's a real uphill challenge to get going from there, isn't it?
Yeah, it absolutely is. And I mean, Australia have humongous pressure because Cody Nicola for Australia won the first ever gold medal in this category as well. So what we were saying about making legacies and, you know, writing the history books and starting that list here in this competition, Australia did it in the best way possible with a gold medal on the very first iteration of this. They were joined by Bernal Valverde and Stefano Conte from Costa Rica and Italy back in 2019 for the first ever FIA Motorsports Games Esports competition. And now Australia still very much under pressure as a result of that, but I'd say Philippa has been one of the exemplary drivers of this competition, definitely one of the most entertaining, that's for sure.
Exemplary, love that word, and that is absolutely true. She's been brilliant, never given up, charging hard, fighting to the absolute edge and more, and right on board now with Philippa. Netherlands are ahead of us. That final corner, the car carries, she carries so much speed into that final corner. I'm almost wincing. I think it's going to collect the back of the Mercedes in front, but she absolutely knows how to push to the very, very outer edge of the limits, and that's opened up an opportunity, so much so that the Netherlands think, I want to think about just showing the inside line and saying, stay away from me on this occasion. And it's got an air of when and not if, Chaz, doesn't it?
Absolutely does, yeah. I think that there's going to be a move here very, very soon. But now Slovakia at the front of this are going to be wondering what on earth's going on behind me, because all of a sudden they've just got everybody trying to pile in behind them and sort of, I don't know, they're just filling the mirrors in all different directions, aren't they? It's going to be quite worrying, if anything.
It really is. There is a shot of Philippa Bukida. There's no more resting your hands on the top of your steering wheel in this one. It is absolutely game face, full on into this attack. Really trying hard is the Australian driver for Team Australia, of course. A little bit of the inside was almost shown by the Netherlands on that occasion, but you're not going to trick her into doing that manoeuvre. But now the opportunity comes. Netherlands runs a little bit deep and gets a little bit squirrely on corner exit for good measure. That car is compromised. Australia looks one way, then the other. No opportunity on this occasion, but keep your line, concentrate on corner exit, and a chance will come.
Absolutely well. Through this kink is going to be important as well. A few of these cars are upset and a little bit destabilised. Philip had to back out of that there because the Netherlands car didn't quite look to be in full control. You can see a quick glance in the right-hand mirror, puts the car in the middle of the road. That is both showing the nose down the inside of the Netherlands car and also putting it in a position where France can't get by as well, because you know that French entry is right behind them too. Then the United States are packed into this also. Just under 12 minutes left on the clock now here at the virtual circuit Ricardo Tormo here in the FIA Motorsport Games Esports GT category here in 2024, and it's Brazil, Germany and the Czech Republic that are currently on their way to gold, silver and bronze medals, none of them having a medal before in this competition, and continuing this epic run of one-time medal winners we've had in the first three iterations.
Yeah, I really love that statistic. I think it is fabulous just to show how competitive these things are. Anybody that qualifies stands just as good a chance of taking home a trophy as anybody else in the competition. 10th place fight we're still looking at here. Bukida, France keeping hold now. France were losing a little bit of pace, I think it's fair to say, in the middle real latter stages of the stint. They seem to have found a little bit more speed now at this stage. Perhaps that is because Slovakia are the proverbial cork in the bottle, or perhaps those tyres have now come back in to the operating window. This is the chance though for Australia. The inside line, oh, as tight as it could possibly be. That was exactly to Mercedes AMG wins. France gets a little bit of a kiss and a nudge from the United States of America in the background as well. That pushes the French car out wide. The USA though can't find a way past, cycling back up to Australia. That's a mistake there from the Netherlands. The Netherlands had to get on the brake. Nothing Australia can do about that one. Everybody skittles over to the left and the right to stay out of the way, and Malaysia goes, I don't know what happened, but I'll take that one. Thank you very much.
Tell me you closed your eyes without telling me you closed your eyes. Malaysia just stayed on the racing line, went in a straight line and made it through. And again, that garish yellow car somehow gains places from just the chaos around it. That was amazing awareness by Malaysia, but unfortunate for all the other drivers involved there. I think the Netherlands just got slightly out of shape. We saw it on the previous lap, actually, going into that little kink there, didn't we? The back end of the car broke away. They had to slow it down, otherwise they would have been straight on, maybe even caused more of an incident. Philippa Bikina was just caught out by that, and any of us would have been, even at this high level. You know, it's so easy to not just get into the back of the car in front of you.
It all started from the mistake by the Dutch, didn't it? They got the car out of shape, they hit the brakes. You're not expecting to be going so slow in the middle of the apex. There's nothing that you could do about it. So real shame, actually, because that was turning out to be quite a cracker.
It was, it really was, and that train of 5 cars was all so close together. That first bit of contact between the United States and France was just simply because of the checkup. They all wanted to go each way and look down the inside or round the outside, try and make a move on each other, and they ended up just hitting the back of one another, and it all just closed up.
Yep. So here we go then. Let's tune back into another fight that's been cooking quite nicely, and that is Chile in 4th place. Japan behind, and Spain. Oh no, it's not Spain. I tell a lie. That's the Moroccan car that's a lap down. So again, we said how Morocco, they're collecting penalisations, it seems, all the way through this competition, but they've still been really quick and really good value. Yeah. They came out of pit lane and they've made up the gap to those 2 cars that are in 4th and 5th. They could have been a front runner if the cars would have fallen a slightly different direction.
Absolutely. They got a drive-through penalty with 43 minutes left on the clock, then got a stop-and-go penalty less than 20 minutes later. But they've actually managed to secure themselves some lovely airtime as a result of this, with the sort of providing a nice backdrop to this Chile and Japan battle. So that they get also to pick up a bit of information from this race. That could be something they take forward out of this, because let's not forget, while all of these teams and drivers, and the majority of them in this race, 17 of them in fact, will not go away with a medal from this race, they're going to gain experience and knowledge and take away so much from being at this high level. What can we come back with next time and do a little bit better? Whether that's as a driver, as a federation, in terms of preparation, in terms of hardware, getting used to what we're going to be doing here on venue, and in terms of timings. There are so many moving parts to an event like this, not just the person that is sat at the rig right now.
Yep, you're absolutely right. Could not have said that better myself. It really is a great learning experience, no matter where you finish in the field. Now, let's remember the top 3 are the ones that get medals. Gold for 1st, silver for 2nd, and bronze for 3rd position. Chile are currently occupying 4th spot, so they're the first ones that will take nothing away. But it's going to be so important to Chile to hold off Japan in this race, because this has been going pretty much since the virtual green flag was waved some 50+ minutes ago.
Yeah, they started 6th and 7th on the grid, so they've been in this together. We've seen a few of these actually through the competition, where 2 cars have started right together on the grid, and they've sort of together just held hands and just made their way through the order and just sort of gracefully led their way up the pack. And they've gained 2 places each, and they've done it with great style as well. They're not going to get into a medal scoring position by the look of it at this stage, unless there's a big drama ahead. But this is what happens in this level of competition, you know. It's so tough to break that. And we've seen exemplary performances from Brazil and the Czech Republic before now. Germany have been slightly under the radar, actually, I must say. You know, they've been up there, but they've been slightly under the radar in the way they've done it. There's been no dramas, no major news from them, and they've secured themselves a great 2nd place so far. And hats off to them, because that's what you want. No news, good news.
Yeah, as a driver, as a team manager, what you want from your car is you want the commentator to be surprised. Start that one again. I'll say that all in one word. You want the commentators to be surprised when it comes to the checkered flag and go, ooh, where did they come from?
With no disrespect meant at all,
Absolutely not. It's all under the radar. It's efficient. It's knocking the results out of the door, and it's delivering exactly what you need it to deliver. Look at the concentration of Chilean driver there in 4th position. really focused. Woo, that was a little bit over the curbs, a little bit dangerous. In the final few minutes, things are getting a bit spicy.
Yeah, well, this is the thing, you know, we've seen the drivers, regardless of where the tyres are at, regardless of how the car feels, they are absolutely launching the car over those curbs there, because here at Valencia, you'll see them as they come towards the camera now. Look how far over this white line they go. They'll keep the inside wheels just to the left of it, between those white lines, because the whole car then isn't outside of track limits. They know exactly what to play it. They'll run to the edge of the AstroTurf here, keep those left-hand wheels on it, then get them back on the circuit as soon as possible. And Japan have finally gone for it. Finally down the inside. That came out of nowhere. And that's the surprise element of all of this. We told everybody about the mental game here this weekend, Paul, and how you can sort of fake them into thinking, you know, I'm not going to go for a move, I'm not going to attack, and then suddenly, bang, there it is, down the inside. Chile and Japan still door-to-door here, end plate to end plate as they go through the right-hander. Nearly off the road go Japan, back down the inside once more. They could get this done here with a good run, but Chile could keep it around the outside, carry the momentum. Oh, there's a big slide, and that's giving it to Japan as Australia get 5-second penalty for their contact earlier on. But this is going to continue on here, Paul, and Morocco have got a front row seat.
Yeah, that is absolutely fabulous racing from these two. So we said Japan were going to be getting somewhat frustrated by the sight of the rear end of the Mercedes ahead. Soto Muto behind the wheel of that car gets the job done in the finest style. Morocco watching on in the background. They're not in contention for positions. They are, of course, a lap down, and just look how hard the Chilean entry is driving sideways again over the curb. Cycling back, though, to the front of the field. 2+ seconds was roughly the sort of distance between our two race leaders. Brazil now starting to fall into the clutches of Germany, but I fear, Chaz, it's a little bit too little, too late.
Yeah, I think so at this stage. With the way that their pace has been going, I don't think it's going to be a major issue. Australia's penalty has now been bumped up to a 10-second penalty, I'm afraid, so that gets even worse for them. Belgium still haven't been disqualified, by the way. They're still running in 7th position despite not pitting earlier. We saw a much quicker disqualification in the earlier stages, but I think that was when the other cars came down pit lane for Venezuela and Turkey in the earlier race.
And it could well be that actually Belgium may have made their pit stop, but it's just not been recognised by the software to say, because they did start in 4th position, running in 7th. So there's an opportunity there for that to have been the case. It wouldn't be the first time that we've seen that one. These little things can happen. Drive-through penalty for the Netherlands has been served at this moment in time. So the Dutch is not having a great day, it has to be said, in the number 2.
Just to think about that, that's very, that's almost harsh, if anything, because let's not forget that it was them that had the moment that then had that incident. But I suppose if they find that they're the root cause of that incident and the other cars losing positions, then fair enough. But the gap when we started talking about the Brazil-Germany potential battle was 2.8, went up to 2.9. I don't know where that accent came from. 9, funny German. Get it. Anyway, they've taken a second out of them since then. And, well, he'll be shouting 9 at this moment because he'll have hoped that he would have pitted earlier on. If he'd listened to Paul Jeffrey, the man sat beside me, and pitted earlier on, he could have won this.
Second career as a strategy manager.
Yeah,
he thinks for these teams.
At least you've got a plan B, Paul.
I need one. And so 5th position, that is Chile. Still, this is a shame. This is a shame to see this one. If Japan and Soto Muto would have been released a little bit earlier, qualified a little bit higher, if the rub of the green would have gone their way a little bit better, they could absolutely have been in that top 3 shout. And it's a pity, because I like Soto Muto. I like him as a personality. I like the way that he drives.
Oh, it's brilliant.
It's always full aggression, lots of flair, and it's sort of like the Fernando Alonso F1 thing, isn't it? You want to see him at the front of the field because he's just good value for money.
Yeah, definitely. And the thing is, you know, he's so cool, calm and collected, so lovely and so honest when you get him out of the car. Put him behind the wheel and he can be absolutely savage, but still looks so focused in doing it. It is a huge shame that he's not right up there in that fight for a podium spot. But you know what? The drivers that are and the teams that are at the moment have been colossally deserving of this, fully deserving of it. You know, it's just been a brilliant motorsport games for each of them, with no major dramas, no sort of negative marks against their names whatsoever. And they've only got what I imagine will be just one more lap left of this race. But let's not forget, in the earlier races, we saw the race leader have to slow down by a couple of seconds to make sure there wasn't a spare lap. I don't think Brazil can afford to do that here, because it's a good 3 or 4 seconds.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Brazil they're not under pressure per se, but they've certainly been kept honest by the German teams behind Nicholas Huben behind the wheel for Team Germany, and of course Igor Rodriguez behind the wheel for for Brazil.
Yeah, 2
Getting
laps.
closer. It gives us something to think about. It makes for the nice photographs when they cross the line, I suppose.
Yeah, definitely does. Now, they did a 1:31.3 last time round, and they crossed the line with about 1 minute 1 minute 39 seconds left. So, yeah, we're going to get another spare lap after this. It's not necessarily a case of worried about fuel or tyres, but it's just an extra lap where they need to remain at that level of concentration and be very, very switched on. Germany have now brought it down to 1.7 seconds. This battle is not going away.
So they're very confident, Len. It's not a case of fuel, but you never know. They might have been greedy. They might have put as little as possible in to get it to the flag. We'll certainly find out, though. That is the Brazil entry, Igor Rodriguez. He has been, it is fair to say, and I don't like saying this too often because it kind of puts a dampener on everybody else, Igor Rodriguez has been untouchable during this competition. Not even a sniff of pressure from anybody else, such has been the performance of the Brazil star. Very impressive. If I'm going to take anything away, that's something I'm going to look back on and say, that's a man that's gone up to the world, lit a candle in his face and said, look at me.
Yeah, definitely. And, you know, again, we say at this level, he's managed to stand out that much at this level is just incredible. I mean, it stands out with that livery. I think it looks absolutely gorgeous. I'm going to reiterate that. I love that Brazilian livery. Whoever did that, you should be very, very proud of yourself. It looks great. But look, they cross the line now. 10 seconds left on the clock. The final lap, everybody, here at the FIA Motorsport Games Esports GT category. And it is currently Igor Rodriguez leading the way. The gap is now down to 1.5 seconds to Germany. So they are chipping away. The timer hit 0, Paul. And this is the last circulation of these GT cars this weekend. I cannot believe it.
I can't believe it either. I hope the crowd here in the Museum of Arts and Sciences are ready to raise the roof with their applause when we get our race winner over the line. Igor Rodriguez then, for the final time, starts a lap at the Circuit Ricardo Tormo in Valencia on Assetto Corsa Competizione for the FIA Motorsport Games as a race leader.
You can feel the excitement in the room building up. People standing up, getting their phones out, getting ready to take pictures and all sorts. There's going to be an absolute raft of applause here as they head to the line. But look at this, complete composure the whole time by Igor Rodriguez. The German's now 1.4 seconds behind. Tiny little bit of correction here and there. That's what you don't always get to see from outside of the car. But it looks like we might have this one all wrapped up here, Paul. A late apex through the right-hander. Only a few more corners to go. 2 more scary ones. This next kink is a very feisty corner indeed. Look at how close to the track limits they are. It's amazing that they run right to the fine margins. And only 1 more corner to go, mate, and it's going to be a gold medal.
It's been absolutely fabulous. Then the FIA Motorsport Games 2024 Esports GT competition is coming to a close. Igor Rodriguez, he'll accelerate for one final time. He'll take a look at the flag, and this is the biggest moment in this young man's racing career. Igor Rodriguez, representing Brazil, is the FIA Motorsport Games 2024 Esports GT champion. It is a gold medal coming that.
Is everybody ready for a final? Let's get going, shall we, Paul? Let's do this. Spa-Francorchamps awaits, and we're underway. And it's a great start for Singapore from 3rd on the grid. Switzerland dropped down immediately on the outside line, but that is not going to mean anything in this first lap. They're all going to tiptoe their way around La Source for the first time. Really tidy getaway, though, from Brazil at the very front of the order.
Yeah, really good start for the run then out of La Source hairpin down the hill. They start to go uphill very quickly indeed, and then we're through Eau Rouge and riding on at the top of the hill. Caught many a driver out, real or virtual, over the years, but so far our 20-strong field do the job very nicely indeed.
Absolutely, the eagle-eyed of you will see that for some reason it says Cayman Islands at the top of that, but it's car 16, not 6 that we have at the top of our timing, so you'll have to remember that that's Brazil in this case. There goes the timing tower, and there goes Singapore down the inside into Les Combes for the first time. They take the race lead, and now Switzerland in 3rd place. Oh, that's off the circuit though, and that'll be a slowdown penalty which you can get in iRacing, which is basically meaning you have to give the time up. Or is it? Has he actually managed to get away with that there, Paul? Because he's not backing off yet. You get quite a while to serve that though, so maybe through the next few corners we'll see that happen.
Yep, write it down in your diary. Mohamed Ali makes very few mistakes indeed, and that was one of them, but he's got away with it, as you say. Brazil still keeping a watching brief in 2nd position. Look at that, like a hungry pack of hornets in the background. These little Formula 4 FIA cars are all trying line astern at the moment to find a way past each other and play a high-speed game of very exciting chess.
Yes, absolutely.
Exciting chess, does that exist?
Apparently. I've never experienced it, but this is a great form of it all the same. Jimmy Antunes there, the Swiss driver, 3rd position at the moment. Just behind him, he's got just about everybody else, actually. Let's not forget, those top 3 are the ones that are going to get medals. The ones behind, at this point, are not. So we'll have to wait and see if any of them can jump the gun here and get to the front. I have to say this, Paul, and I'm going to touch wood when I say this, very tidy so far.
Yeah, really nice from our entire field. Remember, this is the last time that these drivers are taking part, which means they've driven these cars in these conditions a few times up to this point. They've attuned their sensors to what is required to be successful. As again, too wide through Blanchimont, that's a big risky place to do it. Everybody packed racing down into the bus stop chicane. Lots and lots of cars, not a lot of tarmac, very blurry into the chicane, but they make it through just about.
That shows you the level of talent we're dealing with here, everybody. A massive round of applause as they make that through there. They were 3 wide into the bus stop, and look at it, 2 by 2 by 2. Paul rightly noted it as Noah's Ark earlier on in the weekend, and it very much is. It's just Noah's Ark without the water, I suppose. But right now, Brazil leading the way, doing a fantastic job at holding that position. Then it's Switzerland, and then, well, everyone in 3rd position, I'd say, Paul. Everyone wants a bronze medal by the look of it. They all want gold for sure, but bronze is immediately in front of them.
Yeah, there's a real big battle pack of cars, and what that means is they'll help slipstream each other, they'll help carry each other through the racetrack as we ride on board now over the top of the hill into Eau Rouge. Keep the line, follow the slipstream, make sure there's a little bit of space. Brazil goes defensive. Defensive is not where you want to be though. A little bit of bump drafting. Can this make any effect? You've got to be careful. You don't want to have that nose under the diffuser as we break into Le Con. They back out of that one very nicely indeed, and that continues the fight. Brazil down 1.
Jimmy Antunes just about held on to that there. The car was wiggling all over the place through Le Con as they head back down the hill they go. Then Republic of Korea are in there as well, I believe, in 4th position. You can just about see the wing end plates with the country's flag on it. Antunes puts the car in the right place there, you know, with that move around the outside of Bruchet. Holds it ahead of Brazil. Look at that, the entire field, minus a couple at the back, are in one humongous train, separated by only a few seconds. That there in the mix, I believe, will be the number 45 car of Singapore as we look back from Brazil. So close together, though. Any one of these cars could send it down the inside.
Interesting to see Singapore with Muhammad Ali behind the wheel have dropped to 3rd position. They were one of the front runners coming into this one, and we expected them to kind of be setting the pace a little bit at the front. I know they are at the front, they're in 3rd place, sure. But it is interesting. That's a bit of a different tactic from Singapore. It's not quite as gung-ho as we've seen in previous races.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, they have to sort of take a bit of a reserved approach here. There's more on the line in this race. It's not just a qualifying position to the next stage. This is the stage they've all been aiming for throughout this competition. Throughout the GT races as well, we spoke about the fact that some of these countries have never won medals before and others have. None of these countries have ever won a medal because nobody's ever won a medal in this category before. The Esports Formula 4, brand new for 2024. That's a lot of 4s, but there's only going to be 3 medals, let alone 4. 3 by 3, 2 by 2, whichever way you want to look at it. Into the bus stop once more. Antunes round the outside of Tavares. Contact between the 2 leaders, but they somehow stay together. Oh, there's an incident in the background. I think somebody maybe just going over the inside curb, lost it, got collected by the cars behind. How many times have we seen that happen, Paul? If we had a quid or a euro, we'd be rich men if we'd seen that many times before.
Well, it is Saturday afternoon. Bowling's a good thing to do Saturday afternoon. We've got car bowling at the back of the pack on there. Lost a few of our runners and movers and shakers, and that has now really detached the back of the field from this front battle pack. Not a problem. We're not looking at qualifying. We're looking at the top 3. We're riding on board with, I think that's the Singapore car of Muhammad Ali over the top of the hill, down the Camel Straight, trying to find the slipstream. Look how quick we're going to close up on this pack. Brazil goes to the inside, just like on the previous lap. No. It's almost going to be a little sandwich in the middle of the 3 of them. But that is some beautiful driving, straight down the middle, unexpected. And Brazil don't know what's hit them down in 3rd.
That was the Republic of Korea going through the middle there and taking the race lead. That's absolutely incredible stuff. That was so brave. They really had to part the seas in front of them there. They've got to be so careful down here into Bruchet because it's so easy as you're going into a downhill braking zone that starts to curve away from you. It's really easy to lock a brake here, but it's Republic of Korea leading at the moment. Then Switzerland in 2nd place, Brazil in 3rd position. We've lost our timing tower, unfortunately, so we're just playing this blind, Paul. We're just going to have to keep going until they stop. And to be honest, I hope they can't see the timing either, because I don't want this to end.
Yeah, absolutely. This might sneak a few more laps in, hopefully,
yeah.
But this is absolutely incredible stuff. And it's a real display of fine art driving at the front of the field, isn't it? So pinpoint precise, so accurate, aggressive where it's necessary. Beautiful, beautiful stuff. But it is, as you say, the Republic of Korea that are our race leaders at this moment in time. I don't think it's going to stay that way, though, because this is slipstream heaven coming up.
It absolutely is. Up towards Blanchimont they go. One of the most fearsome corners in all of European motorsport. The Brazilian car moving all the way over to the left-hand side there. Interesting strategy indeed. Trying to break the toe, trying to make one of the other cars potentially take a shorter line up towards Blanchimont. I believe that might be the Netherlands just in front of us there. We ride on board now with the Czech Republic. They've stayed in 5th position from where they started this race, and now a move down the inside very late onto the brakes. Hopefully no contact into there. They kept it very, very tidy. Nearly made a bit more contact as they exit the corner as well, but boy, that was certainly busy. It's actually the same top 5 that we had on the grid here, Paul, in the top 5 positions in the race. It's shared, not in order, by Brazil, Switzerland, Singapore, Netherlands and Czech Republic, and then they've got about 4 or 5 more cars tagged onto the back of that.
Absolutely fantastic stuff. We've only known these cars for a short time in the motorsport games, but they've already become very firm favourites in our heart, and this is exactly the kind of racing that we're becoming accustomed to and hoping to expect. At the front of the field, though, it is still as close as you like. Remember, top 3 is what everybody's aiming for. That's where the medals will be paid out tomorrow with the closing ceremony, and at this moment in time, it is absolutely looking like the Republic of Korea are our current race leaders.
Yep, I've been corrected actually, because it's obviously the Republic of the Korea at the front of it. Netherlands are actually down in 6th position, and now we have the timing corrected. Thank you very much, Mike Gow and Steve proudly behind the scenes, who I know we're frantically typing away during all of that. Isaac Gillison now still sat in 6th place, watching all of this unfold in front of him. It's Italy and Andorra on the back of this. I thought it was the Andorran car, but I didn't realise it was Italy that were there. 2x2 into Bruchet. Perfect scenario this for Jimmy Antunes as he leads the way now. He can open up a bit of a gap here, Paul. May not be much of one, but in terms of Formula 4, he's already got the race won.
Yeah, absolutely. Switzerland doing a really good job at the front of the field. They've bided their time during the kerfuffles of earlier combat, and they're now in the race lead. Again, slipstream, very important on this track. That gap is going to be diminished to the point of disappearing in a few moments' time. Brazil still in 2nd position, and then Republic of Korea shuffled down to 3rd, but under pressure from Singapore.
Thank you, iRacing, for what you've done to these games. This is just absolutely phenomenal racing, isn't it? Look at them, 6 together, and the whole top 8 is separated by less than 2 seconds, Paul. After 7.5 minutes of racing. Ooh. Oh, there's a car running wide there. I think that was the 2nd place car. Brazil decided to go through the gravel trap. In recent times, iRacing's gravel traps actually slow the cars down now. They famously used to not slow you down at all. What have you seen, Paul?
I just saw a little bit of a kerfuffle, Brazil and Switzerland. Switzerland also taken to the grass, but they survived that one. An unusual place to put the car off of the racetrack, but that has brought this lead battle pack up. We ride on board now with the Singaporean machine. We look to the inside. There's no room there.
Oh,
in fact, if anything, in that little hole, there goes the Czech Republic. Thank you very much. We'll move up 1. Now it's 4 cars in a squabble for the lead. You can't say this quick enough for people to understand. No, it's changed.
No, it's a good thing that you and I have both covered high-energy motorsports, such as TCR, like you do before, because that prepares you for stuff like this. Or does it? I don't think it does.
I don't think anything does.
Balmy. Let's see how quickly we can say this then. Contact between Andorra and Italy in the background. It's Switzerland, Brazil, Republic of Korea, Czech Republic, Singapore, Netherlands, Italy and Andorra, the top 8 positions. Only 3 of them are going to get medals though, and at the moment that's Switzerland, Brazil and the Republic of Korea. But there's only 0.4 of a second between Czech Republic and Republic of Korea in terms of those medals.
Chaz Draco, everybody. Beautiful speed talking there. And this is another move. So we're riding on board with the Brazilian car. Look to the inside line. And luckily for them, the Republic of Korea decided they don't fancy their chances on this one. Switzerland on the outside line. Switzerland now back on the inside line and in 2nd position.
Yeah, that is Brazil leading the way. Make no mistake with that lower 3rd. It's definitely Brazil out there. Obviously, the car number seemingly different in this session. That's just a bygone at this point. We've got Switzerland right behind them now, then Republic of Korea. But look, they're nose to tail here, Paul. And with how suddenly these cars can stop, and let's not forget this, with no brake lights to show when you are braking, these things can stop mighty quickly and catch you out as everybody through Speaker's Corner, sorry, no name corner, please don't hurt me, Paul, goes really wide there and clips the gravel. We've seen so many cars run wide there before and end up in the wall on the left.
Yeah, it's very, very easy to make a mistake at Spa-Francorchamps, especially when you're racing in this kind of proximity. Now, we're riding on board momentarily with the Republic of Korea there on the defensive posture. Czech Republic trying to find their way past Netherlands. A little bit detached at this moment in time. They've got Singapore and Italy for company as well. Then just hanging on at the back is the Andorran entry car, number 7, position number 8. Watching on, desperately wanting to get involved, but just needs to make that ground up.
Yeah, this is what we saw similar to actually in the Esports GT races earlier. It's having that extra 5% over the cars in front of you to be able to do it. It's all well and good having the slipstream to stay together, but in the twisty stuff, it's so hard to find a way through without compromising your line massively. Here's the move down the inside by the Czech Republic, then side by side with the Republic of Korea through Blochemont. Switzerland only just in front of the pair of them as well. Beautiful flying formation. They should become fighter pilots. We've got Brazil now putting the car in the middle of the road. Switzerland around the outside. He's going to try and make that move down the inside. That is an absolutely delightful move, and he lost it. No, Switzerland is around in front of the pack, and after such an incredible race, he's just overdone it that little bit. It's now Brazil, Republic of Korea, then Czech Republic still holding the top 3 places. Netherlands and Singapore are suddenly knocking on the door for a medal.
Yep, that was so unlucky. A little bit greedy on the loud pedal. The car pirouettes almost instantaneously. Luckily, nobody collected the Switzerland entry. They are still in the race. They're in 10th position, but now their chances of medal success have reduced significantly. Republic of Korea, you don't do that there. That is not a bright manoeuvre at all, but to get away with it, Brazil will be a little bit perplexed, I must say, by the bump that they found in there. A little bit of extra boost they found all the way through Eau Rouge. This is the place you're going to do it if you're going to do it anywhere, down the Camel Straight. And in fact, if anything, Republic of Korea step out of the slipstream.
Brazil on the right-hand side of your shot there, and then Republic of Korea on the right-hand side of them. Into Lecom they go around the outside. Great respect, lovely room left as well. Through Malmedy they go. Republic of Korea lead this race once again. Brazil try and get the cutback now towards Broussais. Slight slide to the right-hand side. Looking down the inside once more. Tries to get it stopped to the apex. Quite the send in there. Nearly wheel-to-wheel contact. They are not giving each other an inch here, Paul. Round the outside of no-name corner. Can they make that work? I don't think they can, but you know what? They've proven me wrong. Clip the gravel through. They go. Republic of Korea suddenly on the defensive now.
That is absolutely brutal driving from these little gaggle that we've got at the front of the pack, asking no quarter, giving no quarter to their rivals. Really aggressive, but so far within the confines of what can be considered fair, but very, very close to the edge of too much.
Oh, they're jackhammering the edge of what is fair right now. They are trying to knock that wall down, but without any disrespect to one another, they are trying to gain whatever advantage they can at any point of this racetrack. We look back here from the Republic of Korea at Czech Republic, just behind them. It's becoming more and more of a mouthful every single lap. We've got the Netherlands and Singapore just behind them. Andorra still in the mix too. Italy then 6/10 of a second off the back of this. And guess what, Paul? Already one more lap to go.
Really fabulous stuff. Now there's a launch here to the inside. That's the Czech Republic trying to take second away from the Republic of Korea. Korea on the outside line. That's not the ideal place to be through Blochemont, but it puts you in the pound seats for the run up to the bus stop chicane. Netherlands behind as well, trying to buy into this particular fight. Breaking down into the bus stop. Give each other racing room, boys. There we go. It's going to be tight, but they get away with it. Our audience watching on, enjoying every moment.
iRacing's very famous flagman Barney waving the white flag. He's not surrendering to anyone. Trust me, it's an American thing. It's Brazil leading the way though. Republic of Korea next up, then Czech Republic still in 3rd place. And you know what? These teams, considering how much these positions chop and change, Paul, these teams within the top 5, top 10 have done so well at this point to remain almost where they started this race. That's the miracle of all of this.
It is, and from the start of this lap on this one, they started this lap in the same position, but they've been in every other position in between, all the way through. Fabulous stuff.
If you had a heat map for where every car was in terms of position, it'd all just be one colour. Everybody's occupied one position at least once here. Republic of Korea and Czech Republic once again side by side up the Kemmel Straight, up towards Lecom. You can see behind them the Netherlands. They're waiting for this to come their way. Round the outside goes Czech Republic and through into a position in that nearly into Malmedy. And I'm just thinking about this, Paul, actually. Brazil and Czech Republic already have medals in GT earlier this evening.
Yep, so they're looking for a really good day at the races, virtual races, so to speak. And so far, so good for both nations, but we've still got half a lap, which in real terms, if that was somewhere a bit smaller, would be about 5 laps, where I expect to see at least all of these cars occupy all of these positions again before we get to the checkered flag, such as the level of competitive nature of these drivers.
Yeah, they're all still right together, but Brazil have opened up quite the gap here at the front of this. Luis Tavares is going to feel a lot more comfortable in his current situation here, Paul, and I don't know what's going to happen in terms of the drivers behind pushing on. What do you reckon? Because that train is getting closer, and up to Blanchimont, that's the final chance of the race.
It's the final chance of the race indeed, and these drivers will absolutely know that one. There is no opportunity for anybody to do anything other than plant the throttle even to the floor and just go for it. There are medals on the line, gold, silver and bronze. The top three score, everybody else goes home empty-handed, Chaz, and we're coming into the final few corners.
Here we are then. What are they going to do with it? Brazil have a very good lead, but I tell you what, that's going to disappear mighty quickly. Are Brazil about to take 2 gold medals in one of each of the categories here at the FIA Motorsport Games esports competition? Round the outside, Kadlecic gives it a go. Brazil slides wide, keeps it to the apex of the corner. It's going to be side by side for bronze. Brazil are going to do it. There's an incident in the background. They're 4 wide for second at the FIA Motorsport Games, and it's the Czech Republic that finish in second place, I believe. Republic of Korea, I think, dropped down into third, but there is no definite way of knowing, Paul. They were 4 wide for second, third, fourth and fifth.
What a fantastic day of race action we've had today. I've really, really enjoyed it. Personal highlight being Germany taking home the first gold medal. That was fantastic for me. What was fantastic for you?
Germany taking home their first gold medal. But you know, in the wider context, to be able to witness that medal ceremony at, you know, what is the sort of Olympics of motorsport was quite special. Germany and the UK and Switzerland on that podium was great. It's like exactly what this is all about. It's really good.
We have to mention Spain though, because they're absolutely acing it, taking home the medals.
At home, yeah.
At home, yeah. No, they've done brilliantly, and it's been great fun to see the fans with their Spain flags supporting their teams. It's been fantastic.
Yeah, it's been great, and there's so much more action going on. There's more action tomorrow. We started the day before the sun came up. The sun's gone down. We'll start again tomorrow. Clocks go back, don't forget. And we will start again before the sun is up tomorrow.
I can't wait to be back.
Do you want to lift home?
Yeah? This one?
Let's get in.
Okay, thanks. How much older than me do you think this car
is? It's fine.
Is?
It's right-hand side drive.
Okay. He'll drive.
See you tomorrow.
I'll be the passenger. And you guys, whoop! We'll see us here bright and early as promised. But maybe before the sun goes up in the morning. I'll see you then. Ciao, ciao.